Good morning. Wait for our last guest getting coffee to seat themselves. Great. Welcome to the Baker Institute for the 9th Annual Energy Summit. And I want to thank, of course, Baker Botts for co-hosting the event, and Danny David, the Baker Botts managing partner, for all of the support over the years we have enjoyed from Baker Botts. There is, of course, and Danny will make reference to this, I think, a historic relationship between the firm of Baker Botts, this institute, and of course, our founder, Secretary James Baker. Over the next 2 days, this summit is going to focus on the complex set of trade-offs shaping the future of energy, how markets, innovation, economic growth, markets, tech, infrastructure ultimately define the ongoing evolution of global energy supply chains. Resilience in those supply chains encompasses both international and domestic perspectives, highlighting a variety of issues ranging from incumbent to nascent developing energy supply chains across the global landscape. And our view here is, of course, global, not unique to developed countries. The center's work here at Rice University's Baker Institute is at the forefront of U.S. and international discussion of energy issues, and it continues to be a center of excellence, indeed the center of excellence, for all matters energy-related. And I want to express appreciation now to the leader of our center, Ken Medlock, for the extraordinary work he and his team continue to do. Now, I'm going to tease you by the end of this second day when I look forward to sitting with Danny to discuss energy and geopolitics. We'll see what the news is, Danny, over the course of today and tomorrow on that latter topic of geopolitics. I want to close my remarks before I turn over to Danny by noting, of course, that much of the focus, not all, but much of the focus of the energy sector is on the Middle East and the questions of stability and security, risk there. And I will note today is the second anniversary of the massacre of October 7, an event which continues to reverberate not just in Israel, in Gaza, but across the region. So Danny, with that, the floor is yours. Thank you all, and thank Baker Botts. Thank you.
Honored to have you open. We are still honored to have you open our 9th Annual Energy Summit. We are in awe of your efforts on the global stage to bring peace. Thank you for being here, all of you. Ambassador Satterfield, Dr. Medlock, distinguished guests and speakers, welcome to the 9th Annual Energy Summit. I'm Danny David, managing partner of Baker Botts. We are proud to be the premier law firm partner of the Baker Institute Center for Energy Studies, and we appreciate the opportunity to jointly develop and host this conference year after year. The relationship between Baker Botts, Rice University, and the Baker Institute go back to the very founding of each institution. I think everybody in the room knows the story of how William Marsh Rice's butler murdered him in his sleep and forged his will in a tawdry effort to steal his fortune. Basically, the butler did it before it became a cliche. Secretary Baker's grandfather, Captain Baker, solved the crime and saved the fortune, which then went toward the establishment of this very fine university as Mr. Rice intended. So many law firms, I suppose, can lay claim to the success of Rice University, but only Baker Botts can say that without our firm, there would be no Rice University, and we never let them forget that. In 1993, former Secretary of State James A. Baker III did two great things in no particular order. One, he founded the Baker Institute here at Rice University, and two, we were very fortunate to have him join our law firm as a senior partner. But the bond between our organizations is not only in our shared DNA, it's also in what we do day in and day out. And just like the Baker Institute endeavors to bridge the world of ideas and the world of action, the lawyers at Baker Botts do too. And like the policymakers and academics and business leaders who are home here on faculty, we like to think of ourselves as also driven by purpose and mission. As with the experts you'll hear from today, so many of our lawyers are dedicated to helping solve the existential energy issues of our time. And the way to think about these energy summits is that each one of them has been targeting one such existential level issue. This time we're confronting resilience in energy supply chains. It might be worrying to some that we've managed to host 9 of these energy summits, each featuring a different existential issue, and with no end of different topics ahead of us. Don't worry, if you hang out for the next 2 days, we will solve this one neatly, package it with a bow, and be ready in time for the next one. We continue to find ourselves at a time of unprecedented change in the industry, and as the leading international energy law firm, Baker Botts is itself busily involved with these changes, bringing the future into the present with all deliberate speed. Our preeminent energy and technology practices are fully engaged in the convergence of technology in every aspect of the energy supply chain: energy finance, decarbonization, sustainability, LNG, the electrification of energy consumption, transportation and the future of fuels, and mineral transitions. And we're actively working hand in hand with our clients, including many who are here, thank you for being here, to manage risk and capitalize on the rapidly changing environment. We thank you for the opportunity to engage in these exciting issues. And we're going to continue to be here every step of the way with a multidisciplinary approach to serving these needs. We're proud of our history in the energy arena and our collaboration with the Baker Institute. I'd like to thank 3 Baker Botts partners who have served as this year's program co-chairs: Ellen Friedman, project finance lawyer out of New York, if you can raise your hand; Harrison Reback, Houston-based partner in our environmental safety and incident response team; Michael Yuffie, a global projects partner and firm-wide section chair of our energy regulatory practice, who's based in DC. Michael, where are you? And I'd also like to thank my partner, Jason Bennett. Jason is the department chair of our global projects department. He leads the firm's energy practice and plays a vital role in crafting this summit year after year. Thank you, Jason. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be exploring the trade-offs shaping the future of energy, how markets, innovation, and economic growth influence global supply chains, perspectives on incumbent and emerging energy systems, profitability and risk, and much, much more. The list of energy leaders who are here in attendance is stellar. We're delighted to be co-hosting this event with the Baker Institute and look forward to our collaboration for many years to come. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Ken Medlock, the James A. Baker III and Susan G. Baker Fellow in Energy and Resource Economics and the Senior Director of the Center for Energy Studies here at the Baker Institute. Thank you, Dr. Medlock.
So before I sort of move into some very brief opening remarks and then inviting our opening keynote up, I just want to take care of a couple of housekeeping issues. There are no fire drills planned for today, so if you hear anything, that means you need to rally to a muster point for this building. One is out by the fountain, which most of you walked past as you came in. The other is through the 2 back doors that are behind me out in the street between here and Kraft Hall. So if you hear a fire alarm or something like that, we'll just carefully and casually sort of move into those locations. The other issue related to housekeeping is the restrooms. Some people will come up to me during the day and ask, so I'll just tell you now. Women's restroom is to my right behind me. Men's is to my left behind me on either side of the wall here. So the last housekeeping issue is related to how you might ask questions of the speakers. We actually moved to something this year that's worked pretty well. At the end of every talk, there will be a QR code that is displayed on the screen. So you can scan that with your phone and enter your questions. The questions will actually come up to either myself or the moderator, whoever's on stage, and we'll actually scroll through them that way. It solves multiple issues, namely, I don't have to read anybody's handwriting. So it's actually very helpful, but it's proven to be a very successful technique, so please take advantage of it. Today's theme, resilience in supply chains. It's remarkable because if you go back to 2019, so before the COVID pandemic, when I would talk about supply chains to my students or in public settings, I often had to go through a supply chain 101 lecture. What is a supply chain, right? After the pandemic, though, so as we were emerging into 2021, and you started to see the world sort of reawaken, very quickly you saw supply chains get very tight because everything had to start moving again. There was an effort to retire some capital and accelerate the deployment of new capital. That created frictions as well. Probably most pronounced because this was on every local television station. You would drive by car lots and see them basically empty because the cars couldn't get to the lots for sale. The reason I point that out is because it actually revealed how important supply chains are for things that we often take for granted. And so resilience is critical in order to ensure that supply chains can respond to unexpected disruptions. When we amplify this, and of course, as I mentioned that because for a brief period, everybody knew what a supply chain was. So there's a silver lining to what happened during COVID. But I feel like in many ways we've almost forgotten that again. So fast forward to today, and you have to start, how do you think about connecting supply chains with energy? And I think there's a really simple way to do it, and that's when you think about energy security. Energy security is supply chain resilience. If you go back to the 1970s, you think about the oil price shocks and what that meant for the global economy and for Western oil importing economies in particular. Policies that were enacted were really aimed at developing resilience in supply chains through redundancies or through diversification. So sometimes this amounted to subsidizing alternative forms of energy. Other times it amounted to outright bans on certain types of energy and trying to promote the development of other types of energy that were domestic and controllable. In other cases, it was about deploying demand-side initiatives like CAFE standards, for example, so efficiency standards or new building codes. All of these things, when you add them up, are really about trying to ensure that supply can be delivered reliably. So that's the key difference between resilience and reliability, and you're going to hear both words stated a lot. Resilience is about the ability to withstand unexpected shocks. Right, so that you can sort of reactivate and move and continue to operate even though something black swanish has occurred. Reliability is facilitated by resilience. So one feeds into the other, but you have to understand that in order for reliability to be achieved, you actually have to have resilient supply chains. And so when you think about the world of energy, you can begin to drill down into the world of oil, the world of gas, the world of electric power. Think about supply chains that bring new technologies to bear. And I've lectured about this. In fact, last year I stood on the stage and used the widget analogy, right, to talk about how supply chains are so critically important for new technology to be adopted. Ultimately, you want to look to legacies so that you can try to figure out how to use those legacies to facilitate large-scale adoption of new technologies, but at the end of the day, it's about scale. Critical piece of that puzzle when we think about scale and supply chains, and this is the interesting thing if you go back to the 70s and think about all the policies that were adopted back then, the ones that lasted were the ones that were focused on market design and market structure. And I think oftentimes we forget that, right? There were a lot of policies that were undone that were adopted in the 70s and early 80s. But the ones that have actually had the most lasting, long-lasting impact are the ones that actually were focused on market design because they were aimed at creating depth. So when you get depth in a market, you also get liquidity in a market. When you get liquidity in a market, you de-risk capital flows into that space. It's very difficult to unseat an incumbent that enjoys that. So when you think about the world of energy, you have to always bring that into frame because when you talk about new energy technologies and how they might actually be disruptive, well, you've got to get to a point where you have market depth, you have market liquidity, you've de-risked investment in that space, which means you have to have resilient, robust supply chains. Right now, we're at a bit of an inflection, particularly with wind, solar, and battery technologies that I know a lot of people have been wringing their hands about in the United States, in particular, the supply chains that move through one single country, China. Right? Just so you know, that's not unique to the United States, and you'll hear from some people later today that will talk to you about what's been going on in Europe, right? Why is that an issue? Well, if there's never been a problem, you typically don't worry about it. You think, oh, this is secure, we've been doing business with this group or this company or this country for X number of years without any disruption, until there's a disruption, and then there's a problem. And if you need a relevant example, you only have to go back about 3 years now, a little more than 3 years now, and think about what happened in Europe with regard to natural gas supply. Long, deep incumbent relationships between European utility buyers of natural gas and Gazprom. Relationships that went all the way back to the 1950s. They were largely viewed as a secure supplier of resource until they weren't. And so policy begins to activate in order to address those things. That is what you're seeing when it comes to foreign entities of concern type language that you see levied in certain bills. Right? It's actually how do we avoid that kind of an issue. When it comes to a country like China, it is very much a bipartisan issue. There are individuals on both sides of that aisle that have actually always viewed China as a potential threat. And so it is literally a tie that binds in DC. And so what is incumbent upon industry, if you want to continue to move the needle with regard to propagating new energy sources, is figuring out how to diversify supply chains. Why? Because that will inherently make them more resilient. Think about oil, we'll go back to that. All the stuff that happened in the 70s, the global oil market was much smaller in the 70s than it is today. Much, much smaller. It was not as deep. There weren't as many players, there weren't as many buyers, as many sellers. You get to the world today, the world oil market today, it is much deeper, much more liquid. It can withstand unexpected disruptions. We've seen several over the last few years. The attacks at Abqaiq in Saudi Arabia, which threatened to take 5.5 million barrels a day of oil offline, barely moved the needle. Why is that? Because the system is actually very flexible, and something that the Saudis have actually taken to heart, they've built tremendous resilience in their own system. They were able to respond very rapidly. I've actually argued with them that they need to turn that into a case study that we've taught at every business school in the world, but we're not there yet. But it's pretty remarkable when you look at it because it's a case study in resilience. So how do you actually build resilient supply chains? That's what we're going to be focused on today. We're going to begin, and tomorrow we're going to begin with broad discussions about what's going on in the world of energy, what's going on in the global economy. Then we'll start to drill into what that means for different types of energy sources, different regions around the world. Because one thing you have to understand is resilience in one place is not necessarily resilience in another. So there is regional heterogeneity that has to be factored in as well. So we're going to try to put a sort of a wrapper around all of this over the next 2 days, and as Danny said, solve the world's problems and move on to the next one. But make no mistake, supply chain resilience is not going away. There's actually going to be, in my humble opinion, an enduring emphasis on resilience, because it's the only way we can begin to achieve a lot of the goals that we've set out to achieve. And I've focused on supply chains and focused on energy, but this extends beyond just energy, right? This extends into a lot of other issues that are on the table, environmental issues, socioeconomic issues. Resilience is actually critical if we want to achieve a better way of life. So with that, hopefully I've set the stage. We're going to be able to dive into these issues over the next couple of days. As I mentioned, as questions come up, feel free to enter them, because even if we don't get to your question in the course of a Q&A, we actually, that's the other beautiful thing about using this online tool, Slido is what it's called. We can archive them and get back to the questions that are really interesting, and we will, okay? So with that, I'm going to invite Scott Tinker up to the stage. Scott is currently the CEO of Tinker Energy Associates. He is Director Emeritus at the Bureau of Economic Geology at the University of Texas at Austin, where he also held the Edwin Alday Endowed Chair. State geologist, known Scott for years. We've done quite a bit of work. I think one of the funniest experiences I had with Scott was when we were working on trying to characterize well performance in shales. And it was an interesting exercise. This is an example of resilience, actually. So there were economists, reservoir engineers, and geologists all in the room sitting around a table. And we were trying to talk about how to approach this issue. And it was literally like we were talking past each other because we were all speaking different languages. So I had an idea, and I thought, well, what if I stand up and just start doing a little bit of math, right? So I wrote an equation on the board. We started talking through it. The reservoir engineers immediately jumped in, and we were all on the same page. And Scott looked at me and said, I don't know what the hell you're doing. And it just made me laugh. It's one of those things I always remember. But it was really important because it highlighted how important, in order to get a reasonable and meaningful answer in a multidisciplinary sort of research setting, it was to be able to speak the same language. So ultimately, we were able to get there. We did some really good work. It's all published. It's, I think, still very accurate from what I've been watching. Encourage you to check it out if you're interested. Happy to help you with that. But Scott led that project at UT, and it was remarkable to work with him then, because one of the things I noted is he's actually very keen, he's very inquisitive, he's very keen on also helping other people understand very complex issues. One of the things he's involved with now is the Switch Energy Alliance. I actually do a little bit of work with them, teaching some of the students who are involved in the competitions that he leads globally. I think this year's a record for the number of teams that are participating. It's a phenomenal exercise, and it's a great example of how Scott's trying to lead by education. So Scott, please.
Good morning. It's great to be here, Ken. Thank you for the invitation. And yeah, that story of math reminds me of, there are three kinds of people in the world: those who are good at math and those who aren't. So which of the three are you? But let's get going here. Energy security, what is it? I think most of us would agree that affordable and reliable is, a piece of that. There's not too much disagreement. But what is energy transition? What does that mean? It depends on your perspective, doesn't it? On your bias. It could mean from dirty to clean. I think when I get lost in LinkedIn, I think that's a lot of the discussion and debate. It could mean from unsecure to secure. It might mean from molecules to electrons. Some are saying we're electrifying everything. It might mean from fossils to renewables. Really? It might mean something else. And we'll get to what I think it is maybe near the end of this a little bit. So let's start with security. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away, okay? And so let's just deal with a little reality. My slides are all color-coded. Gray's coal, green's oil, red's gas, orange is nuclear, on and on. So when you see those colors, you know what they are. This is the mix of energy in Europe up until 2007. Pretty healthy. It was more healthy than in the past, more diversity in that. That's a good thing. And then in 2007, Germany said, we're going to have a new energy policy. I will not be able to pronounce it, Energiewende or something like that. Germans, help me, please. And that things changed, didn't they, in Europe? They intentionally took down coal, took down oil, took down gas, nuclear, and tried to start replacing it with other things. And we're successful and have been in some of that. But the increase in energy consumption pre-07 has gone away. We're actually seeing decrease in energy in Europe now. And that's not necessarily a sign of healthy economies. The US economy has been growing. China has been growing and catching up, and is starting to see some signs of struggle, but still doing. And how's Europe doing? 2007. It had passed the US, and now it's where China is. Flat, essentially. And why? In fact, Europe this summer announced they need to borrow $500 billion to help with some of the budget and economic woes. Affordable, reliable energy underpins everything. For sure, healthy economies. Come to California. This is the electricity mix of fuel. Electricity, some think, is all energy. It's not in this room, but the public. It's not. About 25 to 30% of total energy is electricity. Here's the mix in California, and here it is in Florida. Same time frame, same vertical scale, two big electric consuming states. And they made sort of different choices, didn't they? over 20 plus years. Really different. One more mandates and subsidies driven, as Ken mentioned, one more markets driven, natural gas and nuclear and other things. No judgment, but you got to look at outcomes. Intentions are one thing. What are the outcomes? Well, the emissions, which is the intent of Gavin Newsom, the governor for many years now in California, have been coming down a bit. Florida, a little bit less in terms of decline. How about the cost? The price of electricity in Florida has gone up 50% or so. In California, it's gone up just a little bit more. Okay. And it's complex. Taxes are a big piece of that, but where do those taxes go? Why do we need those taxes? Part of it's the solar and wind and the other mix in there. But I heard solar and wind were cheaper. Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. What does that mean? When people say, well, solar and wind are cheaper. This is the LinkedIn dialogue, my only social media. Well, it's referring to this thing called the levelized cost of electricity, the Lazard number. It attempts to levelize the cost at the plant gate, or at the bus bar, if you will. And that's a good thing to try to do. And yes, look, solar and wind have come way down, impressively so, over the last decade or two. But when you look at the supply chains, Bank of America did a study looking at the full system in Texas, and here they did the same thing in Germany. And people might not like this one, there are a bunch of these things, but the outcome is usually the same. Solar and wind get more expensive because you have to have something there to back them up. Now California, just a week or two, it wants to halt the oil industry exodus. Mr. Newsom's realized, wow, fuels are getting kind of expensive with Chevron and Valero leaving and other things. Reality kind of starts to kick in. Solar and wind can be cheaper at the plant gate, but not to the consumer necessarily. Reliability costs money. Solar and wind are affordable where generated, and they're expensive to the consumer. These things are both true. So we're going to do this little game here. Poverty is the worst form of violence, Gandhi reminds us, and I've been fortunate to be over 60 countries. Here they are, color-coded, and I've met a lot of people. We've made documentary films on energy and energy poverty, and met this man my age in Ethiopia who had tears in his eyes when he told me his grandkids and great-grandkids had just come out of the bush and they were in school for the very first time ever in his family. We go over to Nepal and meet Sana Kanchi, who's cooking indoors with wood and biomass, and go to the local hospital, the SETI Memorial Hospital, and watch kids die from breathing indoor smoke. It's a tough part of the film, and moms with cancer and cataracts. Kills close to 3 million people in the world every single year, breathing indoor smoke still. Back to Africa and Kenya, the big slum outside Nairobi called Kibra. And you can see this church, which doubles as a school, with 2 light bulbs dangling in it now. They can see at night, and these kids coming to school in their uniforms, had to zoom way in on this picture because it was just mounds of garbage and polluted water, polluted soils. They can't afford to clean it up. They don't have the resources to do that. In Vietnam, we meet Than in the red shack there and spent time with her. And she carried her crippled son every morning on her back so he could go to a school across that wooden plank. This theme of education. India, very poor and very wealthy. A huge disparity in the largest populated country in the world now. Come to the Western Hemisphere and meet this little girl who just had come from school, but she lived in that little dirt floor, open air, single room with her parents, and was telling me about her dreams as she tied a friendship bracelet on my wrist. I still tear up. It was 9 years ago or something. And finally in Colombia, we brought First Solar there, and we filmed that. It's in our film. You can see the array here on the left of these mud huts, and the Gunchukwa is the village, the Arhuaco people. 3.5 kilowatt array, less than you put on a house. But it brought light bulbs and ceiling fans. We wouldn't call it electrified, but it was the beginning. And these Arhuacan kids, half of them will die before they become adults of a tooth infection or dysentery. Half of them die before they become adults. That was a pretty powerful moment. We flipped the switch on that night. Again, here I am with the Mamo and the Chief. So this is the world. And ESG we don't talk about much anymore. I don't know if one of your 9 was on ESG, but it matters here. Clean soil, clean air, clean water, social. How about a school or healthcare system? Governance, get me out from under this autocrat. Let me have a voice of some kind. It matters in the real world. And I hear all the time, Scott, aren't they happier? Aren't those people more content? It's a simpler life. No, you're not happy when your kids die. So the happiness scale, you have to go see how they figured this out. But against income per person, by region, we start coming up from sub-Saharan Africa, and now here we are in South Asia, the size of circle proportional population. India shows up, Middle East and North Africa, kind of moving up and to the right, aren't we? Here's East Asia with China coming in, Latin America. I just spent the week in Brazil last week, and finally here we are with the wealthy world, us, okay? There's a pretty strong correlation between income and happiness. Now, when I isolate the happiest and the least happy, there's not much overlap either. So you can start to see the Congo, India, China, and the US, a third of the world's population in these 4 countries. There's a strong trend. At some point, wealth doesn't buy you more happiness. I think that's what the US says as it pulls off the line. Okay. But it sure does. For a while, Maslow described this in a basic hierarchy, right? All the way up to self-actualization. Look, nobody has a patent on love and belonging. Let's just set those aside. But these foundational things, physiological safety, security, that's energy and income. It directly affects those. So let's look at them. Here's energy per person in the world. It's not evenly distributed. Dark colors have a lot. Light colors don't have much. We'll set that on one axis, and we'll look at income per capita, similar, dark a lot, light not much, same geographic overlay. So when you look at it on a log-log scale, there's a pretty tight correlation between access to energy and income per person. And here's the Congo and India and China and the US. Boom. More energy, more income. Okay. We can lump these, the emerging economies, about half the world's population just getting started, 4 billion people. The developing economies, another 3 billion people. And then the rich world, the developed us, about 1.2 or 3 billion people. Okay. 80% of the humans on the planet don't have secure energy. Either none, or it comes and goes. The lights come and go randomly. The fuels aren't secure. They're not resilient, to use the terminology here. What's the 25-year trend? It's messy when you spread it out over 25 years. So we go back to our 3 regions and we see, yes, improvement. More energy, more wealth in each of these 3 sectors. That's a good thing. But are we making real progress? Let's take it off a log scale, put it on a linear scale. We can read the numbers now. Looks a little different. Conveniently, the rich world today is about 50 megawatt hours and $50,000 per capita. It sits right here. And yeah, the rest of the world is stuck. It's not have and have not. It's a continuum, but stuck down here, 7 billion people, and we can continue to consume more energy and get wealthier, and we probably will. How does that end? How has that ever ended in the world with that kind of economic disparity? Not good, okay? Better, I think, to look at the North Star of 50-50 and say, hey, what if we moved everybody in the world up to that? What would that take? Global energy security is improving, and 80% of people don't have secure energy. These things are both true. It's a paradox, isn't it? Energy won't end poverty, but we can't end poverty without energy. I said this the first time down in Quito after meeting that little girl who lived with her parents. It's time to power all the people in the world, and that's a healthy thing for everybody in the world. Toby Rice and I have started a new nonprofit called Energy Corps, which is doing just this. So I encourage you to check it out and get in touch with me. So that brings me to the transition part of this. No one will place a truth in your mind. It's something you have to discover for yourself. But let's at least try to get some information here. Back to the primary mix. Here's the same color scheme. As a percentage of the mix, coal and oil have been coming down 20% over 60 years, and everything else has gone up 20%. That's the transition. It's been happening naturally, going from the left to the right. The right is adding new things. Exact same data now, but by units of energy consumption, exajoules. For the gas folks, an exajoule is about a TCF of gas. You can read this in T's, or for the brilliant scientists, it's also about a quadrillion BTUs. So read it however you want. But the exajoules. It's going up. Coal's still going up. It's plateauing, but up. Oil's going up still in the world. Natural gas is going up tremendously globally. Nuclear is hanging in there. And everything else is going up. All right? We just keep going up in energy consumption. The Great Recession of '09, the COVID recession, they weren't structural. There were dimples down, but we're right back to where we were. Before that, it's energy addition or expansion. Coal and oil are decreasing in the energy mix, and coal and oil are increasing in consumption. These things are both true. And you hear people pick their perspective and argue that point. They're both true. The fastest growing form of primary energy today in the world is our solar and wind. There's the data. Wind has gone linear, solar is still exponentially growing. When we scale them, to look at it in a little more complete way, it's right here in the data. It doesn't look quite so exponential. Okay? 6% of the world's energy comes from solar and wind today, which is remarkable in 20 years, that kind of growth. 94% doesn't. And you can see the trends and what it's going to take. Wind and solar, the fastest growing, and they're 6%. And you'll have these remarkable LinkedIn debates. Solar and wind are growing faster than anything in the world. That's true. In fact, if you look at the non-hydro, basically solar, wind, bio, and other things, renewables, the wealthy world, well, us and Europe and Latin America sort of are growing. Russia, the Middle East, and Africa, not yet. Non-China Asia, and I pulled China out of this, because here's China's non-renewable consumption. Solar, wind, and other. Remarkably, it passed everybody. So yes, it's true, China is the leader in solar and wind today. There's the curve. Let's just fit a nice smooth line to it. It's pretty easy to do. So remember that line in this next graph. Here's China's coal and oil. Still up and to the right. Here's China's natural gas, nuclear, and hydro. And remember this curve, solar, wind, and bio, and others? There it is. Except, look in the bottom right. Here it actually is. That curve fits neatly right here. In fact, I can move that curve up here, and we learn that as fast as solar and wind have been growing in consumption, not capacity, coal and oil have grown faster in China. We're consuming more coal in the same time period than the solar and wind piece. China leads the world in wind and solar, and coal and oil in China have grown more than wind and solar. China versus India. Lay India, which passed China in population 3 years ago, on top of China. A big difference in energy is India consumes a quarter of the energy that China does, more people, because their economy is a quarter of the size. So we scale it now. Here's India scaled on top of China. Watch close. I'm going to slide India to the left about 25 to 30 years. Look familiar? It's literally right where China was. What's India going to do? It matters. It matters to the world a lot. Which brings us to energy per person. North America, or the US, we consume per capita a lot of energy. Twice Europe. We drive everywhere. We keep our buildings freezing in the summer and brutally hot in the winter. We make a lot of stuff still. And here's China. China per capita has caught Europe, and India is just getting started on a per capita energy basis. Now, the number of capitas, number of people matter, so when you multiply people times per capita, you get total energy consumption. More people in Europe, so we're close. The US and Europe are close there. China has blown by. China consumes more energy than Europe and the US combined. And India, again, is just getting started. We'll see where that goes. And that brings us to the CO2 output from energy. Europe and the US have been coming down, rolled over and are coming down. Not China. Remember, China consumes a tremendous amount of coal to power their sector. And here's India, almost caught Europe. And then there's the CO2 per exajoule, the CO2 per unit of energy. US and Europe are coming down. This is an important metric and a good trend. Okay, it's a good trend. China's coming down as well, but it's still quite a bit higher, and India is flat. They really haven't gotten started yet. Their CO2 per output, they're still heavily based on carbon producing things. Why? Why does this graph look like this? Well, here's why. Above that dashed red line, countries consume more stuff than they produce. It's a ratio, but think of it that way, more stuff. Okay, the US makes 5 billion tons of CO2, that's the bottom axis, making our stuff, and China makes 10 billion tons every year, making stuff, but they produce more than they consume, and we consume more than we produce. In fact, most of the non-rich world, the blue countries, are producers, and most of the rich world are consumers. And the consumers, us in Europe, say, hey, send us our stuff. You know, watch close. Asia makes dirty stuff. We get it on an Amazon truck. You know, one item at a time, your damn front door. That's efficient, you know. How many got Amazon delivery this week? Oh, come on, put them up, you know. Of course you did. What are we effectively saying? Hey, make our stuff. You emit the CO2. We'll be zero emissions. There's only one atmosphere. This is a shell game. You make our stuff, we'll be clean. States do it. Companies are buying offsets. From who? What's the fidelity of those markets? Climate targets sputter in most countries. This is just a few weeks ago. Europe has been going cold on net zero. Yeah, Europe's been going warm on security again. Okay, the intentions are good. These guys had good intentions. They were putting in posts. They were trying to keep people from parking next to the building. Okay. They forgot where they parked. They're not getting out. And this is what policy does. Climate policy posts are boom, 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 and then we don't take them out if they don't work, but we're starting to see those posts be removed. Nobody's happier about this CO2 game than these three guys. Send us your CO2, we'll emit your CO2, we'll control the supply chains, we'll produce the products for the world, we'll be the leading manufacturers, we'll control a lot of stuff. I think they call each other every morning on some special line, just thrilled that the US and Western Europe continue to do this to ourselves. Emissions are decreasing in the developed world, and they're increasing. The developed world is outsourcing our emissions, okay? These things are both true. So energy density matters. It's the weight per unit energy. In some scales, it's the area, specific density, the watts per meter squared. It matters. Okay. In vehicles, the kilograms per vehicle of metals, the metals are shown on the right, for a combustion engine versus an electric vehicle look like this. About 600% more for an EV, not in the chassis, it's in the fuel, in the battery. It just weighs a lot, takes a lot of metal. And here it is in power gen, kilograms per megawatt metals. Again, 500% more in solar and wind than coal and gas. It's not judgment, it's just physics. It takes more stuff to collect low-density forms of energy. Okay. So the life cycle impacts of this little game are real, from biofuels on the left all the way to nuclear on the right. What are the life cycle impacts of those things? I think if you ask each form, they would be the proud eagle, or we're the best form. And you take a little different look, they look a little quirky, don't they? Like, oh, nothing looks quite perfect, depending on what angle you view it from. So biofuels, they're not green. It's not wood that you stuff into a car. You have to grow it and process it and refine it and move it and burn it. Okay, it's useful. I was in Brazil, it's useful there. How about solar, wind, and batteries? You got a mine for the stuff. You make it into these collection systems, move it, transmit it. When it wears out, where does it go? I mean, I was in this solar field in our first film in southern Spain, thinking, where are these going to go when they wear out? Have you seen what China's doing to its green hills to get all that solar? Does it look green? What is green? These do wear out. This is after a hailstorm, but they wear out naturally, 15 to 20 years. And you replace them. You know, once that is installed, it's not forever. Have you seen a lithium mine? This is in South America. You can see it from space. The footprint of one wind turbine, rebar and cement in here takes a tremendous amount of heat to make steel and cement. And that doesn't come from electricity, that heat. You got to burn stuff. Here's a bigger one. Where do the blades go when they wear out? And they do wear out. This is Wyoming. We'll cut them into thirds, bury them. Here's Sweetwater, Texas. The pile's a lot bigger now. And I've got a picture just like that from the UK. It's piling up on the surface. All right. Coal, oil, gas, all of it happens. All of it. You got to mine for the coal, big operations. We burn it in power plants, sulfur, SOx, NOx, mercury, particulates, the real pollutants. You got to capture all that stuff. Hydraulic fracking. What are the impacts of that? Recycling or reusing, repurposing spent fuel in La Hague here. It all happens. The reality is everything comes from the earth. It gets made into energy collection systems, and it gets dumped back in the earth when it wears out, or the atmosphere, or both, and we do it over and over. So I said to 1,100 kids in a TED Talk, there's no renewable energy. And I had Kevlar on, I promise. Now, I'm still here, barely. Eyes got real. What do you mean, no renewable energy? There's no real, the sun and the wind, but you can't put sun in your car. All forms have trade-offs. We either mine it or we drill it. That's how we get it. We mine it or we drill it. On the road to success, there are no shortcuts, okay? And we can keep telling our young people, our students, hey, there's pretty energy and there's ugly energy. You know. This guy will show anything. It's not binary. They're not clean and dirty, good and bad. Believer, denier? Where the hell did religious terms come from in this whole game? Renewable and EVs have a smaller emissions impact, for sure, and they have a bigger mining impact. That's just the reality. These things are both true. And they come from somewhere. The U.S., this is production of oil and gas. The top 3 countries, and the countries are shown on the right, is still in the top 3, but not forever. I don't have time to go into that, but things are starting to plateau here in our shales. And here's the extraction of some key metals from around the world. Now, extraction is one thing. Who owns the supply chain is who owns the processing of these things. So watch close. Shouldn't surprise you. By the way, brilliant China bought the supply chains through Belt and Roads and other initiatives. For solar, wind, and batteries, they need it. They don't have much oil and gas. They're trying. And Asia and in fact, Europe won't develop it. They need these things, so good. China tightens its chokehold on graphite and bought half of the lithium mines in the world now. Okay. Rare earth elements. You hear a lot. Have you seen a rare earth element mine? Here's one. In Mongolia. I'm a geologist. Mining does not bother me. But it ain't green. You can say green mining. Okay, whatever. It's not green. Okay. China halts critical exports. When we started the tariff thing in the U.S., I don't even know what to call it. Okay. James Baker, I don't know what he would call what's going on. I have a guess. But, okay, we started the tariff thing. China said, well, we'll just keep all your critical everything from you then. Critical minerals, rare earth elements, we'll just stop that. And guess what? We need those things. Critical minerals, rare earth, these are an energy security concern. We need to at least recognize that. We have to understand what that means. Batteries reduce dependency on OPEC for transportation fuels, and batteries increase dependency on China for transportation fuels. You have to decide who you want to be dependent on. Maybe both. Maybe optionality is good. Ken taught me that word, I think, when he taught me how to add, as an economist. So some closing thoughts here for you. Energy security underpins economic security. The healthy economies in the world have secure energy. And that does something else, a little bit, maybe contrary to our thinking a little bit. That allows us to invest in the environment. Environmental security depends on healthy economies. The poorest countries in the world can't afford to clean up. They just can't. Here's the cleanest air in the world. The green countries are where it's cleanest, particulate matter 2.5. The red countries are where it's the dirtiest. Rich, green, poor, red. Soil, water, etc. Can't afford to clean it up. Brings us back to this. And the environment, yes, the atmosphere and the climate is one pillar of it, but so are the land and the air and the water. We've gotten a little out of balance in Western Europe and the US on the atmosphere. It's taken center stage in a big, big way. Energy security, economic security, environmental security. We want it affordable, we want it reliable, and we want it clean. We want it all. The problem is on this ternary diagram, geoscientists in the room, we love these. Everything has to sum to 100%. You want 100% clean, you don't get much of anything else. Okay? That's the trade-offs in the real world. The real world. There are trade-offs. Beware the tyranny of one right way. Okay? So here we sit. Climate matters. It's important. It's not the only thing. Poverty, resources, environment, economics, physics, security, education, and more. They all matter. It's an optimization problem. I learned that from engineers. It's an optimization problem. You can't optimize everything 100%, and it's going to vary by region, for sure. I call this the radical middle, and I have for decades now. That's where the challenges are, where the tough stuff lies. The data, the compromise, the hard work that has to be done, and energy underpins all these things. So how do we frame it? How do we frame this security transition paradox? Once upon a time, I guess if you were political about it, the right probably talked more about security and the left more about transition. Now I see the left is having abundance conferences and talking about all the above, and the right can't agree with them, of course, on anything, so they have to do something. It's just bizarre to me. But as everybody starts to come to these things, good, let's agree and get in there. How do we frame this paradox? Well, it isn't binary. It's complex. You're going to talk about these things even in your resilience for the next 2 days. Security, economic, environmental security, here we sit. The fear freezes us, okay? I was trained to be scared of nuclear. I'm old. I used to get under a desk in kindergarten during the Cold War because we knew that would protect us from a nuclear attack. That desk was really resilient. Kids today have been trained to be scared of climate. Full stop. Different fear. Got to get rid of fear. The beginning of wisdom is to do away with fear, okay? So let's just set that aside because these are complicated issues. It's not believe or deny. Our emerging economies, 4 billion people, need affordable energy. They want to become developing, and they should. Another 3 billion people, developing, want to become developed, and they should. The wealthy world, clean. The irony of all this is we have to accelerate economic growth to clean it up. More energy, more economic health, more ability to invest, like the wealthy world does. Energy flourishing essentially approximates human flourishing, which again, ironically, approximates environmental flourishing. This is the triad, the trilemma, and the framing for how we are going to go about it. So secure energy underpins healthy economies. Healthy economies have the capacity to invest in the environment, and global leaders have to balance energy security and environmental security. It's not easy. So here we are. So what's my thought on energy transition? I think it's from poverty to prosperity. I think that's what the transition is. We will have succeeded when we transition from poverty to prosperity for the world. Thanks. I'll just leave this up if you have a minute or two, and people always ask, can I get your talks? Or yes, I'm gonna post one today with a lot of these slides framed differently. You can have the PowerPoint animated. My voice is under it, hear what I would say. Podcasts, book, films, or just get them, they're free. That's why we do what we do. So appreciate your support on all that. I don't know how we are for time. Ken.
We've got a few minutes for questions, but there'll be a QR code other than those shown in just a second. But I have one I want to ask you because
No, you don't get to.
it,
Sorry.
it connects to what what your broader efforts have been. I wonder if you could share with everybody your experience in working with graduate students around the world on the switch competition. What have you seen as that program has evolved?
Yeah. It's called Case Competition, and it's undergrads and grads. We started it 5 years ago at Switch, which is a nonprofit. And it's evolved a little bit, but they pick one or two countries, and they have, over a 3-week time period, they try to lift them out of energy poverty. They try to figure out how to do that. And not fairy dust, like real world. What are the resources? What's their government? How much money do they have economically today? How does all this going to work? And they struggle because there's no great answers. Many of you how many have actually volunteered and judged a switch case competition? I see Dave back here. A few of you have. It's a blast. It takes an hour a week for 3 or 4 weeks. The competition just started a week ago. There's still time. So reach out to me. And you get a team of 4, undergrad and grads, and it's incredibly emotional because a lot of them live where there's poverty. We got 900 kids this year from 30 countries or 40 countries, I forget the number, working on that. And then they go out and they form their own Switch ambassador or alumni ambassador group, and they stay in touch with us, and we hire the top few people from the teams as interns the next year, and they help us design the next competition. And there's money for it, $25,000 in prize money for the top 5 teams, and it goes to the kids, not anywhere else. So, yeah, there's a little capitalism in here too. They're financially motivated. Really powerful thing. And Switch does a lot. We have a Switch classroom in middle schools and high schools, 10,000 teachers in the country now using it in AP Environmental Sciences and other things to supplement their material because you can't get around the education agencies in each state. But you can if it's online and free, and they use it like crazy, and it's just objective, balanced, non-political stuff. Here's the thing, and their scores go up, blah blah blah. So it's a blast. Yeah.
Thanks. So I have actually 2 really interesting questions. I'll ask this one first. It's a bit of pontification, but it's okay. If you could make one change to U.S. policy right now, what would it be?
Energy policy or any policy?
Stay with energy. Yeah.
One change. It's ironic. I'm going to ask that question to a group of CEOs on Thursday at Montana Tech. Get one change to make. I think mine would be to consider energy policy that motivates markets. Governments suck at picking winners in energy. Everybody does, but governments are really bad at it. So don't try to pick winners. That fails every time. Frame the policy to motivate markets to move in directions that we all agree are important. More secure energy, more affordable energy, less emissions. Frame the policy to support those things that can do that, and then let's let the markets compete on how best to do that. So it would be a market focus more than a mandates and subsidies and winner picking focus. The pendulum, Chris Wright is a close friend of mine, okay? And I've known all the energy secretaries, I'm sure Ken has too. But the pendulum literally crashed through the wall the last 4 years, and now it's crashed through the wall now. And nobody can react to any of this. There's no stability. There's no predictability in what the federal government's going to do. So I think we got to slow the pendulum down and get back to looking at the fundamentals that matter and invest in those things that companies can't do. They don't have the wherewithal to do. Invest in those things and then let the markets compete.
So there's a question here about nuclear, and I'll reframe it. I think you'll end up hitting the point that the person asking the question had. But when you look at the potential for nuclear power, not just in the U.S. but globally, you see very different investment environments, very different policy environments. How would you characterize the future of nuclear as we look out to, and I'll just pick the arbitrary number 2050 because that's what everybody says, but
Yeah.
if you look out that far.
Yeah. Oh, look, communism works for some things, right? Russia and China are building 70% of the world's nuclear today, the big reactors. Just build it. Build Three Gorges Dam, move 1 million people. Can you imagine moving 1 million people in the U.S. to build the dam? Really? So I would characterize the global nuclear scene as about to have its day. In the U.S. and even Europe, it's a bipartisan agreement. Both parties want nuclear today. They're okay with it. Young people don't mind it at all. In fact, they support it. We've done on my PBS show, Energy Switch, we have almost a nuclear episode every season. We're just finished recording season 8. Go look at those. Grace Stenke was the former Miss America. She was on the show as Miss Wisconsin, but she's a nuclear engineering student. Young people aren't scared of it. It's the densest form of energy. Fission is 1 million times denser than coal by weight, and coal is 50 times denser than a battery, okay, by weight. It doesn't have any emissions at the source. It's expensive to build, but not everywhere expensive to build. Some people build them pretty efficiently. And the cost per, pick your favorite unit, megawatt hour, kilowatt hour, is very affordable once it's built. So it has a lot of advantages to it, and it's baseload, dispatchable. It's always on, very efficient, low footprint. So I see it coming. It got perturbed for several decades. We're scared of the thought of nuclear, of radiation. It scares us, but it shouldn't. I've been in nuclear power plants. When you get the dosimeter and look at it at the end of the day, 0. I would have gotten more being on an airplane, and I get way more. So there's just so many myths about it. It's coming, but we got to get past the public perception of it a little bit, still, particularly here and a few other places. And I think we will. Small modular reactors, et cetera. And fusion, not fission, fusion, safer, inherently safe, et cetera. Different fuels. And we're a lot closer to fusion if you've kept up on that, and I've tried to. We're a lot closer to the reality of fusion, capturing the energy from fusion and constraining that. And then commercialization will take a while, but it could lag that. It could lag the fission. So it's coming. And those who don't go there are going to get left behind. Pure and simple. We've got to go there as part of our mix. Not the only piece, but as part of our mix. Yeah.
Question here about population growth globally. And of course, when you look around the world, you see very different rates of population growth. I wonder if you could comment a little bit on how that impacts what you see the future holding.
Yeah, I had to take a lot of slides out of this, but you're just asking the right questions, so thank you. I don't know, go again to the PBS show and look at the one on population. It's incredible. I think it will be eye-opening to you. Fertility rates back in 91, you saw a few countries below replacement rate of 2.1, a few countries. Most are above the replacement rate. And the countries that were below it are the rich countries. You choose not to have kids. That's what pulls fertility rates down, is wealth and other things. But fast forward 30 years, all the countries in the world have been plummeting in their fertility rates. They're not all below 2.1 yet, but India went below 2.1 3 years ago. They haven't rolled over in population, that's the math, but they're all plummeting, which means at some point in the future, and there's demographic estimates of that, it was 2085, around 10 billion people. Now it's 2075, a lot of demographers, at 9 billion people, and we're at 8.3 today, peaking Population. Guess what? I used to think, oh, well, it'll just kind of plateau and we'll hang out at 9 billion for 1,000 years. No, it plummets. It falls as fast as it rose. 200 years up, 250 years down to 2 billion. So think about that in 2075 when that starts to happen. What does that mean? The challenges of literally no growth in humans and other things, what do we measure as good? But in the meantime, we've got to get to 2075, 50 years with everybody in the data that I showed today. So population weighs large. The poorest countries in the world have population pyramids that look like this, very young, not many old. Ours looks like this. And then the ones in the middle, the developing, are kind of going from this to this. And here it means there's a lot of kids that have to take care of a bunch of us oldies. I was born in the 50s, okay? That's going to be hard. So those demographics matter a lot around the world. The global demographic is aging. The global demographic is starting to age. And that introduces itself into the energy world in a real way. Some of it's good. Less demand. You know, I wish I could be alive in 2075 and stick around for a while and see what we decide and how we choose to do that. My kids will probably be here, and my grandkids for sure. It's going to be a fascinating time.
Well, we're up against it on time.
Yeah.
Everybody join me in thanking Scott.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to sort of build on, in some ways, what Scott just talked about. I'm going to invite Ryan Sweet up to the stage. Ryan is the chief economist in the U.S. for Oxford Economics. Most of you, I think, might know who Oxford Economics is, but they're one of the lead macro forecasting agencies. They do a really good job. They recently had a report, I told Ryan this, on the importance of data integrity, which if it doesn't come up in his talk, I'm definitely going to ask him about it because it matters. He also has an adjunct position in economics at Westchester University of Pennsylvania, and prior to that, spent time at Moody's Analytics. So really looking forward to his remarks. Ryan, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited. I know hearing from an economist at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning isn't the most thrilling part of the agenda, but I got a lot to cover, so I thought I'd leave you with 3 points. The first one is the global economy is digesting 4 distinct shocks, and some are doing better than others. And those 4 shocks are a real demand hit from tariffs, a tightening in financial market conditions, which kind of has ebbed since April, supply chain disruptions, and then uncertainty. There's a lot of policy uncertainty out in the world, and this is economically suffocating. I've spent a lot of my career studying the economics of policy uncertainty, and it's just always been something that's fascinated me. And a lot of the recent struggles, particularly here in the US, on the labor market is because of uncertainty. Businesses are just sitting on their hands because they don't know what the rules of the road are. And once they get some clarity, things will get better. So that leads me into point number 2. This has been a little bit of a struggle for the US economy this year. But those that have been arguing that this is the end of US exceptionalism, I think are premature, and that argument's overdone. The next couple of years, you're really going to start to see the economy really begin to pick up. And then point number 3 is that there's a ton of risk. There's always risks around the global economic outlook, particularly in the US, but there just feels, subjectively, a lot more risk that could derail the economy over the next couple of years. But we can't lose sight of some of the upside risks, and we'll dive into that when we talk about AI. One thing my kids asked me, I got 3 little kids, and they asked me, what does an economist do? And they're like, what is your job like on a day-to-day basis? And this is the first thing that that popped in my head. This is a scene from Dumb and Dumber, and today with all the uncertainty, with all the significant policy shifts, it just feels like economists were yelling at each other, trying to get one point across and the other. So if you're wondering which one I am, I'm the guy in the middle. And this is where Ken's point about data is really important. All our forecasts, all our analysis, it's apolitical. We let the data speak. We let our global economic model, which is rooted in decades of economic theory, tell us our policy is good, bad, or indifferent. And that's what we're going to go through a little bit today. So I think the best place to start is, as an economist, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you are. So economic forecasting is really like reading a map. So one thing that we do is we take all the economic data, all the key economic data. So think of the National Bureau of Economic Research, who is the de facto arbiter of where we are in the business cycle. They have their handful of indicators that they look at. We take that, mash it up together, and create this coincident indicator. So we call it the business cycle index. And it kind of helps you assess on a month-to-month basis where we are. And no fault to the NBER, but typically they'll tell you you're in a recession when the recession's already over. So we want to know, are there some fissures developing in the economy? The good news is, globally, there's a few fissures here and there. Domestically in the US, we have a couple, but nothing that's going to turn into a fault line, at least in the next 12, 18 months, that have me really worried about a recession. Things are going to feel difficult, and we'll talk about that when we talk about the bifurcated economy that we have in the US. But overall, recession risks in the US are low. Elsewhere in the world, they're much higher. I'm very concerned about Europe. I think if any region suffers a recession in the next 12, 18 months, it's going to be Europe, UK. Asia's hanging in there. But we got to be cautious about the improvement that we're seeing in Southeast Asia, because a lot of it's AI related. And if that boom turns into a bust, that's that kind of tail risk that could push Southeast Asia into a recession. So the way to interpret this chart, it's not as straightforward as my Dumb and Dumber chart, but if you're at 0, that means the economy is growing around trend. And the US is at or maybe a fraction below 0, meaning that GDP growth, it's about 2.5%, 3%, when you smooth all the ups and downs. Globally, however, you can see that the rest of the world isn't faring as well as we are, which is, again, counter to that argument that US exceptionalism is dead. Fundamentally, the US has got a lot of tailwinds behind us that is going to cause our economy to noticeably exceed other advanced economies going forward. The key line on here is that dotted line. That's kind of our recession threshold. So you can test, how far does your business cycle index need to fall before, you really need to start getting worried about an economic recession. But recessions, they're unique. No two recessions are the same. And I do think economists, we have this bad track record in assuming the last recession is what the next one's going to look like, or the last two. And that's not the case, because the last 2 recessions globally and in the US have been because of significant shocks. We had a pandemic, we all remember that, the financial crisis in 08, 09. These were economic shocks that brought everyone down at the same time. We're in a different world now, where your traditional recession is a rolling one, where industries go in, they come out. You try to avoid having too many industries going in at the same time that bring down the entire economy. So this rolling recession is what the US has been experiencing. Not that the overall economy is in recession, but housing's been in and out. Manufacturing has struggled over the last couple of years. It's showing signs of perking back up. But barring any foreseen exogenous shock that brings every industry's down at the same time, this is what we're going to be experiencing. Just a rolling recession from industry to industry. On the consumer side, you and I, it depends on who you ask. how the economy is doing. High income households, great shape, globally and in the US. Lower income households are under a lot of pressure. And unfortunately, fiscal policy, trade policy that you're seeing in the US, but also abroad, is going to cause this bifurcated global economy just to continue. Now, certain countries are trying to narrow that gap. India, for example, is trying to build up its middle class. China's trying to do the same thing. India's having more success than China. But going forward, this bifurcated economy where you have winners and you have losers is not going away anytime soon. I was going to try to avoid talking about tariffs, but I think it's impossible. So tariffs is one of the first shocks that the global economy is absorbing. And the way that the global or tariffs affect the global economy is through higher prices. So tariffs are inflationary. We're seeing it in the US. If you look at core goods prices, which are just goods prices that exclude food and energy, those that are subject to tariffs have risen quite noticeably. The good news for us is that services inflation has come down because the job market has softened, wage growth has slowed. Services inflation is really sensitive to the health of the labor market, where goods prices are getting propped up because of these tariffs. Now, these tariffs are going to cause a one-time price level increase. Now, it's going to be spread out over time because these tariffs are being rolled out. 1 month, you get tariffs on certain countries, and then you're getting these sectoral tariffs. But you're going to see the impact of tariffs on inflation fade next year. And this is the other caveat and I'm not trying to beat up the profession of economics too much, but macroeconomists, we do a disservice by talking about inflation as the rate of inflation. And this really hit home when my wife was like, what's going on with inflation? I was like, well, it's coming back down. We're at 3, 2.5, 3. I think the Fed's, they're going to be okay. Not going to declare victory, but we're not too far from 2. And she looked at me and she said, you're the worst economist in the entire world. She's like, look at bread prices, look at milk prices, look at gasoline prices. They're still significantly higher than they were last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That's how the consumer thinks. They think about price level. So even though tariffs are going to have a one-time impact on the price level, that's still going to resonate with lower income households because tariffs are disproportionately going to affect lower income households in the US. They're regressive. If you look at the basket of goods and services that they purchase, tariffs comprise a good chunk of the goods that they buy. A lot of things from Indonesia, China, areas that we have very high tariffs on. And you're seeing these prices increase quite noticeably. If anyone's gone out and tried to buy a stroller recently, 99% of strollers that the US consumer buys are imported from China. There's no way around it. There's no substitution. And these are just higher prices. In these price level increases, it takes time for lower income households to feel like they got caught up. And this is what concerns me for lower income households is that they still don't feel like they're financially caught up from the pandemic inflation surge. And even though this is a drop in the bucket of what we experienced in 2020, 2021, it's just another cut. So I worry that the lower end consumer in the US is just dying by 1,000 cuts. And that's something that concerns me. The chart on the right is showing you essentially what the economy is operating with based on tariffs. So you can look at all the announcements. Let us do it for you because it will give you a splitting headache trying to figure out what the overall statutory tariff rate is in the US. But the most important one is what's the actual tariff rate? Because there's a boatload of exemptions. And that's why, economists, we weren't wrong to say that tariffs were inflationary, but when these announcements around tariffs were first done, go back to Liberation Day in April, there was a lot of pessimism that this was going to be another 1970s style inflation shock, but that didn't come to fruition because there was a lot of exemptions. And that kind of diluted or dialed back some of the inflationary impact. The risk from tariffs is still there. We can't say that the economy has absorbed all of it yet, Because the other thing is that there's lags. And you may hear me say the word lags quite a bit today. But things that happened in January, February, March, April, it takes time for it to affect the economy. It's not instantaneous. So the tariffs that were implemented in April, they're just starting to impact the economy, last month, this month, early fall. The tightening in financial market conditions that happened in April, the economy's feeling it today. The good news is, though, some of these drags on the economy that we're going through right now fade, and the economy should start to see the benefits of loosening financial market conditions early next year. That's why we're fairly optimistic about the global economy and the U.S. economy when the calendar turns. But with tariffs, one question we have to ask ourselves, what's the end game? Because that has important implications for your forecasts. And no one really knows what the end game is. But I think realistically looking at what the stated goals are, eliminating the trade deficit, that's mathematically impossible. And it's mathematically impossible because of you and I. We buy a lot of stuff. We buy a lot of goods. So the US consumer is, unless there's a seismic shift in our spending patterns, we're not going to be able to close the trade deficit because we're not going to produce enough goods here for us to consume. It's just unfeasible. So you can kind of put that aside, that's not a realistic objective. The second objective is to reshore a lot of manufacturing to the US. And I'm skeptical of that because the economics doesn't work. Unit labor costs in the US are still much higher than they are elsewhere. Even though we've been investing left and right in manufacturing structures, the age of the manufacturing capital stock in the US is still pretty old. And that's a big sunk investment to build new plants, invest in new equipment, software. And the other thing is we don't have the workers. The skills needed for a manufacturing job today are a lot different than they were in the 1970s and 1980s. It's more akin to a tech job today. And we just don't have the workers to do that. We just don't have the number. And the lack of labor force growth is something that is really going to come to bear over the next several years with less immigration. We need more people. And if we want to reshore manufacturing, then we need more people. Send them to trade schools, vocational schools, to build the skill sets needed to do these manufacturing jobs. I get pushback on that the US can't produce a lot of widgets. And the number one thing that always comes up is steel, that the US used to produce a lot of steel, and we did. But anyone remember what the steel capital of the country was? Pittsburgh, right? The Steelers, all right? Do you know what Pittsburgh's economy is today? Healthcare. Eds, meds, and tech. So Pittsburgh's reinvented itself. And it's not a switch. You can't just turn Pittsburgh, flip the switch and they're back to producing a lot of steel. So there's a lot of headwinds. It doesn't mean that we won't reshore, and we assume in our forecast, we identify what's going to be reshored to the US. That's pharmaceuticals, we know semiconductors and chips. Defense-related manufacturing, that can get reshored. But furniture isn't coming back to North Carolina, South Carolina. It's apparel, same thing. It's not going to get reshored. That leads us into this chart where you're seeing a significant reshuffling in trade. So it wasn't too long ago, probably a few months, that the US had 100% tariffs plus on China. That's an embargo. We're not going to import anything from China with 100% tariffs. So what happened is we saw US imports from China just fall off a cliff. But we weren't producing it here. We were importing it from other countries. So you can see that when you add up what the US was importing from Japan, Taiwan, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea, I'm forgetting one country, is essentially offset the entire decline that we saw in China. So it's just a reshuffling of trade. And that gets me to the point that these tariffs are permanent because the end goal of these is a revenue raiser. They're going to raise a boatload of money, $2.5 trillion, $3 trillion over 10 years. and lawmakers aren't going to roll back these tariffs. It's like giving my children a popsicle. Once you give it to them, you're not getting it back. And that's how lawmakers view money. When they get a new source of revenue, they're not going to give that up. So these tariffs, now some countries, their tariff rate might go up, they might go down, you might get more exemptions on certain sectoral tariffs, but we are going to be permanently have a higher effective tariff rate in the US going forward than we had pre-President Trump's inauguration. And it's going to be roughly something that we saw since the 1920s, 1930s. So this is a seismic shift, and this is why in our forecast, globally, we think going forward, we're going to have more regional trade hubs. If you remember the regional mall, that's kind of what you think of when you think of global trade. It's going to be Asia, it's going to be Europe, it's North America, South America. That's how trade is going to be done going forward. It's going to not necessarily be reshoring, it's going to be friendshoring. So the US will bring more manufacturing closer to home to kind of minimize these potential supply chain disruptions. Because since the pandemic, the number of supply chain disruptions is becoming more and more frequent. And that's causing goods inflation, it's causing disruptions to corporate profits. So there's a strong economic incentive to bring manufacturing closer to home. It doesn't have to be in your backyard, but it can be, for the US, it can go to Costa Rica, it can go to other parts of Latin America, South America, rather than putting all your eggs in China's basket. So why US exceptionalism isn't dead is we have a lot going for us. High on that list is productivity. So leading into the pandemic, productivity growth in the US was unimpressive. It was growing about 0.5 point per annum. So how quickly your economy can grow over time without generating inflation is a function of just two things: productivity growth and labor force growth. US productivity growth since the pandemic has perked up. It's not growing in gangbusters by any stretch of the imagination, but relative to the rest of the world, productivity growth is doing really well in the US. We're becoming more productive. And that's a function of a very tight labor market in the US. We have an unemployment rate in the low 4%. A tight labor market does wonders for productivity. It incentivizes businesses to invest in technology, in software, labor-saving items that help us do our jobs more efficiently. And that's helping boost productivity growth. And all the productivity gains that we've seen over the last several years and this year, most of it is attributed to a tight labor market, more dynamism in the economy relative to what we saw pre-pandemic. So the number of businesses forming has remained very high since the pandemic. So essentially entrepreneurship has come back to the US, and that generates productivity gains because your newer businesses, they're going to use the latest and greatest technology. They're going to come up with new ways to do things faster. That's supporting productivity growth in the US. None of this is related to AI yet. In fact, AI is probably a net negative, if I said that right, a net drag on productivity growth today. We're investing a lot into it, but we're not getting a lot out of it. Those productivity gains from AI are coming in late 2027, 28, 29. So we have plenty of time before we see those AI impact. And the US is by far and away out in front of everybody else on the AI cycle. So we're going to reap those productivity gains first. And that's why you see in this chart here that the US is going to outperform other advanced economies, not by a massive amount. And this differential has very little to do that the US runs a massive government deficit. So yeah, the government spends a lot more in the US than it does elsewhere per capita, but this differential is because of productivity growth. It would have been larger if not for restrictive immigration. So earlier you heard that the US has a demographic problem, and we do, but so does the rest of the world. And in fact, the US's demographic mountain that we need to climb is less daunting than you see elsewhere. It's very ugly, but the rest of the world is in a worse place. What sets us apart is that we have always been able to import and bring in and attract foreign-born workers. So over the last 10, 15 years, the only reason the US labor force has risen is because of foreign-born workers. Without that, the native-born workforce has been essentially stagnant. And then within native-born, women are critical. Women's participation rate has risen, whereas men, I don't know what's going on with men, it's not going anywhere. So with these restrictive immigration policies, we're only going to see a net immigration of 500,000 per annum over the next several years. In any given year, equilibrium is 1.1 million. That's a big delta. And that affects every part of the US economy. And a question that we're trying to answer is, if those foreign-born workers aren't coming to the US, where are they going? Are they staying put? Are they staying in Europe? Are they staying in Latin America? Are they staying in Asia? And that is a big question mark and a big uncertainty in the forecast, because that could impact productivity growth in those countries and labor force growth. But as of now, looking at fundamentally, the US is, better times are ahead. We've had a rough year. It's kind of like the Houston Astros, right? You had a really good run there. This year was a little bit of a disappointment. Doesn't mean that the Astros aren't going to bounce back next year. Big baseball, our family is a big baseball family, so except for Dumb and Dumber, I'll probably reave in a ton of baseball. All right, let's talk about AI. Because globally, this is the big differentiating factor. Because again, productivity growth is critical. But one of the risks is, what if this AI boom turns into a bust? Now, economists over the last few years, all the scenarios around AI have been, how great is this going to be? How much is this actually going to boost the global economy? Who's going to be the biggest winners? Really, no one was talking about the losers from AI. But when something's growing like a weed, it looks like a weed, more often than not, it is a weed. I'm not arguing that we're in a bubble, because bubbles can get a lot bigger before they pop. But this is a risk, and this is why we're starting to consider downside risks from AI. Now, you have the easy scenario around, okay, let's look at the early 2000s or late 1990s, the tech bubble, what happened there. But this is a little bit different. A lot of investment from the tech companies isn't debt-driven, they're just using free cash flow. But more of these downside scenarios is, what happens if it doesn't boost productivity growth as much? What happens if it's more disruptive to labor demand than what we are anticipating? I think the general consensus is that AI is going to be creative destruction. So in the long run, it's going to create more jobs than it destroys. Doesn't mean that it won't destroy jobs. We've identified all the occupations that are most exposed, law clerks, for example, or a lot of your back office jobs. I always get this wrong. The green screen, the CGI, that can be done by AI. So you are seeing some evidence of job destruction. In fact, the unemployment rate among recent college grads is above the national average for the first time in 40 years. So what's driving that? Look back 4 years ago, what was one of the most popular majors? And I was disappointed econ was not one of them. Computer science. So those that are graduating last year and this year with computer science majors are facing a much different labor market now than what they thought they were going to be facing, when they went into school. That doesn't mean these workers are going to be structurally unemployed. They're very skilled, very educated. They can find work elsewhere. But it's the occupations where their skills don't easily transfer to other occupations or other industries. That's where you start to see, some increases in unemployment. The other risk around AI, and just let me take a step back with tariffs, is what's our exposure to China? And this is another thing that's going to shape the global outlook, because the US is out in front when it comes to AI. China's trying to catch up very, very quickly, but we have this friction. The US and China have these trade tensions. And those countries that are most exposed to what's going on between the US and China, and tariffs and AI kind of go hand in hand because there's this arms race essentially when it comes to AI. So if you're in the upper right-hand quadrant, that's not where you want to be. You have high exposure to the US and you have high exposure to China. So you're kind of in a lose-lose situation because someone's going to win. The bottom right quadrant, not surprisingly, Russia, for example, and Singapore, largest exposure to the US. Germany, on the other hand, has the largest exposure to China. Germany is the most exposed to the US. So where each of these countries sit in this relative matrix between this tug of war between the US and China could determine how your economy performs over the next 5-10 years, depending on who wins sort of this arms race between the US and China. All right, so I know it's another Dumb and Dumber reference. Wait, that's an Airplane, right? Airplane. That's my other favorite movie, is Airplane. So you got to ask yourself, how long can this run, this AI boom? Because to put things into perspective, when you add up data centers, computer science, or computers, peripheral equipment, software, tech is about 4.5% of US GDP. That's increased quite significantly in a short period of time. This is when you start worrying about bubbles. And I'm always a little bit cautious about doing charts like this, but if you kind of overlay where we are today relative to what happened during the tech boom, it would argue that we got plenty of room to go before we really start to worry about bubbles. So we're not in the camp that you're going to see a popping of a bubble anytime soon. But this underpins our forecast. If you look at capital expenditure plans among large tech companies, very strong for 26, 27, and even into 28. So next year, the US economy, and keep in mind, Southeast Asia, that we import a lot of these goods from, these chips, these computers, some of the software, are all going to benefit from this wave, another wave of AI-related investments. So this has plenty of room to run. The key for the US for next year isn't AI-related investment. That's essentially a given. We know that's going to happen. But what happens to non-AI-related business investment? And it's going to be a banner year because fundamentally all the drivers for business investment in equipment and software are all very supportive. Corporate bond spreads are tight. We still have some labor force growth. Profit margins, non-financial corporate profit margins in the US are wide. You're going to see very strong investment in equipment because a lot of equipment spending should have happened this year, but we had a lot of policy uncertainty and businesses just sat on their hands. Doesn't mean it went away, it just gets kicked down the road, and that's into 2026. So let's bring that same chart back, kind of mapping where we are relative to the early or the late 1990s, early 2000s, and then see what countries are benefiting the most. And you can see we've been investing a lot in AI, not just on the structure side. So data center investment has gone through the roof. We still have a lot of questions of where that energy is going to be coming from. You may be able to tell me the answer. But other countries are also benefiting. So Southeast Asia, Japan, they're all reaping the benefits of very strong business investment in the US in AI. So one thing we got to ask yourselves are what if? What if questions? What if this boom does turn into a bust? So we can create a couple scenarios around that where say we have a popping of a bubble, but it's concentrated to the US. That would be scenario one. We can have a second scenario where the impact is centered in the US, but it spreads. So the contagion effect, because we all are well aware that when the US catches a cold, the rest of the world gets it as well. So you can see in the first scenario, if we have a popping of a tech bubble, the impact on GDP is quite noticeable. The rest of the world, doesn't feel it as much, but the US, this is enough to push us into a recession. The second chart breaks it down by country, who's going to be the biggest winners and losers. And the caveat to this is that there's a lot of other linkages. So if the US falls into a recession, you would expect Mexico and Canada, because they're our largest trading partners, to follow us in. But overall, it's Canada, Mexico, Vietnam, which has very important trade ties when it comes to AI, Korea, Taiwan. Those are the biggest losers of a popping of a tech or an AI bubble. And again, we're not saying that there's a bubble today or next year, because at least historically, bubbles get a lot bigger before they pop. And when they do pop, the economic fallout is typically a lot more significant than what anyone's anticipating. So this is something that we have to keep a very close eye on. But if you kind of think of the risk matrix of what is the biggest risk to the global forecast, AI is starting to creep up there. It's not tops on the list, but it's moving up there that it could be more disruptive than what we're anticipating. All right, Ken, how are we doing on time? All right. Ken brought up a very important topic, and that's data reliability. Because knowing how the economy is doing depends on looking at data. We have a treasure trove of data. There's no golden statistic in economics. I wish there was, but there isn't. So you got to look at everything. So we look at daily data on consumer spending. We can look at work with our tourism group to see how many people are upgrading from economy class to first class, which is a very good indicator of how consumer spending is doing, because if people are retrenching or cutting back, they're not upgrading. So it's a good sign there. But the number one thing is the labor market. All right, we have to understand what's going on in the labor market, because that's your firewall between an economy that is slowing and a U.S. economy that's going to fall into a recession. And now the revisions that we've been getting have been garnering a lot of attention, that the data isn't good or it's being politicized. None of that is true. In fact, these revisions are encouraging to me, because it means that the BLS is trying to get it right. Because they do yeoman's work in trying to capture how many people are working in the U.S., and we have a $30 trillion economy. It's massive. And in fact, historically, if you look at the size of the revisions relative just to the size of our labor force, they're getting smaller and smaller. So these numbers are getting more and more accurate. So what we did here is just apply what we think the BLS downward revision to employment is going to be. Don't get hung up on what's behind the revisions. Does this mean that the economy is in a recession? What's important, going forward, we only need to create 50,000 jobs a month. That's it. It's a pretty low bar. We don't need to create 200, 300,000 jobs like we have over the last few years. We only need to create 50,000 jobs to keep the unemployment rate stable. And that's a function of a weakening in labor force growth because of less immigration, but also 11,000 people are retiring every single day. So labor force growth is slowing, and the participation rate is coming down because people are dropping out of the labor force as they retire. So that means we don't need to create a boatload of jobs. So that line in the sand between what makes a good jobs number and a bad jobs number has dropped quite significantly. And for next year, it's only 50,000. The year after that, we're getting into the 35, 40,000. So the bar is very, very low. So I'll leave you with this. What should be our North Star for the health of the labor market? Even though I said that there's no golden statistic, mine is the prime age employment to population ratio. That's 25 to 54. All right? I have a love-hate relationship with the unemployment rate because the unemployment rate can go up for all the right reasons and not be a recession. Because remember, this time last year, if you turned on the news, CNBC or Bloomberg or read the Wall Street Journal, what was everyone talking about? A recession, because the unemployment rate had risen. But when you look under the hood of what's causing the unemployment rate to go up, it's because people are entering the labor force. That doesn't cause recessions. It's when the number of unemployed is rising. You get permanent layoffs or temporary layoffs. That's a recession. We didn't have that today, last year, and we don't have that today. Layoffs in the U.S. are still very, very low. So that's why I always look at the prime age employment to population ratio, because those 25 to 54 are the ones that have to be engaged in the labor market. And that prime age employment to population ratio is currently north of 80%, which means the job market is in relatively good shape. So I always try to end on a positive note. I don't know, that was pretty positive, right? I mean, no, I'll end on just don't bet against the U.S. I mean, there's going to be lots of noise, lots of policy changes, lots of ebbs and flows. There will be good times, there will be bad times, but the U.S. economy is going to hang in there. And I don't think we're going to see a recession in the next 12 months. Things get a little bit dicier in 2027, 2028, with the AI bubble kind of starting to, or AI boom deflating, but next couple of years, the economy should hang in there. All right.
I have several questions. Is this on? I have several questions that came through, and I'm going to lead into the ones that are focused on AI because you kind of dove into that a little bit.
Okay.
We had a conference here in late August, and this was a big part of that discussion. And there was a lot of back and forth about what adoption of AI is going to mean for the labor force. With some folks say, look, it's some of these jobs that are kind of archaic are going to go away, but it really means there's going to be a shift in the type of skill sets demanded, which you kind of leaned into a little bit with reference to computer science. But the question that sort of comes up, which was at the heart of those discussions, and I want to get your perspective on this, is will the AI boom drive effectively a negative for job creation? In other words, will it ultimately lead to structural unemployment?
That's a fantastic question. And to answer that, we looked at the skill sets of every occupation globally and in the US, because this isn't just a US phenomenon, and identify where AI could replace. And then look at the skill sets of those workers and how easily transferable you can go to other occupations and other industries. And then on net, you're kind of left with those workers that could be, let's call them, left behind. And whether or not they become structurally unemployed depends on the policy response, because if the government invests into job retraining, sends them to say vocational schools or trade schools or back to colleges or universities, then they can get new skills and become re-engaged in the labor market. So I don't think it will cause a permanent increase in the number of structural unemployed. It's going to affect frictional unemployment. I mean, you could see a lot of fluctuations there, but structurally, I don't think you're going to see it permanently higher. But that's under the idea, and this is something that I'm becoming increasingly concerned about, is a jobless expansion. Now, everyone's been talking about stagflation, great buzzword, but stagflation isn't happening. I was never overly concerned about stagflation. And stagflation is high unemployment, high inflation. Everyone goes back to the 70s. But I do worry about a jobless expansion where we don't create a lot of jobs. Maybe it's less than 50,000 because AI is automating a lot of these jobs more quickly in the near term. GDP is rising, but we're not creating a lot of jobs. Very similar to what happened in the early 2000s. And that's when productivity was growing very quickly in the US. So I do get worried about a jobless expansion, less so that it's going to lead to structurally higher unemployment, because AI will create a lot of jobs that don't exist today. I mean, I guarantee my 3 kids have a job that doesn't exist now because of AI. I think some economists have argued we'll see a 20% unemployment rate in the US because of AI. Anything is possible. But if we start heading in that direction, that's when you get universal basic income, because the government's not going to be able to function with a 20% unemployment rate.
So you just mentioned automation, and this is actually, there's a couple of questions on this one, so I think your perspective here would be really good. But in particular, you made some comments about reshoring manufacturing or nearshoring manufacturing. But in terms of onshoring it, right, so bringing it back home, to what extent does automation sort of drive labor productivity improvements and ultimately help overcome the higher labor costs, labor costs again in the US?
It does. It helps on the margin, but some of these very labor-intensive manufacturing, think apparel, furniture, it's just very unlikely going to get reshored. But even those that you can try to automate, you still need workers to maintain the software, maintain the robots. We just don't have the workforce for that. I mean, keep in mind today, we have an unemployment rate of 4.2%, 4.3%. It's a very, very low unemployment rate. Productivity growth overall looks great, but in manufacturing, we've seen very little productivity growth relative to other industries over the last 10, 15, 20 years. That's going to have to change to be able to significantly lower the unit labor costs. But that's only one piece of the puzzle. Unit labor costs, you have the age of the manufacturing capital stock, so your plants, equipment, software, and then the regulatory environment. That also will deter some reshoring of manufacturing. So we will see manufacturing come back, but it's going to be very narrowly focused. It's in defense, biomeds, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, things like that. It's not going to be this broad-based reshoring of manufacturing, because the U.S. economy can't reinvent itself, overnight or even over 5, 10, 15 years. It takes time.
So there are literally a bunch of questions we're not going to be able to get to, but again, we'll archive those and try to answer them sort of in follow-up. But I do want to connect this all back to energy, because that's why we're in the room. When you think about the AI boom and what that means for the build-out of energy infrastructure and what that could potentially mean for cost of energy, because this is an issue that a lot of people are wrestling with right now. How is that factored into your outlook for the U.S. economy? Because energy prices historically have not been good when they go up for the U.S. economy. So I wonder if you could comment on that.
Yeah, I'll make a couple quick points. The increase in energy prices is becoming less of a drag on the economy than it was 10, 20 years ago. The share of spending that, of our spending that goes towards energy, so heating, gasoline, is dropped. I think the last time I looked, it was about 1%. It's pretty small. You go back, early 2000s, that was up to 3, 4%. So when energy prices go up, the hit to you and I, our actual spending is small, but it boosts investment. You see rig counts increase. You see a lot of additional drilling. Productivity growth in mining has just been very, very strong over the last few years. So higher energy prices is actually less of a net drag on the economy today than it was recently. Going forward, when we talk about U.S. exceptionalism, productivity growth is one piece, energy cost is another. The U.S. has very low energy costs relative to the rest of the world. That plays very favorably into our medium-term forecast when it comes to the cost of investing. It doesn't have to be in manufacturing, but investment more broadly in the economy. When energy costs are low relative to the rest of the world, we become more attractive. And that's one of the other tailwinds that I think gets kind of brushed under the rug because everyone's focused on tariffs or immigration. But the U.S. has a lot of these positive tailwinds for us.
That's a really interesting thing to hear you say. We're actually involved in a project right now. I'm working with one of my postdocs on this, but looking at the impact of energy prices on the U.S. economy, because for those of you who don't know, there was a ton of work done on this in the late 70s and early to mid 80s just because of what had happened then. And there was sort of a universal outcome, right, that higher energy prices a drag on energy importing countries. But what's happened in the U.S. over the last 5 years? It's actually moved to a net energy exporter. And the irony of that is higher energy prices tend to actually have a bit of a boost. So don't know the outcome of the work yet, but it's actually just something to keep your eye on because it does change the dialogue quite a bit.
Yeah, and I can't wait to read it because, the reason why it's still a small drag on the economy is because it's you and me.
Yeah.
We're 70% of the economy. Consumption's so big. Every penny increase in gasoline reduces spending by $1 billion over the course of a year. So that's still a big number, but it gets offset by this being a net exporter of energy that we just produce a ton.
Absolutely. Everybody join me in thanking Ryan.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome everyone. This, I think, may be the second session. I assume so, given the time of the day it is. My name is Mark Castillo-Banaus. I'm from London, as you can guess from my accent. I'm a partner at Baker Botts. Project finance is my business, and I've done many, many deals around the world, from Russia to Africa to Asia, and a bit in LATAM as well. So I'm very keen to run this session with this distinguished panel. The session is World in 60 Minutes, Reflections on the Global Outlook. So we'll be trotting around the world, talking about Latin America, talking about Asia, Europe, and Africa in particular. All of those areas, clearly right now it's very topical given the geopolitical tensions, and very much at the forefront of our discussion will be energy security, supply chains, and where we see activity and the challenges both regionally and on a global perspective. With me on the panel are 4 distinguished fellows from the Baker Institute. I'm sure many of you will know them. We have Gabriel Collins, or Gabe. He keeps on telling me, so I'll call him Gabe. Jim Crane, Francisco Minaldi, and Todd Moss. So as I mentioned, we'll be talking about the global outlook, but also be touching on various regions around the world. So it'll be a really good, fun road trip. We're going to start with personal introductions, and then we're going to go back, and each panelist will give a snapshot of their views, both on the global perspective and their regional speciality. And then obviously we'll turn to Q&A. I've got a few questions, and also we're very much hoping we'll get some interaction from the audience. Again, there will be a QR code, I understand, or you may have it already, but it will pop up on the iPad here, and then I will funnel that to the panelists. So without further ado, maybe introductions. Gabe, we can start with you.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to be here with all of you. Mark has found the one 4-letter word I'll allow you to call me, which is Gabe. So, appreciate your warm introduction there. My name is Gabe Collins. I'm a fellow here at the Baker Institute. My research focuses on energy, water, and some national security issues. In terms of geography, Eurasia is my main focus. Core to that would be China, Russia, and India, but we have a lot of work going on looking at Southeast Asia and some of the emerging energy, consuming areas in Asia, and also obviously Europe itself. In terms of, just a few points I want to share briefly here to kind of frame up the discussion is, when we look at China, we're looking at an energy system that's about 1.6 times the size of the US energy system, which is now the second biggest in the world. And there's been a really interesting set of evolutions there that has almost been the inverse of what we've seen with policies, particularly in Europe, but also to some extent of what we've seen in the US over the last decade or so, in that you see a fairly intensive energy evolution process, but it's one that's built on a very different foundation. And it's really this idea of basically constructing what I call an energy fortress. And if you look at Chinese statements and actions, one of the core elements to this is trying to shift the Chinese energy metabolism from being a petro-state, which the US still very much is, to being something that's more akin to an electro-state. And one of the reasons that we see them embracing electricity is it capitalizes on 2 big strengths. One is you can use your existing domestic fossil resource base, which for China is coal. They're a significant oil producer and a significant gas producer, but in terms of being essentially self-sufficient, coal is the resource for that. The other big strength it taps into is China's engineering and construction and manufacturing capacity, because if you're doing electricity generation, and particularly if you're trying over time to de-emphasize fossil fuels, that's a huge engineering and manufacturing enterprise. They're doing wind at world-leading scale, they're doing solar at world-leading scale, hydro, and they're also doing nuclear. I'll just give you a few numbers here for perspective. Is over the last 4.5 years, China has added more thermal generation capacity, which is mostly coal, a little bit of natural gas, more than the entire installed coal plant base in India, and bigger than the entire remaining coal power fleet in the United States as well. So, on the order of about 240 gigawatts. If you turn to nuclear power, they've added an amount of nuclear that's about 25% larger than the entire installed base in India, which is the place we would be looking at for sort of the next global energy growth story, at least in terms of a single country. Looking at hydro, twice Norway's installed base, just added in the last 4.5 years. Wind, they've added more than the entire installed base in Europe. which is often viewed as a global wind leader. And then for solar power, they've added about 4 times the installed base in North America. And so you're talking just tremendous numbers. And in terms of how this factors in security-wise, one of the big preoccupations is, among the Chinese leadership, is how do we reduce our dependence on imported oil that could be interdicted by the US Navy and allied navies? And one of the things that electrification does is it enables you to portfolio compete fuels, which is great, as you're dealing with your different, sources, whether it be within the country or imported from abroad. The other thing it does is instead of oil-derived molecules being your main source of locomotive energy, suddenly anything that can displace photons in a solar panel or turn a generation turbine, be that water, be that steam from nuclear coal, or be it wind, all those things are suddenly a fuel. It gives you a degree of fungibility, and fungibility and diversity is ultimately really the foundation of energy security. And we see this happening as now, like over the last 6 months, about over a third of the heavy trucks that we see entering the fleet there are either powered by natural gas or powered by electricity. We see China consistently selling about 1 million units a month now of electric passenger cars. And to kind of put these in perspective in terms of what this might mean for oil demand, my rough rule of thumb based on the data I've looked at is every 1 million passenger cars is probably displacing on the order of 10,000 barrels a day of gasoline consumption. Heavy trucks, if you're thinking about a Class 8 truck, is probably somewhere between 300,000 and 600,000 barrels a day per every 1 million net units that enter the fleet. And so, we have really, really tremendous things going on here. And, I think there's still real questions about the ultimate demand path that we follow, because displacement takes a long time. We see Norway, which is a global leader but operates on a smaller scale. Electrification has proceeded rapidly and it's gone deeply, but oil is still pretty persistent in that energy system. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch China moving forward. And I guess as a sort of a final thought here is one of the big questions is, if you started to think about a thesis of stagnating or maybe even declining oil demand over time, is do we see China export that overcapacity? In this case, it'd be refined products first and foremost, in the same way that we've seen with batteries, with autos of all stripes, and other types of goods. And that'll be a space we're watching really closely. But with that, I have a thing on my LinkedIn account where I've just posted the data here, so you'll be able to see it. You don't have to take my word for it. And appreciate y'all's attention. And on to you, Jim.
Yeah, Jim, over to you, and good to get your views also on the Middle East as well.
Oh, right. Well, great to be here. So many familiar faces, students. Glad to see you. Thanks for coming. So I'm Jim Crane. I cover the Middle East, energy and geopolitics. Kind of look at the oil exporting countries in particular. The threats they face from climate action, from some of the stuff that Gabe is talking about, the sort of competition between electrification and clean tech and these sort of fuel-dependent systems. They'd like to keep oil attractive and competitive in the global economy, and looking for ways to do that. Also hedging, right? So they're also going down some of these similar routes that Gabe's talking about. Diversifying their economies beyond just oil. Using oil rents to diversify. Some of the giga projects that we're seeing popping up in Saudi. Some making more progress than others, let's say, is one way, but other ways too, right? So locking in markets through building refining capacity or petchems capacity in big growth markets in Asia, especially. And then I guess the topic I want to kind of kick off with today is their relationship with the U.S., right? So this oil for security bargain that, through the Carter Doctrine, Gabe and I have written about this, a while back, is this thing still a going concern? Is it still functioning? Sort of the traditional view, has been that, that the U.S. Was basically the security guarantor for that region, right? For the Persian Gulf region. We've got about 40,000-ish troops in the region. We spend $100 billion and plus per year, and that revolves. It's tied to Saudi oil market strategy, right? And their maintenance of spare production capacity, and the idea that they're supposed to, ensure or at least try to bring about price stability and keep oil flowing to the global economy. And so basically Saudi oil market strategy is tied to their national defense, right? It's almost like it's a national defense strategy for them. But now, there's been several pretty strong perturbations in this that we've seen recently, and I think lots of folks in that part of the world are trying to figure out, hey, does this old oil for security arrangements still hold? How can we diversify our security arrangements, right? So I think their worries, up until probably a few months ago, were, how long is oil going to be in the global economic mix? Now I think they are not so much worried about that. I think there's been some assurances about that. A lot of forecasts about oil demand have been, pushed out. But now their big worry seems to be, how are we going to ensure our security, our national security? How can we create more stability in this region for inward foreign direct investment to start flowing in and help us diversify our economies? We saw President Trump travel to the Middle East in May, met with Mohammed bin Salman, in Saudi Arabia, had a pretty amazing public speech. I don't know if anybody saw his speech or read the transcript. It was almost like, it was written by a Middle Eastern Studies department. Really all these, platitudes and assurances about non-intervention from the U.S. and how bad U.S. intervention had been for the region, et cetera. So you had these appearances of strong relations, but I think that's been hiding several weaknesses that have kind of come to the fore recently. Just some high velocity policy shifts under Trump that are bringing about uncertainty, right? So this this commitment to their security, I think, is looking increasingly weak if you look at a few different events, right? So 2019, the Abqaiq and Khurais attacks by Iran on Saudi, right? Took out almost 6 million barrels a day of oil processing capacity for a while. The disputes with the Biden administration, that led to a cut in in oil production capacity, right before the 2022 midterm elections, something we've never seen. So bad relationship with that administration. An attack, a Houthi attack on Abu Dhabi in 2022 that killed a few people in an ADNOC facility. And then on Iran and Israel, I think U.S. and Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf monarchies are kind of evolving in different directions. The U.S. and Israeli war on Iran in 2025, in June, resulted in an attack on the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. When Iran tends to respond to the U.S., a hostility from the U.S. or Israel, the Gulf is one of the recipients of that. And then what seems like a green light for Israeli hegemony in the Gulf. If you think about it from the Gulf perspective, that doesn't look so benign as it might from a U.S. perspective. So, and then finally the bombing of Doha, the Israeli bombing of Doha. That was attacking the Hamas negotiating team. Really a big shock for that region, right? So one U.S. ally attacking another U.S. ally, and then again the U.S. with air defense capacities right next door in Al Udeid. No response again to this. So this. The Carter Doctrine formed back in 1980, that says that the U.S. will use military force to protect its interests in the Gulf, starting to look kind of selective, I guess is one way to put it. So that's destabilizing for the region. How should they pursue deterrence, right? How can they deter attacks if the U.S., their security guarantor, isn't going to do it? And so, we're starting to see some of the formulations of a response there. And, we're seeing the Qataris, okay, they're kind of doubling down on buying into the U.S., more U.S. weapons. Trump has given them a written defense guarantee, this time just from him, after his verbal one in May that didn't seem to work. And Saudi, right? We saw them just signing a mutual defense pact with Pakistan, right? With that includes a nuclear umbrella, Pakistan's nuclear umbrella. So some real interesting developments there. I'll leave it there.
Francisco.
Sure. So I am the director of our Latin American Energy Program. Very happy to be sharing with my great colleagues here, and looking at from the Latin American perspective some of recent trends. I will focus on the oil industry in my initial remarks, because I think it's pretty interesting what's happening particularly in South America. After 2 decades of decline and stagnation. In fact, Latin America was the only region that didn't take advantage of the oil boom at the beginning of this century. The region and a decline that reached oil production reached 8 million barrels in 2020. The region has bounced back and has surpassed today the 10 million barrel per day production, a level that we had not seen since a decade ago. However, it's very interesting to sort of compare that to what happened in another region in the same hemisphere that has about a similar level of resources, which is the US and Canada, right? To give you an idea, Latin America in 2008 produced 10.6 million barrels of oil, and the US and Canada produced 10 million barrels of oil. Today, Latin America produced 10.1 million barrels of oil after reaching 8. And the US plus Canada produced 26 if you take in liquid hydrocarbons. So it's unbelievable. I mean, the US produces more than 1 out of every 4 barrels in liquid hydrocarbons. But very interestingly, the Western Hemisphere is producing today 37% of global oil production, levels that we had not seen since 1971. So before the U.S. Started to decline, and also the growth in other areas around the world, and that's from 25% in 2008. So most, of course, of the growth has happened in the U.S. and in particular in Texas, in the Permian Basin and other and New Mexico, et cetera. But as I mentioned recently, we have these developments in South America. So far, I mean, the history of the region is one of underperformance, right? Particularly for the last, I would say, 5 decades or so. As I said, this is a region with a massive hydrocarbons endowment, particularly oil endowment. But with the exception probably of Brazil and very recently of Guyana, you cannot say that these countries are living up to their potential. And even Brazil itself could be producing significantly more oil. In fact, if you account only for resource endowment and technical and economic issues, Latin America could be producing almost twice as much as it's produced today, which is, astonishing. Of course, the 2 largest producers historically in the region were Venezuela and Mexico, and both had been going down. In the case of Venezuela, much more dramatically than Mexico. But as I mentioned, the big star in the last couple of decades has been Brazil. Brazil today is producing about 3.7 million barrels of oil. That's, for the first time, Brazil is surpassing the sort of peak levels of Venezuela and Mexico in the past. So it's a pretty impressive performance, particularly for a country that before they discovered the deep water resources and the pre-salt, nobody thought that they will ever be a net exporter of oil, and they are a relevant one today. So, Brazil could surpass 5 million barrels by the end of the decade, becoming one of the top 5 producers in the world. So a pretty impressive development. The other, of course, amazing story is Guyana, a country that discovered oil in 2019, is producing close to 900,000 barrels of oil. It would produce by the end of the decade probably almost twice as much. So it's an unbelievable story of success and rapid development from exploration to development of these fields, and it's pretty unique in the region because Guyana is the only country in the region that doesn't have a dominant national oil company. They basically don't have a national company so far, although they have talked a few times about doing it. The other interesting, of course, development in the oil industry in the region is Argentina, because I think it's pretty important in the sense that this is the only place outside of the United States in which fracking and shale are being developed at a significant pace. So a lot of the knowledge, the expertise developed here can help develop these massive resources that they have in Vaca Muerta. Vaca Muerta could be, from a resource endowment and sort of technical and cost, could be another Permian, but it's very unlikely to be because of above ground risks, and which have been the issue in the region. And I will sort of close with this. The reason why Brazil and Guyana have been sort of the outliers, the countries in which the oil has been developed, I think in the case of Brazil has to do with the quality of its institutions compared to other countries in the region. Brazil is the only country that has not reneged, expropriated, or nationalized existing contracts, even though they have had a dominant national oil company that, by the way, is one of the best runs national oil company among the developing world. And in the case of Guyana, of course, it's too soon to tell, but so far they have respected the contracts. They have allowed Exxon to do what they know how to do best, and develop these resources very fast. There might be some concerns about the future there, but so far so good. But the last point I wanted to make, these are developments. I mean, so basically the growth in Latin America has been in offshore, deep waters, Brazil and Guyana. But in Argentina, it's completely different. It's shale. And of course, shale is a completely different type of exploitation. It's a short cycle, sort of lower sunk cost type of development that has much less above ground risks inherently because of this nature, compared to, imagine, in developing a deep water project, from exploration to development, you might have 10 years, and then you have a very large sunk cost that generates revenues for decades. So you need very strong property rights and stability of policy to develop that. Whereas the shale, except for the infrastructure in LNG, et cetera, is much less risky because it's, again, short cycle. The government has less incentives to expropriate. So I think Argentina, even though it is a country that I'm half Argentinian, so I know a lot about it, it's a country that tends to, again and again, disappoint us in terms of their stability. I think they still will develop significantly, particularly the oil side of shale. Thank you.
So I'm Todd Moss. I am a proud non-resident fellow here at Baker. I'm a recovering academic from LSE. I've worked at the World Bank, Think Tank World in Washington, D.C. In Bush 43, I served as the West Africa lead for Secretary Rice. And right now I run a think tank based in Washington called the Energy for Growth Hub, which is committed to using energy investment to unlock job creation in any economy where crappy electricity is holding back the economy, and that is about half the world. I'm going to talk mostly about Africa here. It's hard to talk about 54 countries in 5 minutes, so I'll just hit a couple of spots. I would say don't sleep on Africa. Nigeria alone will soon be larger in population than the United States. The installed electricity capacity they have is less than 1% of the United States. So on one hand, well, that's like they're way behind, but on the other hand, this is a massive opportunity for the next several decades to build out all of that energy infrastructure that all of those consumers are going to need. There's some really big things happening in Africa right now. Mozambique LNG looks like that's about to happen. That looks real. In Ethiopia, just a couple weeks ago, the government inaugurated a massive new hydro project, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. That is real. There's a lot of stuff that gets announced that is not real. You'll hear, if you follow it at all, you'll hear a lot about green hydrogen projects in Africa. Over 60 have been announced. Almost none of those will happen. That is not real. But what I really think is exciting, where I want to kick off this discussion, is talking about the electricity sector. There's something going on right now called Mission 300, which is that the World Bank and the African Development Bank, along with a couple of other funders, have kicked off a massive program of more than $50 billion to connect 300 million people by 2030. And they are in a mad rush to make that happen. And there's a lot going on. 300 million people, that's almost the entire population of the United States trying to get first connections for that many people in a short period of time. Pretty interesting, with some good upsides and some downsides, which maybe we'll get into. The second big thing going on is a very strange solar boom going on in Africa. So just a couple weeks ago, a terrific think tank called Ember released data on Chinese solar panel imports into Africa. It's absolutely gone through the roof. Cheap Chinese solar panels are flooding into Africa, which on one level is great. If you live with terrible electricity, it's going out all the time, you don't trust your utility, you can stick panels on your roof, or you can just say you can cut the cord and leave the grid entirely. So that's starting to happen. But what's not happening, and why I think it's unusual, is we are not seeing utility scale solar build out at the same level. So this is an organic bottom-up response, which is probably third best response for people who are just fed up and they're taking electricity into their own hands. And rooftop is good for the individual, but it's actually quite bad for the economy as a whole, especially if you're hoping to industrialize. You're still going to need large-scale power that can get you the economies of scale to drive down your costs and be globally competitive. And so Africa is kind of moving toward a series of isolated electricity islands rather than a robust national power system that you need to undergird a modern economy and create jobs. And it's really about jobs. And I think of it a little bit like transportation. And if you can imagine an economy that had a dysfunctional transportation system and you needed everything to be able to move people and goods around the world, and then all of a sudden you got a bunch of cheap Chinese bicycles and everybody's got bicycles, that's great, but you also need trucks and airplanes and cargo movement. And that's kind of where Africa is headed. I'm based in Washington, D.C. We see everything through the lens of the US government and politics. Where we are. I'm sure none of you, fortunately, do that also. But the African energy situation seen through Washington, D.C. lens is very closely tied to what Scott mentioned earlier, which is Washington, right now, this administration sees their relations with Africa entirely through a lens of critical minerals. And if they want to diversify, the United States wants to diversify its mineral supply chains away from China, not just mining, but processing, they are looking to new partnerships in Africa, and that is going to require a lot more energy. They're going to need more energy for mining, to expand mines. A country like Zambia right now, the US is trying to do all kinds of things. Zambia does not have enough electricity for its day-to-day needs, much less expanding mining. All the countries want mine processing. They don't want to export raw materials like in the colonial era. They want local processing in an industry. That means even more energy. And then third, I think the most interesting thing is a mine and minerals processing facility can be a great anchor for building a national power system. You can have bankable generation and build out from there. So there's really a lot of interesting things going on there with mines, mineral processing, and with potential new bankable anchors for building it out. And then just the very last thing I'll say, which is probably off people's radar, is that on June 10th, the World Bank made a really critical decision, which is they lifted a decades-long ban on financing nuclear projects. They were forced into it by the Trump administration, but they've done it, and this has ignited interest in lots of countries in nuclear power, in particular small modular reactors, which are not yet commercial in the US, but that's a very interesting option that countries are getting quite serious about. And I would say from a geostrategic perspective, if the US does not get the financing through the World Bank and other instruments together, that will push countries. They only have two other options. That's Chinese state-owned companies and Russian state-owned companies. So very, very big development there that I think will help to shape the future of energy in Africa. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Todd. You touched on minerals, and we have one question coming in. I may just, ask you, Francisco, in terms of LATAM, how are they also leveraging on their mineral strengths? It's always been active. Do you see that as a continuing trend? And how the financing is going to work, and are there any challenges for various countries in being able to achieve their optimum production in the mineral sector?
Latin America has a massive resource endowment in minerals, too, particularly in critical minerals. The sort of lithium triangle, particularly today developed in Chile, but Argentina is also growing, and Bolivia has tremendous potential, but untapped so far. Of course, in copper, besides the largest world producer, which is Chile, you have Peru being a very relevant player. So notice that most of the countries that have these resources are not the same that have the oil and gas. So this has very important implications for the future of the region. There will be winners and losers, as the decarbonization advances. There are, some very interesting things happen. The Chinese are moving very heavily into the region, and going back to the question of nearshoring. For the U.S., it's a pretty relevant issue, and the U.S. foreign policy has really been focusing on trying to get U.S. and Western companies down there. But at the same time, there are other challenges. The region has this history of resource nationalism in oil and gas, but also a little bit in mining. And for example, the biggest producer, which is Chile, has one of the best records in general. They did nationalize the copper industry, and they are one of the few that in which the state-owned companies plays a very dominant role. But in the last few years, they have signaled that they want a bigger participation of the state also in lithium. So I think that will be constraining of the development of lithium in Chile, and also the fact that they don't have a clear legal framework for lithium. And that opens a tremendous opportunity for Argentina, which interestingly is one of the few countries that has, like, say Canada, the property of minerals is the provinces own it. And some of these provinces are very eager to attract investment and are, trying to make everything, possible. So of course, Argentina, again, macro issues, rule of law issues are, a potential deterrent because of this above ground risk. But I think Argentina is right now probably seizing the moment, better than the others. And of course, there are other massive potential players like Brazil that has almost every resource that you can think of that will also play a relevant role here.
In that they've just brought in some new investment laws, treaties to really encourage investment with potential large-scale projects, potentially in the LNG sector, but also very much focused on the mining. And you've seen that around the whole Latin American region, where certain other countries are reforming their investment laws to really encourage, large-scale third-party sort of third, country entities, be it independent oil companies or other major nationals coming in and investing hugely.
Yeah, they have this law called the RIGI law for long-term investments. It's interesting because it's a law that you have to decide to get all those benefits. You have a period, a window, a very short window to really sign the deal and start investing because the government wants to bring investment forward. It doesn't, by the way, apply to shale production. It does apply to LNG infrastructure, but mining is taking advantage of that, and some mining projects have signed these type of deals. I think it's pretty interesting. It's sort of a law that contains sort of guarantees to avoid all the typical political risk of Argentina. It is a little bit like, worrisome that you have to sign. When you see the details, it's like a list of the things that Argentinians have done to foreign investors in the past, promising not to do them again. And so it's a little bit concerning. It's like if you went to a marriage and you saw the bad things that they could do to you. But I think it's a useful instrument, and hopefully will allow these investments to flourish without the uncertainties of Argentina.
And Francisco, maybe we'll just stay with Latin America. I've got a good question here. Please summarize the challenges in Mexico to get back on track as a strong oil and gas producer. Mexico.
Wow, that's a long one, but maybe there are short. Mexico has massive potential. They did a reform to open up the oil sector in about a little bit more than a decade ago, and they were amazingly successful in signing deals and attracting companies from all over the world. But immediately, President López Obrador won the elections. This is a guy who hated that reform. And even though he didn't, cancel or forcefully renegotiate the existing contracts, he very quickly signaled that he will stop, all new contracts, and little by little also, took measures to make it clear that he was not in favor of, foreign and private investment in this sector. He's a very state-centric advocate of Pemex, and of course he made the national company make terrible decisions like investing most of their budget in a refinery that has, just to give you to me an amazing figure, with the $22 billion that Mexico spent in that refinery that is going to lose money. They also, in the meantime, bought half a refinery here in Deer Park from Shell. And if you analyze the dollars per barrel, with the $22 billion, they could have bought all the refining system of Texas at that price, which of course wouldn't have happened, but just to give you an order of magnitude of the craziness of the decision. And of course, today, this company is super in debt. So the new government, Claudia Sheinbaum, is a more pragmatic, is a more evidence-based, even though she's pretty ideological, but she's also a pragmatist and a scientist. But they face a tremendous difficulty, which is that López Obrador, the last thing that he did was changing the Constitution again, making it much more state-centric, and basically banning all the types of contracts that that the previous reform had allowed, except for sort of service contracts. And so they are supposed to announce soon the new framework to invest through service contracts. And of course, service contracts are of many shapes. As you know, they could be much more attractive or less attractive. But clearly, if you see the spirit of the Constitution and the law, they will have to be relatively restrictive. And so I don't think they will get some significant investment. Mexico has tried this in the past and they have not been successful attracting investment. So I'm pretty pessimistic about the Mexican oil sector, but I think there will be some pragmatism and some investment. The other thing she might do eventually is doing new joint ventures between Pemex and foreign companies. And of course, there are some companies that did discover resources and are investing in Mexico. Woodside has a major offshore project, and you have other players that are investing in these existing contracts.
Thank you. Gabe, maybe we'll turn to you. There's some questions coming on this as well, but it's one from me. Europe's under various budget constraints, and also the political winds are changing away from net zero targets. Do you think Europe will turn its heads, its targeting objectives away from renewables in the near future? Or do you think the continuous momentum that we've seen in the last 5 years be maintained?
I'm not sure that the momentum necessarily goes away from renewables. I think part of what you have to ask is, will they adopt a more bifurcated path where you understand that you need the dispatchable resource space to underpin those and to give you both the reliability and probably also the power pricing. You need to be industrially competitive. And I think where that conversation leads you fairly quickly is to gas. In some cases there might be nuclear reactor restarts or upgrades that are possible, but when you think about being able to do multiple gigawatts of dispatchable power in a span of years, and we have the same conversation here in the US when you look at AI and you look at other load growth drivers. And I think what it boils down to in Europe is, how does the conversation continue to evolve on gas? Like, is this going to continue to be something where they favor spot market procurement, which prices out a lot of folks in the developing world? You think of Bangladesh and Pakistan. You have buyers who would love to lift cargoes, but sometimes can't if the price is too high. What happens to LNG markets if you see European entities signing more long-term deals? I think that's a huge dynamic. And then the other, I think, part of this is European policymakers really have to make a fundamental decision about how industrially competitive they want to be. Because what ultimately happens if you don't make decisions here that favor affordability and reliability and these other concerns that we find all over the world is consumers pay, because on the poorer end you'll be forced into heat or eat situations, and even if you're higher income it's still not something that's desirable. And then if you're an energy intensive industry, you face a decision of basically either operating at a loss and having to shut down or going offshore. And so it boils down to, does Europe want to remain a global industrial power? And it's a really fundamental question, and depending on who you ask in the policy space, you'll get answers that will sometimes say the right things, but the actions, will diverge, and we'll see if they readjust.
And staying with Europe, alternative routes for Europe for energy security across the board, given that many European countries can't look east any longer, they've got to look elsewhere. Who's going to fill the gap? Everybody's talking about it. You've got Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan doing a lot of activity. They've got a lot of resources. Or is it really going to be an increased, focus on import infrastructure, be it LNG terminals, etc.? Any views on that, Gabe?
By and large, with LNG, the capacity is fundamentally there. The question is, do they want to turn to LNG, whether it be primarily from the US, from Qatar, from Mozambique, probably from a combination of those? Will the decision be made to really turn to that as kind of a long-term, more permanent source to replace Russian gas? Europe, obviously, I think coming back to Todd's remarks about Africa, you were talking about 54 countries, and just with the EU, I'd be talking about 27, and then there's a couple more on top of that. So it's far from a unitary view, but I think when you think of the two sides of this equation in terms of big moving parts, obviously the Europeans on the demand side are a big moving part. Where are they going to source that gas from? And then Russia is another big part of that. When you look at how the Russians are pushing for Power of Siberia 2 and looking more to China. I think there's a heavy element of posturing there, but I think there is also an implicit element that there's increasing acknowledgement, at least on the Russian side, that the European market is at a minimum not going to come back at anywhere near the scale it was before, and very likely may not really come back at all anytime soon. And so it's time to look for alternatives. The question is, will we see a similar tipping point in Europe? And the thing I watch as an indicator is you think about BASF's deal about 18 months ago to get LNG from Cheniere. If I started seeing a lot more European industrials feeling that they had the political top cover to do those kinds of transactions, I would start to view that as a tipping point.
Thank you. Jim, back to the Middle East, I have one question here, which you mentioned about a lot of activity, and we know there's a lot of petrochemical deals being done. LNG is opening up, in particular Qatar you mentioned on the North Field, which is something that everybody's been waiting for, and they've got at least 3 or 4 trains that they're aiming to get online. How are the Middle East countries balancing their hydrocarbon and energy transition investments? Will the energy transition take a back seat on all of this because we're seeing an increase in the traditional hydrocarbon sector, or do you think it will still be balanced out?
I think still balanced out. I mean, we're not seeing any repudiation yet, like we are in the U.S. of net zero goals, and so the big players in the Gulf, 2050 or 2060 net zero goals, they actually have pretty strong attributes to go there. And they have a good rationale to do it. I mean, if they can decarbonize their power grid, start decarbonizing their transport, they can export more oil and gas. So it's kind of a win-win for them. Saudi and Kuwait are burning all sorts of liquid fuels. 40 to 50% of their power gen is from oil or heavy fuel oil, sometimes diesel. And so pushing that out of the domestic economy and getting that out on the water to import markets is just, this is something they've been trying to do for a long time. And renewables have gotten so cheap that they can use that as a fuel saver. They still, the problem they're having is that they need to sort of bend the curve a bit on their power demand growth because, as we've been saying, they still need that firm capacity to meet their peak load. But they can use renewables as a fuel saver. And a fuel saver in at least 2 of those countries is oil. So that stuff's valuable. And the Saudis are looking to squeeze 1 million barrels a day of additional exports without increasing production capacity, largely by squeezing it out of their power sector. So so their net zero goals give them a great rationale to do that. They gives them political cover for some difficult domestic policies. We were talking about this last night, Adam. Raising tariffs on power and raising prices on domestic energy prices. If they can say, hey, we are under lots of pressure from the world to start reducing our emissions, so you guys are going to have to get less. If you're going to have to economize on your power use, and we're going to roll some of these subsidies back. They can do that, and then they've got fantastic subsurface storage, right above their emissions clusters. They've got it's a great setup for carbon capture and storage, and for hydrogen if you want to go down that route. They've got the knowledge, they've got the cash, they've got decision making, streamlined decision making, they've got the geology, they've got great solar resource. So they have all these advantages for going down that sort of new energy route, and it gives them an economic boost. So I see them kind of interlocking them and using them to mutual advantage.
Todd, maybe turning to you, I have a question here on the Lobito corridor, DRC, Zambia, Angola. Any views on that? Obviously, they're very active in the mining sector. And again, maybe touching again on the competition between the US and China in terms of influencing Africa and having access to those resources.
Yeah, so that's the one big signature project from the Biden administration that hasn't been killed. And I don't think it's an accident, but again, both DRC, Zambia, and Angola, they all want to make sure they're getting something out of it, and they're not just fast-tracking the extraction of their resources and not having, domestic spillover effects for employment and industrialization. Not clear that the administration gets that entirely. But what's interesting is we've seen China and Russia and the U.S. each pick these different corridors that's sort of the flavor of the period, and trying to develop resources in those different directions. So, I think they're serious about doing it, but I don't know how far they're going to go to actually make it happen. And a big piece that is sort of, I don't know if it's obvious outside the Beltway, but all of the pillars of U.S.-Africa relations are kind of crumbling or having their legs cut out. So a week ago, the trade law that goes back to Bill Clinton era expired with nothing. So there's all of those countries now, their trade is now going to be exposed to new tariffs. So that's gone. Actually, yesterday, the authorization of the Development Finance Corporation, which is the principal agency for investing in infrastructure, their charter expired with no action from Congress. So that's going to be freezing. And the Power Africa initiative, which was started by Obama in 2013 but carried on through, that got swept under the USAID closure. So all of those tools that the US government would have to build multifaceted economic and diplomatic relations, they're all basically gone. So you're left with a kind of standalone series of transactions that really don't add up to all that much. So that's where we'll have to see if the new administration can kind of put some of that package back together. So far, I'm not that optimistic. I know Secretary Wright from the Department of Energy was invoked. He's given a couple great speeches, but the Department of Energy has no turf. They have no equities there. So I'm kind of pessimistic that that's gonna come through.
Okay. Maybe one question I wouldn't mind asking you, and also some other people have posted it as well. Nuclear. The increase in nuclear, is it the be-all and end-all in terms of the solution going forward? In particular for those countries that don't have access to resources. We've heard of Eastern Europe maybe looking to nuclear, even Africa, for example, looking at the potential there, and Asia as well. And on top of that, wouldn't mind if anybody has any comments, open to any of you, on small-scale SMRs. We're seeing a lot of interest in Europe, certainly. Rolls-Royce and the UK government's backing various initiatives. So generally open to the floor on that in terms of your views.
We want to go first?
Sure, I'll keep it
Okay.
short. So, I have a severe bias on this because when I think of nuclear, if you think about sort of the energy diet, imagine like a good plate of food. You've got like a third starch, a third vegetables, and then a third protein. Well, nuclear is straight protein for your power system. I mean, it's low emissions, it's energy dense, it's something where you're untethered largely from commodity price volatility in terms of fuel supply. So, there's huge implementation challenges. I mean, just to begin within the United States itself, much less scaling it up in some of these, power-starved markets abroad. But when I think about this as a high-level political and policy question, I think an Atoms for Peace 2.0 type of strategy at the high level on the part of the United States would be extremely beneficial. This is something that has impacts that are very positive in Africa. It would have impacts in the Middle East. It would have huge impacts in Southeast Asia and India. You think of the ASEAN region plus India. It's 2.5 billion people basically right there. Something that's almost twice the size of China, and where you have proportionally higher growth rates, and where the default way of meeting dispatchable firm power needs is coal. And so some parts of the world, nuclear might compete against gas. A lot of these areas, it's a competition between nuclear and coal. And the coal is there and it's cheap and people want alternatives, but if you don't come with an alternative, then they use the default. And so I think, in terms of what can be done, both on the large side, you think about 1,000 megawatt type of nuclear reactor, and also some of the smaller facilities, whether it's something that's kind of in the 100 megawatt range, like a fair amount of the SMR designs we see, or in some cases, and I could think of, whether it's a remote, mining facility, or some of these cases in Africa where it's a power island, you might find that in some instances it's easier to put in generation than it is to build long distance transmission. And in those types of scenarios, something that's between 0 and 50 megawatts could be incredibly useful. And so I'll turn it over to you then.
Yeah, so, SMRs are extremely exciting, with a huge caveat is what's going to be the price. And because we don't even have the first commercial one, all the prices are pretty, poorly educated guesses. And they're going to be competing with natural gas. It's going to have to be cheaper than gas to be competitive. This administration has done, I think, a pretty good job of clearing away some of the brush that was standing in the way. They announced this kind of insane thing where they picked 11 companies that are going to have a DoD contract to produce power by July 4th next year. So they're really stepping on the gas. If it works, it could be like what was the COVID Project Warp Speed. It could be that. But these companies have to hang on and get to commercialization, which is not necessarily going to happen. And I think the issue, long-term commercial viability, is going to come down to the government, unfortunately, getting its act together, because you need NRC, you need DoD procurement, you need all of these things to kind of line up. And I had one of the guys on my team map out, if you were a next generation nuclear startup and you wanted to go from getting going to exporting to Indonesia, how many offices and government agencies would you have to interact with? And the answer is 25 offices across 8 federal agencies. And so it is a literal gauntlet for a startup that's surviving on VC to get through all of that. And so while the Trump administration is kind of starting to clear away some of that, they've also effectively shut down the National Security Council, which was the only group that was helping people navigate those 25 offices. So again, the potential is out there. It's great. If the US could get its act together, we could have a viable alternative to the Russian and Chinese package deal. The Russians and Chinese do not make companies or off-takers go through that gauntlet. They come with a nice package deal that's all wrapped up with a financing bow. We make them run through all of that. So we'll see where it goes. Even if the technology is better, the financing and all of the other components have to come together.
Yeah, and the Russians are deploying. They've basically taken reactors that are very similar to the ones they use to power their nuclear icebreakers. They've deployed at Pevek up in northern Siberia on a barge. They have 2 other projects in the works to feed copper mines in that same region. Yeah. And I would not be surprised if we had, whether it's the Indonesians or the Nigerians or any other, national government were to approach them and say, we want a barge to park in an area where we can hook into our grid. At this point, they would be able to meet that far faster and without this double valley of death that you're describing that our companies face.
In Middle East, real quick, Abu Dhabi's got 4 functioning South Korean-built nuclear power plants, producing almost 6 gigawatts of power. That's allowed them to begin LNG exports again. They were a net importer of gas up until firing those up, and now they are, so that has not gone unnoticed around the region. So I think there's some, and they got a good price on that from South Korea and from KEPCO. So I think we probably see a bit more of that too, just sort of standard, large scale plants.
Well, and embracing the technological capabilities of our allies and partners, maybe taking a less nationalistic view where even if we have the Atoms for Peace 2.0, it's not just American companies. At a minimum, you have to look at the Japanese and the French and the South Koreans as well, because there's a whole set of incredible industrial-based capabilities. And like Jim's describing, the Koreans can build on time and on budget in a way that in the nuclear space we haven't been able to do it for a long time, if ever.
Well, thank you very much. It's Round the World in 60 minutes, so I guess that's all we have. We could talk for another 60 minutes very easily. I think we've covered pretty well every region and sector. So a round of applause to our great panelists.
Good morning. As Ken mentioned, I'm Scott Janot. I'm the chair of the Environmental Safety and Incident Response Group at Baker Botts. And I'm going to keep my intro short because Mikhail's history is far more interesting than mine. So we could spend the entire day just hearing his origin story. But briefly, why are you up here today, Mikhail?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting a non-English speaking person. So I apologize still from my English, and I'm very happy and glad to be here in Houston, especially thanks to Ken for his courage of bringing somebody from far in Europe, even farther than Europe. It's Central Europe. I'm from Poland. I'm engineer by training, and then spent a couple of years working in Polish administration as a young clerk, negotiating Polish accession to the European Union. Then 15 years spent in outside of the public sector, in private, restructuring Polish energy sector, bringing some innovation, some startups in energy as well. And then coming back in 2016 as Deputy Minister for Energy, Innovation, International Affairs in the newly created Ministry of Energy. So that's exactly the parallel for DOE. And then after 2 years, I was asked by my Prime Minister at that time to lead COP24. I became president of COP24 and ran COP in Katowice, heart of Polish mining and industrial region in 2018. And then I was moved to another ministry, but because that's the competence of Ministry of Environment in Poland. And then I was asked to merge both ministries, so I became first Polish Minister of Climate, having under my responsibility energy, environment in Poland, obviously leading the work in Poland, but also interacting with my European counterparts in Brussels, all over the world as former COP president. I was also ministerial chairman of International Energy Agency in 2019. And now since 3 years, I'm basically back to the private sector, but doing a lot of very pleasant activities linked with understanding where the world is heading, and it becomes a bigger headache. Particularly viewed from our region. So I'm very happy to be back here. And just for an anecdote, my first come here was in 2019, March, if I remember correctly, it was 13th of March, when we launched together with Rick Perry, somebody from the region, must be well known here.
May have heard of him.
A very, let's say, I don't know, exotic way of calling a cooperation. It's Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Community. So that was not partnership for European energy community, but for transatlantic energy community. So this way, I think we distinguished European from transatlantic Europe. And so these were only Central European countries, and we maintain this format of dialogue between Central Europeans, with Poland being the biggest country in the region. More or less half of the Central Europeans within European Union are Poles. So we maintain that channel of communication between the region and US under Perry, then Bruyette, and Granholm. And so I was blessed to have a dialogue initiated here in Houston between our region and US.
So, Michal, one of the things that we talked about earlier that I find interesting is, as you mentioned to the audience, the marriage between the ministries in Poland for environment and for energy. Obviously, we have a different setup in the United States. A lot of other countries do it differently. Tell me a little bit about the thinking or really the ethos behind that marriage and the acknowledgement of the importance between, energy and environment.
Well, myself, I'm an engineer by training, so I spent most of my professional life in energy projects and also with 3 attempts to diversify Polish supply from Russia, away from Russia in terms of gas supplies. And so my background was mostly energy, but when I was transferred to the Ministry of Environment, it became very clear that there is a fundamental opposition within a government, a constant quarrel, if I may say, between the two bodies related with how to shape the future of our energy system. And so I think if there was a logic, the logic was somehow to marry this contradiction under one umbrella and to make sure that our future energy mix will be somehow environmentally safe, if I use the words of this morning presentation. But also, it is the recognition of the fact that we in Poland, and let me open here a parenthesis. I asked Scott and Ken, so if I am to blame, they are also a little bit to blame, whether I can use this parallel. And I said that Poland within European Union is a little bit like Texas in the US. So we are, and again, please apology for anything that I will say which will be hurting your feelings.
Go on.
But we have kind of a very independentist way of thinking of ourselves and very pro-liberal, pro-business entrepreneurship. Very anti-government. Poles are basically anarchic. So whatever is coming from Brussels, we always tend to think it's a bad idea. And so that was a very easy dialogue for a Minister of Energy and Environment, you may imagine, discussing Green Deal, European trading scheme, etc. Basically all the times we Poles, we were saying it's not a good idea, it's going in the wrong direction. And so, but creating the Ministry of Climate was in a way to incorporate the fact that we have increasing number of constraints, external constraints from the point of view of Poland on our energy system. For example, rising cost of European CO2 prices. And as you know, our energy system and energy-intensive industries have to pay for every ton emitted of CO2, and there is a price, ETS price. So at some point, it amounted to 100 euro per ton of CO2. So it's a big burden for a country which is basically rooted in the coal industry. By the way, again, I opened the last parenthesis, and I shut up and continue. Poland was the only country of the region which entered in 1989 the transition having 98% of coal as the only source of energy. All other Central Europeans had a much more diversified mix. In particular, all of them were somehow allowed by Soviets at that time to develop nuclear. Poland was the only country which was forbidden to do that. I skip the reasons for the moment, but in any way, that was a very, very particular mix for Poland based basically on coal. And it continued because that were quite new capacities. We have a mining of coal in Poland, so we struggled a lot in the discussion inside the European Union when a Green Deal and climate policies basically arrived. And we were trying somehow to accommodate with ways which would still fit within the paradigm, but find a particular way for Poland. So this is why my COP, for example, in Katowice, I was developing the idea, and I know that it's very connotated politically in US, but also in other countries, of just transition. Why? The basic idea, the logic behind is before you start scrapping existing system, build a new one. So think about creating a new energy system that provides jobs, that provides security, etc. So we were somehow trying to refocus the discussion in Europe not on destroying coal, but on building something new. I don't know whether we were successful. That's another story. I don't think so. But Scott, to you.
So that interplay between energy and the environment is complex enough. We're now 3.5+ years into the latest Russian invasion of Ukraine, which brought front and center for many countries across Europe the issue of energy security on top of the burdens of just simply energy supply and the environment. How have you seen things change across both the mindset of European countries as well as the approaches to energy security on top of those demands of just supply as well as the environment?
Again, I think talking about Europe from Texas is a little bit misleading because Europe is a geographical region and it's not that much a political unity. So when you talk how much it influenced Europe, well, it didn't influence, for example, eastern flank of Europe, for example, Poland, where the question of energy security was predominant since years. Why? Because we were exposed to Russian energy imperialism already since 20 years, more or less. How it happened? Well, 2009, for those of you who are in the gas industry, probably you remember that Russians cut gas supply. Basically, a couple of countries, Slovakia, Hungary, for 2 weeks during the winter were not able to get gas from Russia. And Russians were multiplying a number of different, let's say, sabotage incidents, testing our ability, but also buying infrastructure within Central European countries. There was an anti-competition survey done by the European Commission somewhere in 2010, if I remember correctly, which demonstrated that gas prices sold by Russians to Central Europeans were much higher than the gas which was sold to Germany. So when we are talking about the fact that Europeans get somehow, let's say, addicted to Russian gas, I mean, I think we are a little bit oversimplifying the equation, reducing Europe to Germany and Italy, because these are the key hard industrial European countries which were basically dependent on Russian gas. And then Russians developed also a strategy of, let's say, bypassing the region by building Nord Stream. As you remember, Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2. I spent a lot of my diplomatic life all across the globe, and especially in the transatlantic dimension, arguing that Nord Stream is a bad idea for Europe, for Central Europe certainly, for Germany including. And we somehow, what it changed Ukraine? Somehow the fact that we were voicing these kind of concerns inside Europe, inside Brussels discussion was for the first time heard. Somebody said, yes, energy security is an important issue. I think, again, here is a little bit misleading when I hear what is going on in Houston. But again, please, during the coffee, try to bring me other arguments. But I think that energy security is something what you consider as normal, what I consider as normal. At some point in Brussels, it was considered as a way of not adopting new climate policies. So when I was saying, I need to keep my coal and I don't want to be dependent on Russian gas, they said, you are against climate policy. You are the bad guys in Europe, so you must do something differently. So in a way, the fact that Ukraine was invaded by Russia somehow reunited in a very strange manner the views on energy among Europeans, because we, for example, I was involved for 20 years in building Polish infrastructure for LNG. Yes, we had the first LNG terminal in the Baltic Sea, stable terminal in the Baltic Sea, was a Polish terminal. We created Baltic Pipe. By the way, 3 attempts to do that over 20 years. All of them I participated in. But last one was successful. At the same time, Germany didn't have any LNG terminal, nor FSRU. So in a way, we all ramped up in the same direction. It reunited Europe, and it said, okay, perfectly, we can do something together. We need to do something together as far as energy is concerned. And the question is whether Europeans will be able right now, will have enough leadership really to change things. But that's another story.
And you've brilliantly anticipated the next story I was going to ask you about. Obviously, as you mentioned, Europe is not a monolithic, grouping of countries. Various countries coped in different ways with whether it was supply disruption or the like following the Ukraine war. Which of the changes and approaches in which countries do you think are going to be more permanent? Who has, seen the light and changed approach, and sort of what kind of a energy mix do you see going forward in countries that have been most affected by energy insecurity caused by the Ukraine war?
I think that France is somehow waking up to its nuclear potential. I don't know whether you remember François Hollande, previous president, and then Macron. They somehow tried to copy Energiewende, so the German way of building energy system, saying nuclear is a bad thing. We need to scale down the share of nuclear in our energy mix. It's now more or less 75%. Both of them said 50%. And right now there is a renaissance of thinking in France, and France has the entire value chain. Talking about resilience, France is the only country probably which has the entire value chain for nuclear. So I think in this regard it's extremely important for Europe that somehow France gets it through. For Germany, Germany, yes, it's a big loser, if I may say, of these geopolitical shifts, because it benefited from cheap Russian gas and it benefited from exporting to China. Both opportunities are being right now shaky. And so Germany, but Germany is still the biggest industrial powerhouse of Europe. Yes? When you are talking about the dependence of Germany on US, that was one of the presentations, very interesting recently. Yes, Germany is a very, very important European export locomotive. And by the way, many Central Europeans are also working in the supply chains with Germany together. And right now we see a shift among German industrial players because they see that they have a problem, double problem, self-inflicted volatility, because ETS system is a trading of, it's not a tax, but you have a European trading scheme where the price of CO2 is varying. So it's complicated to project yourself with an investment because basically speaking, you don't know what price of CO2 you need to put internally related with European rules. But then we have this externally inflicted uncertainty, shocks, and volatility of prices, because at some point the price of gas in Europe was 10 times the price of Germany. And even if now it is quite okay, still when you discuss with energy intensive industry, and again, that is extremely important for Germany, for Italy, for Netherlands, these industries are suffering from uncertainty related with the future of energy prices, and they have a problem with new investments. And so what one can see is that indeed Europeans are decreasing emissions, and I'm not following the numbers day by day or quarter by quarter, but as far as I have seen post-Ukraine war, the effect was rather demand destruction. So energy-intensive industries in Europe are suffering from high energy prices. And I think, last but not least, if I may say, we have different paradigms in Europe on the continent related with energy. When you would go to France, and I have been recently invited by French crème de la crème corps de mine, which is the key people, let's say, responsible for driving the policy of French government. And there was a lot about energy sobriété. I don't know how you translate sobriété in English. Sobriety.
Sovereignty.
So basically speaking, it's an idea that we need to consume less energy and then our societies will be more wealthy. It's the growth agenda. So that's quite existing in many European countries, including France and in Scandinavian countries. When I have the same discussion with my German counterparts saying energy is necessary for growth, they say, okay, but in any way, heavy industries is past, it's 20th century, 21st century will be post-industrial society, whatever it means. And so we will need less energy. So there are conflicting views in Europe regarding the basic facts, whether energy equal happiness. I'm referring again to Scott's brilliant presentation, whether energy means growth, whether we need more energy or not. And still, Europeans are somehow caught in these basic questions without knowing what to do. And I had recently, let's say, tried to understand a little bit the past of energy in Europe. And I have seen that there are basically 3 ages of Europe. And let me here cut a little bit and ask you a question so that I hope you will be still following me. Do you know which year in Great Britain, for the first time, we were burning more wood than, more coal than wood in order to heat houses? Just very particular. So, sorry? 1950, okay. 1980? 1890. 1880. Please give me one more number, whatever. I was wrong myself, very wrong. So no shame. 1980. Okay, 1620. 1620. And that is a very interesting logic and argument why energy is necessary for industrial growth. Because between 1540 and 1640, the population of Great Britain basically doubled. And you remember that was the time of great discoveries, yes? 1580, the first time that was Cook traveled across the globe and survived, contrary to Magellan. Then Navy was using a lot of wood, so wood became relatively expensive. And so people were, in order to heat their houses, were looking for lignite kind of coal, and they were digging more and more and more and more. And finally, in order to dig coal, they invented the steam machine. So the whole industrial revolution in Europe was because there was an abundance of cheap energy, that was coal. And then 1769, for the first time, Watt is developing the steam machine, then locomotives, steamships, etc. Steel production in Europe. Europe became a power because of industrial revolution, and industrial revolution was because of abundance of energy. I'm oversimplifying a little bit the equation, but I speak under your control as well. And then, so for Europeans, that there was an age of growth based on coal. Then 20th century, in a very interesting symbolic manner, it starts in 1914, when at that time Winston Churchill decides to switch Royal Navy from coal to oil because of energy density, yes, because of physics, yes, you can. But at the same time, immediately, he says, wow, we have a structural problem here. We had coal, we don't have oil. And so this is how the entire history of the 20th century in Europe can be revisited as a quest for securing energy and especially oil supply. Middle East, Suez War, 1973 oil crisis. And then Europeans try to develop some answers. Basically in 73, when the prices of oil were hit, there was a French Prime Minister, Pierre Mesmer, and he had, in France, we do not have oil, but we have ideas. I like very much the very Gaullistic way of posing this thing. And he said, and we will build nuclear. And so basically 56 reactors were built over, 20 years, yes, in France. And that was a good answer. Another interesting answer was provided by Great Britain, developing North Sea oil and gas at that time. Another, by the way, answer was provided by Germany, that was building pipelines to Russia, replacing one dependence on Middle East oil to another dependence on Russian oil and gas. Yes, and then basically speaking, it follows until 2022 to the war in Ukraine, where we are cut from Russian gas and oil as Europeans, and as you know, we replace this dependence basically with bringing American LNG. Half of LNG right now imported, and nearly half of gas imported to Europe is from America and from American LNG. But what is interesting, and that's my last point, for Europe. Europe has this idea for energy transition about going, it was very much influenced by Energiewende. I speak Europe now, talking about the European Commission, that we need to go for renewables, basically fueling electrification industry in China, solar, wind, batteries, and now EVs, and complement it with gas imported, not anymore from Russia, maybe partly from Middle East, but from US. But you can see that as Europe advances on the path to its energy transition, basically it's increasing its dependence. It's not reducing its dependence, it's increasing its dependence. So the only way for Europeans, and I end up my a little bit long demonstration here, the only way for Europeans who do not have on their territory enough oil and gas. It's not the discussion that you can have here in Texas, that we could have if we were in Riyadh or any other place. The only possible way for Europeans to keep its independence, energy security, growth, etc., is go for nuclear. But again, nuclear has been caught in a very, very complicated societal discussions, not in my country, because in Poland there is one of the few subjects on which there is a consensus from right to left, from extreme right to extreme left. Nobody's against nuclear. But for example, German society, Austrian societies have been very much influenced during the Cold Era, I don't know, but by all kind of factors, developing green energy, green parties, and green parties are extremely anti-nuclear. And so this is very much hindering possible rethinking of European energy equation. And by the way, I heard during the panel the last discussion about World Bank right now allowing for financing of nuclear. We have the biggest public financial institution in the world, till recently, I don't know, probably it's still the case, European Investment Bank, which didn't allow to finance nuclear. By the way, it didn't allow to finance gas, didn't allow to finance defense. So, and it is changing, but it is changing extremely slowly. It is changing too slowly compared with what is needed to be changed in Europe.
So Michal, we have a couple questions from the audience I wanted to run by you. The first is, how has the recent elections in Poland and the Czech Republic affected the way their view of energy security with regard to Russia?
I don't think it changed in Poland the view on energy security. There is a discussion about whether we should have more wind power or less wind power, and this is it has become a political discussion. We have a right-wing president and left government, which is possible. The cohabitation in Polish system is possible. President has no executive power, it has only a veto power over new laws. So there is a balance of power which is pretty healthy, but this subject is being caught a little bit in the middle. Regarding Babiš, so the new possible prime minister in the Czech Republic, I have no clue. I think he is rather vocal anti-Brussels, and at some point we have a problem also in Europe, because when we lose this unity and we are not able anymore to find a common way, for example, for Ukraine aid, then it becomes problematic. So I don't know how it will end up.
So changing subjects just a little bit on that, although I think it's part and parcel of the changing mix of power development in Europe. Where do you see net zero by 2050 going?
You were supposed not to ask this one.
I am reading from the screen here. Maybe it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about where COP30 is right now and what you'll be doing in 2 weeks versus 6 weeks.
Yes.
So
joking. I mean, we were, as an aspirational goal, going for net zero makes a lot of sense, especially in the European case, because again of this unavailability of resources. Yes. When it is being turned as a bureaucratic exercise, it becomes a little bit impossible to handle. Europe is right now overburden of administrative, sometimes stupid regulations, and it's impossible anymore to develop any new innovation. And that's because some policies are the result of negotiation between 27 countries. So basically you say, for example, we do not want any more methane. But then somebody said, yes, but from when you have a waste landfill, you can. Okay, but from an existing or function from the dead one. Okay, from existing, okay, from dead one, no. And so you end up with stupidity. On the same landfill, you can have a methane extraction when it is functional, or whether it's the other way around. I mean, for business, it's extremely complicated to go through. Financing of energy, and especially energy innovation, has been very much narrowed to basically network and integrating more renewables, batteries to the network, not even to small modular reactors or anything that we were discussing. So I think we have a lot of problem, and it didn't touch key problem: how to produce steel, how to produce cement, how to decarbonize energy-intensive heavy industries. So I think that in this regard, for Europe, it is an aspirational goal which will be revisited at some point. And by the way, Poland is the only country which said that it is not thinking being able to reach by 2050 the net zero, although it supports the objective of European Union as such. But we were obviously sidelined. So net zero is a very complicated story, and I think it will be, and you are perfectly placed, and the whole conference, in fact, is as far as I have seen it from the beginning, is also showing that there are questions which probably were not completely taken into account. When I discussed about it with my colleagues, and I said, okay, but how do you imagine, to my German counterpart, spend a lot of time discussing with him, how do you imagine, Rainer, your system in 2050 with only renewables? And he said, and he was trying to avoid the question, and we were discussing during the dinner, and at the dessert I started to be a little bit more assertive, and he said, "I don't know, we will find a way." So basically that is the bet in Europe, yes, that it will be possible at some point to make the full usage of the existing accumulation of different sources of energy, and that it will fit. But there is I don't think there is a real conviction, engineering conviction that it's feasible. And you asked me about another question about COP.
Yes.
I have been invited to pre-COP, which is a meeting gathering ministers from all across the globe, but only the most vocal or most, let's say, who can influence really the path of the COP or agenda of the COP. And so this meeting is happening traditionally around 1.5 months ahead of COP. I have organized my pre-COP in Krakow, which is a beautiful city, by the way, if you want to visit. Maybe Baker could organize such a study trip to understand Polish energy landscape in Krakow. But then my COP was in Katowice, which is nearby, 80 kilometers from then, but Katowice is an industrial city, it's not that much beautiful. I'm from Krakow again. But then I'm going to Brasilia, which is the capital of Brazil. Next week, on the 12th and 13th, there is a meeting, pre-COP, and I'll be very happy to assist, to a little bit discuss. I will represent Circle of COP presidents. We are more or less 10 people, former COP presidents. Laurent Fabius, for those who know, is heading this one, was COP21 president. There is Al-Jabar from Emirates, a couple of people. And then I will be somehow representing this coordination that we are having in Brasilia, and discuss about what could be the outcome of this COP. But I don't know yet. Basically speaking, we are a little bit ahead of discussion. And frankly speaking, it will be extremely complicated exercise for Brazilian presidency. So I will know more by mid of next week.
And so with some of the sort of the retreat from climate commitments that the US and some members of the EU have had, where do you see the BRIC countries, especially China, playing a role in the development of climate policy through COP and other sort of global initiatives as it relates to both the climate and energy?
I think it's a key question, because as far as I have seen my COP in Katowice, that was the last COP when we had an alignment of stars between, the word is not a la mode anymore, multilateralism, and there was a kind of a unity that was possible to be reached. Now it's not anymore the case, and COP will become increasingly a geopolitical process. So geopolitical fragmentation will basically take over the environmental and climate discussion. And I think in this regard, there will be a very tricky game that China will be able to play, because it was traditionally a little bit surfing on climate policy, and now it has enough industrial muscles and interest also to take a more active role. And what I see, maybe some of you are following International Maritime Organization negotiations, yes? That's not COP, under COP umbrella, but that is talking about reducing emissions in the maritime sector right now. And very soon, in a couple of days or couple of weeks, we will have the final vote whether yes or not there will be more stringent rules on maritime transportation. And we have here a fervent opposition from US, a fervent opposition from basically North African and Arab countries, so producers of oil, and Europeans together with China, are voting yes. And so we have a very interesting geopolitical new development related with who is going to, and for China, which is having 71% of this year orders of new ships, it might be interesting to think about the shipping industry, alternative fuels for shipping, as the next, let's say, industrial development. And so betting on, let's say, reducing emissions, I don't know whether it would call it betting on climate, right, but on reducing emissions and ramping up these muscles is I think, what might be driving right now the Chinese policy. But we will see the negotiation and the outcome of the voting. It will be extremely interesting, I think.
So with those sort of shifts geopolitically, where do you see the COP 40 and COP 50 taking us in the future?
Wow. I don't know what will happen next week, so.
Fair, that's fair. That's, how about as an organization, not necessarily as it relates to particular policy, but what role do you see COP and other similar sort of climate and energy-based, agenda-setting organizations globally? Where do you see them going?
I think it needs to be re-engineered and rethink a little bit, because either it becomes a big global fair or it is a little bit a hermetic discussion among a couple of thousands of government officials, and nobody anymore understands what is the outcome, basically. So I think there will be some kind of rethinking. When I finished my COP in Katowice, I was already seeing it, that I said, okay, we have 30,000 people coming here in Abu Dhabi. No, it was in Dubai. There was 100,000 people. So that becomes a global fair. So in a way, it's useful to have this discussion about environment, about climate, etc. But how to make it, in fact, a productive dialogue, something which would be tangible, which would produce new streams of solutions, and not only questions of administrative, let's say, burdens. That is something that needs to be somehow revisited.
Well, Mikhail, I think you successfully did not, actually insult any of the Texans. At least as this Texan's perspective, I didn't hear anything. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we are going to briefly flip the stage again for our panel that will run us right up to lunch. So sit tight. We'll get started in just a couple of minutes.
Shall I start? Okay. All right, we're ready to start. And welcome to the conversation on energy transitions in transition. I'm Ted Lockton-Zalidis. I'm the George and Cynthia Mitchell Professor in Sustainable Development and a Rice Scholar at the CS here at the Baker Institute. And I have the honor of being the moderator of this session. Of course, energy transitions are incredibly complicated. As an academic, studied them, and we heard a little bit about the history in the last session, which was absolutely fascinating. I have my own anecdotes, but this is best discussed over coffee, about the transition in energy transition of a kind in transportation towards the end of the 19th century, from the horse and buggy to the internal combustion engine, which solved certain problems at the time, of course created some others. But transitions are non-linear events, they are unpredictable events. And of course, this could be a topic of an entire conference or more, but we'll do our best in this one session. We're delighted to welcome a panel of experts who will share their views and wisdom with us today. I'm I will make a brief introduction, and then I will ask them to introduce themselves in more detail and talk to us a little bit about the company's perspectives and certain aspects of the energy transition. We'll start with Brad Crabtree. Brad is the Senior Director and Global Head of Commercial Policy at ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions, and he's a former Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at the U.S. Department of Energy, so someone who has worn both industry and government hats. Ahmed El Shabini is Vice President of the Energy Transition Fund at Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. Musab Al-Mawla is the Vice President of Market Analysis and Sustainability at Saudi Aramco. And Borka Kostova is a leader in strategy, energy solutions, development, sustainability, and low carbon solutions at Honeywell UOP. So I will ask you to, in that order, first introduce yourselves, say a few things about your company, your individual background and roles. And then to start us off, I would like to ask you to ask each to answer the following question. What are the most important and challenging aspects of the transition from your and your company's perspective? So let's start with you, Brad. The floor is yours. One more thing before we start, Brad. I have the iPad here for the questions. I know that we are standing between you and lunch, but please don't be shy. Please submit your questions as early as they can, and I will try to sort of interject them in the discussion here. So, Brad, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ted. So I work for ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions, which is a division of ExxonMobil established in 2021. We have three businesses. We have upstream, which you understand and expect is oil and gas production as a normal oil and gas company. We have downstream, which is refining chemicals products. We call that product solutions. And then the third division is low carbon solutions, and we're essentially building a business in energy transition and decarbonization. We have four business lines: carbon capture and storage, low carbon hydrogen and ammonia, low carbon data centers, and the production of synthetic graphite and lithium. Those are the four business lines. We've committed to invest $30 billion in those business lines and related areas involving decarbonization between now and 2030. As far as my role, I head up a domestic and global team focused on commercial policy. And the way we think about commercial policy is what are the incentives and other policies that are needed to make our portfolio of projects get to a final investment decision. Whereas, and I'll talk about this in a moment, we look at market forming policy as longer term policy that creates the climate and context that you need for businesses and decarbonization to flourish. As one of the world's largest oil and gas companies, rivaled only by my colleague Musab's company, we have a real opportunity and real capabilities, but also an obligation to both meet rapidly rising demand for affordable energy and products, as we also at the same time substantially reduce emissions. And those commitments include net zero for our scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2050. We also have a much more accelerated goal for the Permian Basin here in this region of 2030. This challenge, we call it the AND equation. It's meeting the needs of society in modern life with abundant, affordable energy, while at the same time delivering on emissions reductions. To meet this challenge, we need to build real businesses with real returns around decarbonization. I would note there's a whole range of capabilities that oil and gas companies bring to this challenge, but most notably is the significant capacity and expertise to produce, manage, transport, and transform molecules. And that's the focus of our low carbon solutions business. I'll just go through a few of the examples. First and foremost, building on the strengths of an oil and gas company, we are building the largest, at this time, CO2 transport and storage business in the world. In 2020, we have 40 years experience with carbon capture and storage. We've stored to date as a company 150 million metric tons of CO2 cumulatively. In 2023, ExxonMobil purchased Denbury. That gave us an extraordinary asset, a CO2 pipeline that stretches from Mississippi and travels down through Louisiana and terminates here southeast of Houston. That asset allows us to build a significant CO2 transport and storage business. Total, we have 1,300 miles of CO2 pipeline. The bulk of that is here on the Gulf Coast. At this time, we have more CO2 under contract than any other company in the world. That's 18 million tons per year. Just to give you some context, that 18 million tons is greater than the annual emissions of about a little over 100 countries in the world today. So this is one asset for one company in one region. So it shows you the potential to scale. We are looking at 30 million tons contracted by 2030. And ultimately, we're doing an evaluation across our company of whether we can manage this pipeline asset here in the Gulf Coast to transport and store 100 million metric tons per year. At that level, you're starting to get to the annual CO2 emissions of smaller industrialized countries, which is very significant. We are also building a business in low carbon hydrogen and ammonia. Our Baytown Blue Hydrogen project would be the largest blue hydrogen and ammonia project in the world, where we're producing hydrogen from natural gas, capturing 98% of the CO2, and then also producing ammonia both for domestic markets and for export. We have a low carbon data centers business that we're standing up. We're working with hyperscalers and with tech companies to develop data centers that are near zero carbon to support the AI build out. We're doing that based on our expertise in carbon capture, again, focused on natural gas power generation in this instance. And last but not least, even though we're an integrated international oil and gas company, we are getting into the critical battery minerals business. We are taking pet coke from our Gulf Coast refineries, and we'll be producing an enhanced precursor, and then ultimately synthetic graphite from that pet coke, and then taking traditional oil and gas industry expertise and producing brines from the Smackover in Arkansas. That's a deep geologic formation, separating lithium from those brines and re-injecting the brine back into the subsurface. So those are the four business lines. Just very briefly, so from a policy standpoint, what's important about this business? One is that I think all of these businesses require public policy support. This is a new endeavor for ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil traditionally has not been a company that develops businesses that are dependent on public policy support. So in this context, one of the keys is durability and certainty. We cannot build businesses and decarbonization on 4-year political cycles. It's 10, 20, and investments even longer than that are required. And so we need that durability and certainty and policy to accompany that. I'll just give you one example of that type of a durable, certain policy, the 45Q tax credit for carbon capture and storage. That was just reaffirmed by the United States Congress. It's available for any project that captures and stores CO2 that begins construction by the end of 2032. So we're now 3 years into a 10-year time frame for planning and investment. Those are the kinds of incentives that are required to build out this type of a business. Permitting is also essential. We cannot deploy capital at scale if we don't scale up permitting. The uncertainty associated with lack of clarity about permitting can actually deter investment in these technologies and infrastructure. And then on the final point, we are working towards a world where we do not need tax credits, contracts for differences, federal loans, and those types of support for these businesses. But what that means is we ultimately need market-forming policies. Those are policies that actually create the conditions for growth in demand for low-carbon products. So we are advocating for a carbon accounting framework that would be more accurate than current emissions reporting today. It would be ledger-based, it would avoid double counting, and it would be based on real actual emissions. That kind of a carbon accounting system could then in turn inform policies that are based on carbon intensity. So if you're producing low carbon hydrogen, you're rewarded in the marketplace for the lower the greenhouse gas emissions associated with that hydrogen, the more you earn in the policy. And that's transparent, and it allows for these businesses to build up over time in a way that's market friendly and efficient. So just some initial thoughts on what we're looking for long term in terms of policy to build these markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. A few things about yourself, your company, and what you see the challenging aspects.
Yes, absolutely. Not sure if this is working. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Thanks a lot for that. It's very difficult for anyone to describe their company after Exxon because we look very small compared to that. But let's give it a shot. So I'm Ahmed El-Shrbini. I'm the VP of Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, and I co-lead our Energy Transition Fund in North America. CIP, or Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, were established in 2012 with just one limited partner and one fund that closed at 1 billion euros. Over the years, we grew exponentially. So right now, we are around 35 billion assets under management with our strategies divided across 12 funds. So we have our flagship funds. We do onshore, offshore, wind, solar, battery storage. We did the first offshore wind farm in the US. It survived all the executive orders. It's east of Massachusetts of capacity 860 megawatt. We did the largest wind farm in Canada, largest solar plant in Canada as well. We invested, developed the first offshore wind farm in Korea and in Taiwan as well, and very soon will be the first one in Japan as well. So we are international. We have other funds like Green Credit Fund that provides credit solutions for green projects. We have our Advanced Biofuel Fund, and then we have the Energy Transition Fund that I represent today. This fund was closed at 3.2 billion euros 2 years ago with a very wide mandate, which is decarbonize hard to abate industries through providing clean fuel solutions or providing CCS solutions across the value chain. So we can invest in blue-green ammonia, we can invest in e-methanol, e-SAF, green hydrogen, and synthetic fuels. We can also invest in the carbon capture across the value chain, like the capture part, the midstream part, and also the sequestration part. We have projects all over the world in that fund. So we can look at our projects in our portfolio. In Europe, we have many green projects that will provide green hydrogen and green ammonia in Europe, mainly focused on domestic demand. In the US here, we had a big portfolio of green projects that unfortunately we had to put on hold due to some politics uncertainty around green and the 45V tax credits. And then we have a mega blue ammonia, which basically we rely upon, as you mentioned, the 45Q tax credits that were reaffirmed by the Congress. We have that. And then we took the first FID in the fund, which actually we acquired 49% of a CCS business of a gas company called BKV. They own one operating asset in the carbon capture, and so they have sequestered around 300,000 tons of CO2. Very minimal compared to the numbers that you mentioned, but every step...
all contributes.
Yes, exactly. All contributes, and every step means something. And then we have two projects, CCS projects in construction under that portfolio, and then a pipeline of around 20 projects. We have mega green ammonia projects that are targeting exporting to mainly Asia and Europe. They are located in Morocco, in Oman, and in South Africa, Chile, and Australia. So we have a wide portfolio. We are energy transition, I think, piggybacking on what was mentioned here, energy transition needs a little bit of a transition as well. We need some certainty, not only in policy and politics and subsidies, but also in demand as well. We all need to understand and come to the clarity that this sustainability and green products will require a premium, and someone has to foot the bill for the premium. So right now, I think Japan and Korea are really spearheading the efforts of decarbonizing their economy. They are trying to lower the carbon intensity of their power plants. So we are trying to work with them to do that. But again, prices are very low. So the demand side need to be incentivized. also there are some binary risks around permits. So as an example, Class 6 permits for sequestration in Louisiana and in Texas takes forever as well. Permitting a pipeline is an issue. So all of these are binary risks for us to invest. And we can follow up after that.
Very good. Musab?
Thank you. It's great to be at Baker Institute, and after this overview, I have to talk some about Aramco. I wasn't planning. Apparently, after Brad, I have to speak a little bit about Aramco. But I think
you're 3 times our size. So
yeah, that's thank you, Brad. And I think just to give a quick brief about Aramco. Aramco used to be oil and gas company, but now today is basically the biggest, as Brad said, integrated energy and chemical company in the world. So it's not about oil and gas only, but the chemical business is very big in Aramco, and we acquire the biggest chemical company in the world, which was SABIC in Saudi Arabia. So now today we can say we are the largest integrated energy and chemical company in the world. People think Aramco is oil and gas only. No, but today is basically the largest integrated energy and chemical company in the world. That was a vision done back in 2011 when we have something called Accelerated Transformation Program to transform the company from oil and gas by 2020 to this missions to be the largest integrated energy and chemical. Acquisition of SABIC was very important. It happened with the time frame that the company put, successfully done. A lot of synergy between SABIC, the chemical company, and Aramco in terms of feedstocks as well as in terms of the global footprint. But at the same time, maybe very important to know that Aramco also, they built very resilient system since day one of founding the company or establishing the company in the 30s. The whole idea how to make sure we have secure energy to the world. As everyone sees today, is Aramco is, if you talk about its reliability, is 99.9%. We don't lose a customer. It's very important. It's a nightmare for us if we even think that we lose one single customer. That has been proven. Actually, it was a test, not a good test, but it happened to be a test. Is the attack happened to Upgate plant. It is the largest one facility that produce oil in the world, attacked by missiles, yet it happens to be we did not lose a single customer. The whole world said there will be shock to the market and so on, but everything come back normal because of the whole resilient system built years ago, and we thought about all these scenarios to happen. Hence, we did not lose a single customer with that attack. So resilience, and back to the security, there is a lot of conversation about energy security is very important when we build our infrastructure. The second part, as Brad said, sustainability, and this is in all oil and gas companies today. We are, Aramco, Exxon is part of what we call oil and gas climate initiative, which is the OGCI, is the 12 big companies and with emissions to reduce basically the carbon intensity. And the whole world talk about absolute, but I think the intensity, as Brad mentioned, is the key thing because the world needs energy. It's not about the absolute emissions, it's about how we make sure per barrel produce the intensity or the carbon emissions are the lowest or reducing it. And that's the mission of the OGCI, Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. In Aramco and specifically, in 70s, we built our gas master system, which basically capturing the flare. The flaring is the most risk to the emissions and methane. And at that time, in the 70s, we built what we call the master gas system in Saudi Arabia. That was basically at the time where the economy is booming too, where you need gas, we need sales gas for power generation as well as for the industry, but also meeting the objectives of reducing the emissions for Saudi Aramco dramatically, I would say. And today we are positioned to be the lowest carbon intensity in the whole world. We are less than 10 kilograms CO2 per barrel, where the average globally is around 32 kilograms CO2 per barrel. To put things in perspective, if that average come to the level of Aramco, we are reducing around 1.2 gigaton of emissions annually. So that tell you there is a lot of room to improve, and that's why we have the OGCI, Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. We have now today, actually, we have something called OGDC, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, was founded in COP28 in Dubai, with 56 companies are putting together efforts to reduce the emissions. and Aramco and Exxon is part of that OGDC, but also the NOCs. The NOCs needs a lot of help. They are operating in jurisdictions very difficult to get financing, and it's very important to put together efforts to make sure the emissions is reduced dramatically. So the company is evolving. We put, back to Brad mentioned, we put also a target by 2050 net zero, but also by 2035 to reduce our carbon intensity further by 15% beyond what we are. We are already the lowest, but we are also putting a target of making it even lower and lower, 15% by 2035 through 5 levers. The first lever is, again, continue, make sure we have the excellence in minimizing flaring and methane. The second one is the energy efficiency, and energy efficiency, we think in the world, is basically the most prominent solutions to reduce emissions. So that's why we are putting a lot of efforts. We put actually the largest cogeneration plants in the world, around 5 gigawatt, which is size of utility scale. And why cogeneration is important? You produce power and steam at the same time as a byproduct, rather than producing or getting the power from utility and producing steam from the boilers. When you do it combined, cogeneration, you reach efficiency of 70% versus the best on class efficiency happening in the combined cycle power generation, which is around 40%. So cogeneration was in the core, basically, business of Aramco. So we sound like we are a utility company, produce 5 gigawatt, but that's part of the second levers, I would call it, the energy efficiency. Third lever is renewable, and we decided to be part of the journey of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia by 2030, 50% of the capacity of the power sectors will be coming from solar and wind. And we decided as Aramco to be part of this journey, and we will have 12 gigawatt contribution by 2030 and basically in Saudi Arabia, and we are capitalizing on what we call it RECs, renewable basically reduction certificates to reduce our scope 2. So that's the third lever. The fourth lever, which is important, Brad mentioned it and Ahmed also, is basically the carbon capture and storage. And we put a project of 9 million tons CO2 by 2030, I would say, to complete this project. Project is basically is in design stage, which is moving forward in Jubail. And Jubail is an area, for those who don't know, Jubail is in the northeast of Saudi Arabia, but all industries are, especially the chemical and cement and others, are there. So why we choose Jubail? Because we want to capture not only for Aramco CO2, but also for the adjacent industries. We created a hub. So 6 million coming from Aramco facilities and 3 million out of the 9 coming from the adjacent facilities. So that's the fourth lever. The fifth lever is an interesting one, is what we call it complementary lever, which is the offset. Because we believe that you can be the lowest carbon emission producers or lowest carbon intensity, but you will still have residual that you need to offset. And we believe offsetting is very important to the whole globe, because it's basically supporting financing projects globally that they need financing, especially the carbon credits, meaning projects that somewhere in Africa or somewhere in South Asia that need financing. So we are part of that journey. We plant mangroves in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. It's shallow water, the Gulf. So we decided to plant mangroves, and mangrove is very good for CO2. In addition, Saudi Arabia established voluntary carbon market, and now we are part also as Aramco in this journey to support this market. It's actually, the market is not only for Saudi Arabia, but for the whole region. There are 3 auctions happening, the largest in the history. One of them was in Kenya, in Africa, happened in Africa, because we believe that Africa would need support and financing in projects like cooking stoves, like other people don't like cooking stoves, but cooking stoves is very important projects to happen. Cooking stoves and others like basically methane reductions and so on that require carbon credits financing, and we are part of this journey. And today where we are, but to the questions related to the challenge of the transition from our perspective, I think the challenge I can segment it to a few, and Scott, I think, interestingly talked about it this morning, and I think the first challenge would be the forecast and planning. Today, if you look to the forecast, it's unfortunate. If you see the difference between the highest forecast by 2050 to the lowest, you are talking about around 100 million barrels per day. In the past, you don't see some divergence in the forecast like that. This makes life difficult for planning for companies, planning for governments, and putting policies. And that's why that creates a challenge, the energy transitions. And if you put things in perspective, if you talk about the energy demand today, you're talking about around 340. I always put things in barrel per equivalent because that's the oil side of us. So it's around 340 million barrel per day equivalents. And if you talk about by 2050, it's around 380 or even more. So there is 40 million barrel per day needs to come. And the whole 25 years for renewables, only 15 million barrel per day. So my point is there is energy additions needed, and that's not being forecasted, I think, or factored in, which means you will need renewable, but also you will need definitely hydrocarbons, including gas and oil, as well as maybe coal. We don't know if what will happen to the coal, but today we see coal is increasing, actually. So the hydrocarbon role is not forecasted, I think, in the right way, because we believe there is energy additions. The other factor, I think, is the underestimation of the global south demand. And I think also Scott touched base on the divergence of the energy consumptions per capita. But I will put it from oil perspectives. If you look, as Scott mentioned, in US, you are talking about around 20 barrel per day per person. And if you talk about India, you're talking about only 1.5. And I think South Africa is around 2.8. So this tells you that these countries, they will need oil, especially India, to meet that GDP, to meet that consumptions per capita required. And that's been underestimated in all forecasts. And some forecasts, unfortunately, cap these GDPs in these countries just to meet goal seek, which is making net zero. To make goal seek for basically a scenario or planning is very dangerous to the whole world. And today, these forecasters are changing their mind. But the point is, I think the planning and forecasting, I think, very challenging to the energy transition. The second one I want to talk about is the policy risk. It's easy to put policy technology biased. But what's the impact? You will not encourage investments happening on the other technologies. We see this in Europe today. Today, maybe they are changing, but in the past few years, there is ICE-PAN. But what does it mean, ICE-PAN? Companies like Aramco, Exxon, and others, they are investing big time in the R&D when it comes to the fuels, the future fuels. We are talking about synthetic fuels. We are talking about e-fuels. Aramco put R&D center in Paris just to focus on these type of fuels for mobilities. If you just put a policy, let's say ICE-PAN, why companies will invest in future fuels then? So there is, I think the challenge of part of the energy transition challenge is the biases toward technologies. And these biases needs to be removed. It's all about life cycle of emissions. The third challenge in my mind is the materials, the future materials. We are talking about it a lot. There is no realizations of the need of oil in the future materials. The windmill itself requires carbon. It's around 11 tons per 1 megawatt of bare wind or solar produced, require carbon-based materials. These carbons will come from oil. So the future materials are not forecasted or not even anticipated in the future energy transitions. So this is a gap that needs to be seen. And finally, to Brad's point, I think carbon accounting is needed. It's unfortunate companies that are reducing their emissions footprints, they are not basically getting credit out of that. It's not commercial. There's no incentives for companies to reduce emissions, except policies. These policies are basically the stick. You need something else. You need a solution, carbon accounting framework that capture at product level. Today, carbon emissions are measured at corporate level, asset levels. There should be a product carbon accounting that really see the differentiation between different products and make sure you give a credit to these companies who are producing less emissions products. These are, I think, in my opinion, the challenges.
Very good points. Orca?
Okay, thank you very much for your lovely introduction and sharing. So good morning, everyone. My name is Borka Kostova, and I am an energy solution leader in Honeywell UOP. And I help to develop the innovative strategies and large-scale projects that enable more sustainable refining and chemical projects. My background is a blend of engineering, policy, and business. I earned a PhD degree in chemical engineering and MBA. And over past 2 decades, so I'm old, over past 2 decades, I had an opportunity to work in industry, government, and research, from ExxonMobil to LyondellBasell and U.S. Department of Energy. Focus of my work has been really advancing low carbon fuels, hydrogen, advanced recycling, and circular economic solutions. What ties my work together is really building bridges between the technology, economics, and business to make the projects not only technically feasible and viable, but also economically and commercially viable and scalable. And that's what I'm bringing to the conversations today. With respect of touching on some of the challenges that we are facing and what are the most important aspects with respect of the transition from my and Honeywell UOP perspective is a scalability. And what I mean by that is really moving from promising emerging technologies into the system that are capable of deliver meaningful carbon reductions on a large scale. And I see 3 key challenges associated with it, and we touched a little bit on some of them. One of them is a technical readiness or deployment speed. So as you can see, there are many emerging players coming with brilliant, innovative ideas, but the experience is lacking. And the big majors such as Honeywell UOP or ExxonMobil have that experience, and they have delivered successfully for 100+ years. So they are actually one of the market channel that can enable the scale up and deployment of the technologies successfully because they have done it. Another challenge is supply chain resilience. Whether we are speaking about the sustainable feedstock, renewable hydrogen, recycle stream, securing reliable and traceable supply is extremely critical. We have many standards, many certifications that are coming into the place. However, to keeping up with them is extremely a challenge while maintaining viability of the project. On the last but not the least is a policy and market alignment. And what I mean by that, and we touched a little bit on it, we are really lacking a long-term predictable policy commitments. So we need them because right now investors need the stability, right? They need the certainty. Right now we are getting signals, but signals do not bring really investment grade projects. But however, on a positive side, I think we are coming off from siloed solutions, and we are really building the integrated value chains where biofuel, CCS, hydrogen, they do intersect, and refining. So, and I see large companies such as Honeywell and UOP can play a significant role in that space and help to bring the solutions and to the projects that are viable and scalable.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. And common thing emerges. I have a follow-up question for each of you, and I'll try to combine those questions with several questions that came from the audience. Policy uncertainty emerges as a common concern. Brad, what are some of the major policy changes we've seen in recent months, and we've seen several, that you think are the most important, and how have they affected the ExxonMobil's approach to planning? And the reason, a question that I would like to add, it came for you specifically. It says, how do you see the demand of hydrogen, and how do you see it in the present and evolving in the future?
Great questions. I smiled because it's been quite a year, and the year's not over yet. So things have changed a lot, but it's a mixed picture. So I mentioned 45Q, the tax credit for carbon capture and storage earlier. Here's an example. The budget reconciliation bill has been kind of the focal point for a lot of the energy policy discussion in the United States in the past Congress here recently. And when that bill first was being put together, there was a real risk that this suite of energy and industrial tax credits, which are essential to our businesses to stand up these decarbonization efforts, there was a real risk that they would all be curtailed. As it turns out, because of the bipartisan support for the tax credit and the support from a lot of industries, the 45Q tax credit was the only one that came out not only unscathed, but actually in a few distinct ways enhanced. So that's a really powerful opportunity for us right now. But even the best incentive in the world will not achieve the desired outcomes if you can't permit projects. And that's come up, I mentioned it, it's come up again with my colleagues. And you mentioned the Class 6, the Environmental Protection Agency Class 6 permitting for geologic storage. That is something in the previous administration that we were not able to unstick, accelerating the permitting of those projects. And so now with the 45Q tax credit reaffirmed and available to the end of 2032 for projects beginning construction, the current administration has really made a commitment to accelerating permitting. And the jury's still out with respect to the Class 6 storage credit permitting, but it's looking more and more like we will see a significant improvement in the pace. There are still issues at the state level in Texas, Louisiana, of course, but the trend line is in the right direction. So the combination of a great incentive with a runway coupled with faster permitting, we could see a lot of deployment of carbon capture and storage. So that's on the positive side. Asked about hydrogen. The 45V tax credit prior to the budget reconciliation bill was available till the end of 2032 for any new project beginning construction. That was dialed back to the end of 2027, so effectively 2 years. Now, that time frame to begin construction works for ExxonMobil projects, but we want to be investing into a growing industry, into a hydrogen economy, because we want this to be not just emissions reductions, but a business. So we're still waiting to see, kind of what the effect is in terms of the larger build out of hydrogen production and infrastructure. We're hoping it will be significant, but clearly the change in this tax credit and some of the other things that have happened are sending challenging signals in terms of the overall growth of low carbon hydrogen. And then I guess the other thing I would say, just on a mixed note, is critical minerals. It's been talked about a lot today. The United States is dangerously dependent on China in particular for a whole range of critical minerals. That includes the battery minerals that we're, lithium and graphite, where we're developing businesses. On the one hand, the 48X tax credit in the budget reconciliation bill, that was a tax credit that didn't have an expiration date. It was very exciting in terms of its potential to help us stand up domestic critical mineral supply chains. That has been reduced now to where it starts to phase out in 2031 and it will cease as of 2034. So that's a missed opportunity. On the other hand, the Trump administration is taking unprecedented steps to use Department of Defense and other authorities in the federal government to support domestic critical mineral supply chains, address the price risk that comes with the Chinese dominance of supply chains and the oversupply, to give companies an opportunity to invest private capital in the domestic market. So, and that's broadly supported on a bipartisan basis in Congress. So on critical minerals, the budget reconciliation bill was not what we wanted, but what's followed in the discussion in Washington is quite encouraging.
Thank you. Ahmed, ESG has gotten some bad publicity recently. From a risk-return perspective, what do you see as the major commercial drivers and challenges? Yeah. Opportunities, sometimes uncertainty can also bring up certain opportunities. And what does sustainable finance look like in the U.S. and abroad? In particular, there was a question about the profitability. You addressed this partly, Brad. Profitability of carbon capture and storage, especially in light of new rules by the EPA in the U.S.
Yep. Okay. That's lots of questions here. So maybe unpacking them about the opportunities. So from what everyone is speaking about, there are huge opportunities to invest in the space. There is the desire from the public to see some investments in that space and some products and some projects. There's a desire of the super majors as well to invest and to take projects FID and with the technology licensors. So the ecosystem to a great extent, is ready to move projects forward. But what's hindering these projects and investment from going forward? As I said, basically the demand side. The demand side is not that incentivized. So all the tax credits we have in the US here, the 45V, the 45Q, the 45Z, the 48E, all of these are for the supply side. But again, who will pay the premium for this decarbonization? Like, I think, Brad, you talked about ammonia, low carbon ammonia. So low carbon ammonia will require additional capex that is needed on top of the traditional ammonia plant. And this additional capex, when you add it in the economics, you will need additional prices of the product so that you can, at a minimum, get your capital back with a minimal return. And then this ammonia, if it's being used as a fertilizer in the US here, then the farmers, which is already a stressed market, will have to pay a premium. Then it's not happening, because it will be a little bit unfair to them as well. But who will pay that? If the 45Q and the 45Z only incentivizing the supply, who will incentivize the demand side? That's a big risk that we're having as well, and it's something that really hinder projects and investment in that space as well. Permitting, as we mentioned, is binary risk for us. And I think a major risk in these opportunities is the EPC, the engineering and construction contractors as well. So there are limited companies and contractors that can execute these mega projects, ammonia plants and urea and the carbon capture. And they are basically, everyone is talking to them right now. They don't want to take any risk, which basically they want everything to be cost reimbursable, which puts stresses on financing as well, because the financing entities like us will be taking now capex risk and construction risk. And basically some of these projects may not be bankable as well, so we cannot raise senior debt, which will impact our returns because we need to have a certain threshold of that. So there are opportunities, there are challenges, and I think the ecosystem is trying right now to come up with solutions and bridges for these challenges. I think on the EPC side, I think when the wave will slow down a little bit. So I used to work for a company called OCI back in the day in 2011, where it was the shale gas boom. We're also working in the ammonia business. 52 projects were announced in ammonia. Only 3 reached FID. So maybe we are at this time right now that reality is hitting. Some of the developers, like the 100 ammonia projects and carbon capture projects announced in the US, I think reality will hit. So the rate of these projects will decrease, so contractors will be more easy to work with. They will lower their threshold and their risks and their returns. So I think it requires lots of movement from the ecosystem. And the government has to step in, regardless in the US or in Europe or in Africa or Asia, but they have to step in order to foot the bill at a minimum to establish the markets. Again, the market is not established yet. So this is some of like the challenges and the hindrances. And also, let's look at the financing entities in that space. You're talking about fund managers and private equities, of course, the super majors as well. But these fund managers and private equities, the majority is infrastructure funds. So they have to underwrite an infrastructure deal. So basically, no feedstock risk, no market risk, no binary risk as well, no technology risk. And to have all of this in a new market called energy transition, which you already have new technologies as an example, is very difficult. Then we look at the technology licensors. Can you provide guarantees? The banks, can you accept financing these projects with less security packages? And all of these are some of the challenges that basically, if you look at all of this, it will force you that you have to reduce your returns. But if you're reducing your returns and taking more risk, then it doesn't make sense as well. So you have to wait until the opportunity comes. So I think it's not that negative. I don't want to sound that negative, but it's challenging. It's a new market that requires lots of efforts, and the key word here is collaboration. There should be collaboration between the licensors, the super majors, the financing entities, the developers, and the demand side as well.
Excellent.
Not sure if I answered all the questions.
No, you did extremely well. I threw a lot at you. I'm trying to cover as much as I can from the audience questions as well. Musab, we've seen countries recently taking different approaches to energy security, competitiveness, sustainability, and an economist would say as they should, because countries are different, and therefore the solution is not going to be one fits all. But what principles guide Saudi Aramco's ability to stay the course, and how would you define that course for you? And I want to also, if you could comment briefly, one question that came. We talked a lot about nuclear today, And one question that came from the audience is about the current status of Saudi Arabia's nuclear power program. So if you could briefly comment on that as well.
So for the latter, I cannot comment on it.
Okay.
Because I'm not.
Fair enough.
I'm representing Aramco here. So but for the first one, I think is the course that Aramco, as I mentioned earlier, let's say established, is to build a resilient system to ensure security, as I mentioned before, but also working sustainability. And I think the narrative globally today is aligned with this course, because it used to be at some point of time for talking about climate and technology biases. But today there is, I think the reality shows that you need to think about all hydrocarbon solutions, renewables, all solutions together to meet the energy addition. So the course we decided as a company, we do our forecast, we do our planning, basically in the way that we think we need to have multidimensional, multi-source, multi-speed. So we meet the demand in different countries on these three parameters. The energy transitions cannot be one source, it's multi-source. So we provide oil, we provide gas, we provide petrochemicals today, as well as new energies. I think we all talked about new energies has challenges, but we already started this journey. We spend a lot of efforts in Aramco in the R&D, in the technology side, and this is what I want to maybe highlight here. From day one, our R&D today, 63% of it going towards sustainability solutions. So this is the focus, because it will take time, but we need to focus on the technology side. We built venture capital, and the venture capital raised to $7 billion, which is one of the biggest venture capital in the world. 1.5 billion just put for sustainability startup, to invest in the startup. So I think the course we decided is continue producing oil and gas, continue producing petrochemicals to meet the energy increasing demand in a secured and reliable manner, while we are dramatically reducing our emissions footprints, which has been achieved, but also we don't stop at this point. We are also going further. At the same time, we start the new energies. We have a new energy business today as Aramco, a renewable carbon capture and storage, and hydrogens. Hydrogens have the challenges, as Brad and Ahmed mentioned. Clearly it has challenges, but at least there is some projects today, in Aramco side, for example, we did some pilots for blue ammonia, because blue ammonia it's not straightforward, as everyone talked about. You need to look to the whole emissions life cycle from the source to the destinations. So we did two pilots, one in South Korea and one in Japan. And interestingly, maybe Ahmed is aware about it, the Asian are taking the route toward using the blue ammonia to blend it with coal. So basically reduce the coal productions while using blue ammonia blended in it. And this is the journey we are taking, piloting these type of projects. And it happens to be doable, but the problem is the price, as everyone talked about, which needs some push. But we started this journey. We are ready to do it. We are ready to supply it once the demand is really calling for it, as Ahmed mentioned before. So we with the technology side, I think is very important, but also piloting these projects on the ground is very critical and important, I think.
Thank you. And Borja, we talk about regulatory challenges and stressors, certain new regulations regarding tariffs, licensing, H-1 visas. Do you see Honeywell's path to innovation being affected as a result? And yeah, be curious to hear your view on that.
Yeah, all the favorite topics, right? And perfect questions. So yes, regulatory stressors will absolutely impact the business decisions in energy or technology sectors. Things like tariffs, licensing, delayed permitting, or even mobility of workforce or H-1B visa will and can introduce uncertainty. However, for the big players, and let's say, for example, for Honeywell, what happens really when this unexpected policy arises so quickly? What it really does, and if it really changes anything, it's really moving a project from one geographic region to another. However, redeveloping a project for another geographic region takes time. So what it does, it actually stretches the energy transition. And on a side on H-1B visa, I mean, if I go all the way to the foundation of UOP in 1914, UOP has a very long-standing tradition of seeking the talent, the best talent that the world has to offer for the energy projects. And in early days, yes, you're right. In early days, the talent immigrated to United States. However, as the industry expanded and grew, we naturally expanded our business from engineering, research, development, business, sales, to a global footprint. Policy risk, another stressor, right? Policy risk is number one issue for our customers. The amount of the capital for energy transition projects is huge, and it requires 15 years payback period to meet a bankable investments. So really the policy will need to match the payback period associated with the term of the debt of the service. And the same applies for inflations. Incentives that are provided for the energy transition projects will have to also cover the inflation throughout the term of the debt of the service of the project. On a political risk such as tariffs, as I mentioned, what it really does, it can move the project from one geographic region to another. But our job is to provide the technology where needed and where the opportunity actually is. And resilient companies are designed to move with the policy changes. With respect of innovation part and Honeywell's, where do we stand? Despite all these stressors, our innovation path is strong. And why? I can touch on a couple of the points. One is also the diversification, right? We are developing the energy in multiple areas, from CCUS, hydrogen, renewable fuels, just name it. So we are not really depending on one regulatory outcome. We endured, many stressors in the past as well. Something very important to mention, many of these technologies, the technologies that are in energy transitions, they are not really new. They are really based on the technologies that we developed and that got us here. Naming hydroprocessing, Fischer-Tropsch process, just name it, right? So really to mitigate, the stressors, we are also working with many partners, with the policymakers, with the industry groups, with our customers, to really anticipate the changes and being able to shape the standards and build the bankable projects. What is also important to mention and to kind of share is that our innovation is not only built on the new technologies, it's also built about scaling proven solutions and embedding the digital tools that improve the efficiency and the resilience. It's really actually fun, to incorporate all the AI analytics and speed up the new energy transitions and new technologies. Honeywell UOP has over 7,000 patents and in force, and about 1,400 have been developed since 2019, which give us also ability to pivot when crude oil demand, is peaking. We can really pivot, let's say, to petrochemical industry or to other areas of interest and need. So yes, the regulatory stressors, they do add the complexity, but they also add an opportunity. And the companies that can navigate and align the innovation with evolving policies, they will lead the transition. And I think companies like UOP is really well positioned in that space, building the bridges between the technology, the regulatory compliance, and commercial deployment.
Thank you very much. Always good to end on a positive note.
Thank you.
So thank you. I want to thank you. Thanks to the audience for participating, especially to those who submitted questions. I have some excellent questions here that unfortunately I couldn't get to. But Ken tells me this will be part of the record and eventually will be answered. And please join me in thanking our distinguished panel.
You guys ready? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We've got a great immediate post-lunch panel for you. I think we were talking among ourselves. I think this is prime time. Everybody's been fed now. Everybody's been re-energized. So I think we've got a stimulating post-lunch panel for you. The title of this panel is Policy, Trade, and Building Resilient Supply Chains. So a rather capacious topic, and I think you'll find we've got a really interesting, diverse set of opinions. My name is Ted Posner. I am an international trade partner at Baker Botts in Washington, D.C. On our panel today is, I'm going to go a little bit, well, I guess I'll go in order here. We have Paul Perea, who's General Counsel with Whitewater Midstream. We've got Ashley Zumwalt-Forbes, who is the former Deputy Director for Batteries and Critical Minerals at the U.S. Department of Energy, currently a non-resident fellow at the Center for Energy Studies here at the Baker Institute. And last but not least, we have Tony White, who's head of vertical market, chemical, glass, and energy U.S. for Siemens Industries, Inc. Before we get into our conversation, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to give just a little bit more biography by way of background about themselves, and then we will start our conversation. So Paul, why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
I'm Paul, as was introduced. I'm at Whitewater Midstream. We're a infrastructure, privately held infrastructure company founded about 10 years ago. Since that time, we've, just to give you a sense for scale, have FID'd about $18 billion worth of natural gas infrastructure projects. I've only been at Whitewater for 4 months, so can take credit for like 12 of those dollars max. But so I just recently joined. Before that, I did an 11-year stint working for somebody in the front row in energy investment banking at TPH and Co. and had a terrific time there. And then before that, I worked at Baker Botts for about 16 years, so 27-ish years, all in the energy industry. This is my first adventure into the non-advisory world, and it's been an interesting run so far. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Paul. Ashley.
Yes. Hey, everyone. Ashley Zumwalt-Forbes. My background is kind of a collection of weird and wonderful experiences. My background's actually petroleum engineering. But back in 2017, I took a real right-hand turn into critical minerals. That's a lot of what you'll hear me talk about today. Background is a mixture of public and private sector experience. I moved to Australia, started a nickel mining company, bought an operating copper mine via a SPAC several years ago, and then did this stint in the US federal government deploying $6 billion in grants and $10 billion in tax credits, most of which survived reconciliation. So I'm really proud of that. Thank you, yes. And so very, very happy to be here at the Baker Institute today.
Thanks, Ashley. And Tony.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Tony White. I actually hail from Detroit, Michigan, so that's probably an odd one to start with. I've been in the industry for 30 years, and 20 of those years was actually in automotive, where we really learned how to scale and amplify our business and handle constant change. And so after about that stint of 20 years, I said, let's look at everything not automotive, and let's focus on sustainability and digitalization. And so I've been doing that and having a great time with it, and it's truly amazing to see how all the different industries have very similar problems. And I'd like to talk a little more about that today.
Great, thanks, Tony. Well, as I said, we've got a title for this panel that's quite broad and touches, I think, on a number of the themes that we've heard from other speakers and other panels this morning. To help us frame the topic, I'd like to ask each of our speakers to say a few words about, number one, what they see as the greatest vulnerabilities facing energy supply chains, and number two, what they see as the most promising strategies for addressing those vulnerabilities. Who would like to start? Ashley?
Great. I'm ready. Okay, so, as I referenced in my introduction, oftentimes the things I talk about are through the lens of critical minerals. I think particularly in today's climate, there is no greater microcosm for trade that has historically been dysfunctional and supply chains that we now need to completely rebuild, reboot, and kind of restructure how business models function. And so through the lens of critical minerals, number one biggest challenge is profitability. Fully the ability to compete in today's market against what is a Chinese monopoly is incredibly challenging. We have depressed commodity prices. We don't always have the technology in the Western world. We don't always have the correct skill sets. We've effectively let mining engineering programs wither and die here in the US. However, I am forever an optimist. So if you look at how we can address these challenges, it really is ensuring that America first doesn't have to mean America alone. We won't be able to do this only in the United States. We do not have the resources nor the expertise to go it alone. And so it's been quite an interesting exercise to watch over the last 5 years, the Western world band together and say, we have a pocket of lithium that's very low on the cost curve here. How can we thread that needle between, a midstream operation and downstream where actual products need to be manufactured such that we're low on the cost curve. From a unit economic standpoint, we at least have a chance at competing on a head-to-head basis with China. But I would be very remiss if I did not highlight the real need for government intervention here. And to both the Biden and Trump administration's credit, I think there have been some really interesting deals structured. Very different approaches, neither of which are wrong, but really leveraging capital markets to ensure we can get these projects up. And importantly, once they're up, they stay operating and we're not just burning taxpayer capital in a trash can.
Thanks, Ashley.
Yeah, I think you touched on an interesting point about, how do I bring these technologies where the center of excellence sits? And that was a challenge that we looked at quite closely, especially after the COVID phase. I mean, I think when we talk about supply chain, if we all just take a step back for a minute, where was I 2020 in April? That wasn't a slow, steady climb to a shortage. That was instant off. Half the world's population was in a shutdown in one way, shape, or form. And so that was actually one of the times that I was busier than ever. And we were trying to figure out how, critical infrastructure had to run. Machines still broke. How do we help them? Can't ship resources around the world to get there and get them up and running. We had to get creative. We had to have augmented reality. We had to be able to do it at arm's length, help those manufacturers get back up online, provide products across the globe. And I think what we really saw from that was innovation at its best. In the manufacturing industry, we all knew about 6 foot. Many lines, people were side by side. When there was an outbreak and they had to clean a plant, that took the whole plant out. So we had to look at, how do we track where containment or let's say a hotspot happened, and do we just clean that area? So we saw a lot of technologies in that space. Remote access was one of them, as well as the ability to access a machine or an asset safely, because obviously cybersecurity was very important at that time as well. So I think these are all trends and technologies that really gave us, at the end of the day, a really dark time, quite a silver lining in advancements and innovation. And I mean, how many meetings do you have now from your desk at home versus traveling half the day?
Thanks, Tony. Paul, greatest vulnerabilities and promising strategies?
Yeah, I guess I'd say on my sort of multiple choice answer on vulnerabilities, we focus a lot on steel. If you were to pick, steel prices, it's one of the biggest input costs to. We build big pipelines that move gas out of the Permian. Like that's what we do, and steel and labor make up 80-ish% of the cost of any of our projects. So if I was to, pick something kind of, specific, tangible like that, I'd say we pay a lot of attention to steel prices and that as a vulnerability. My kind of essay level example or comment would be, I'd say just policy I think policy drives these vulnerabilities, and in particular kind of swings in policy or lack of visibility on a steady, coherent policy when, all of us are in the business at some level of these very, very long-term, multi-decade projects, and it's hard enough, understandably hard enough, to get a board or a CEO, or a group of executives to make a big investment decision or transformational decision on a project, which anything of real scale, requires that. There's enough uncertainties in life, or in this world between commodity price, we've had a lot of interest rate volatility, et cetera. Adding to that, a pretty big layer of kind of policy / trade, at a minimum uncertainty. You can even that's not even debating whether the existing policies are good or bad, but when you add that to the stew, I think it makes it's a real challenge to moving forward. It's certainly an agent of delay or hesitation in taking on new projects, and taking on new projects is going to absolutely have, and delaying big projects is absolutely going to have an impact on becoming energy independent and powering not only our country but energy poor constituencies for the long term.
Sure. Tony made reference earlier to the COVID shock and what we learned about supply chain resilience as a result of that, and that echoes, I think, some remarks that were made earlier today about how, if the world didn't understand what supply chain resilience means before COVID, they certainly did as a result of COVID. But I'm curious to hear from each of you whether the lessons that we learned from that testing of supply chain resilience are generalizable. Are there lessons that can be extracted from that experience and deployed more generally, regardless of the nature of the event that sort of shocks us and requires us to really question how resilient our supply chains are?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I mean, when, as I mentioned earlier, that was a very busy time, and how do we address, keeping critical infrastructure in place and running? And I think when someone says critical infrastructure, we think, okay, the power plant or this. But there's an entire ecosystem that goes through that process. That many, many resources touch, that supply chain. And for us, it was really important to look at, okay, how do we provide remote services? As I mentioned before with the augmented reality, and then how do we build on that after the fact as we bring new resources in, new workforce? Today's workforce doesn't want to go through the traditional brick and mortar training. They're not going to have the 10-year seniority. We're seeing a trend in attrition in the workforce as far as what jobs they stay with and what tasks they maintain. And the direct side effect of that is preventable fatalities, right? Those are going up. And safety is at the heart of whether or not we have an educated, informed worker. And so we look at what's called like a digital worker. And how do you provide this knowledge of a 10-year person to a 6-month employee? And so if you then couple that with your iPhone, for example, and AI agents, they can actually have a conversation with a expert that can tell them how to work on a machine. So if you go up to a machine, I need to access this area. Now they can get prompted as to all the things they need to do. And I think this is a way that we're bridging that gap. It's been pretty productive. It's also been very embraced by today's new Gen Z workforces moving in. They want to have this gamification. They want to have, spot learning. There's so much content on the web for how-tos. Why not embrace that within manufacturing?
For me, with the COVID supply shock, The thing that most concerns me is single point of failure supply chains, particularly global single point of failure supply chains. You know, you have one chink in the armor, one thing happens, and you are crippled globally. Again, talking my shtick over here, but if you think about today, you know, I think memory can very much be a fickle beast in that in the heat of the moment, during a crisis, when you're saying, I don't have access to XYZ, you know, we have no ability to produce it. In that moment, you feel like you're jumping off a burning platform, there's an urgency to act. And then the problem kind of solves itself, and you know, we don't develop that secondary supply chain. So if you look at how this is played out in critical minerals, a perfect example is China's real monopoly on rare earth materials. In the early aughts, they effectively shut down exports of rare earths. Japan, to their credit, built up an internal industry such that if China shut off supply, they would be able to fuel their local industries. We didn't do that. And so what happened late last year, early this year, when China again started shutting off the taps to very defense critical minerals that are absolutely critical to our defense industrial base, we had no way to respond. And so what you're starting to see now is, again, a setup of a secondary supply chain. Again, credit to the Trump administration. The MP materials deal, although controversial, I think ensures that we at least get a supply chain up in the United States. You know, I don't think just having one option is going to be good enough, but you have to start somewhere. So for me, from COVID, single point of failure supply chains are extremely dangerous, and we really need to learn from these supply shocks.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to add something to that. You know, having a front seat view on this, after COVID, after we got through the initial phase, we had a secondary supply issue. We had that pent-up buying where companies were just coming in and buying in massive amounts way beyond their norm. And then as a supplier, we had the challenge of trying to meet that. And that created this surge or this backlog of components not available for the industry. And then all of a sudden, like every business, we like to have some stability. And we had this huge lift in product, and then it dropped. And that, I think that's difficult to manage both from a customer and a supplier perspective.
Yeah, I think I was in the cheap seats in the sense that I worked in an advisory capacity. So like for me to say that this key lesson learned, not having really been in the trenches of some of these issues, like Ashley and Tony would be, just wouldn't be fair. So you know, the observation I would give is really a little bit removed and maybe a little bit of a cousin to the supply chain issues, which would just be that what we saw, you know, we saw advising kind of primarily traditional energy companies in the COVID downturn. There was a wave of bankruptcies, and I think one of the you know, very obvious learnings from that was the traditional energy complex as a whole was over-levered. Kind of a traditional metric for an oil and gas company going into COVID was it was appropriate to have about 3 turns of leverage on a operating oil and gas business, and coming out of COVID, you know, 1 turn of leverage was a new 3 turns. So a complete reframing of how to capitalize and invest in the oil and gas production business was a learning. And then I think to bring it a little bit closer to supply chain kind of stuff, I think just the way that traditional energy forecasted different potential outcomes was not surprisingly inherently more conservative and you know, took into account a lot of times through indirect measures like a certain price deck or something like that. But we just saw a lot more emphasis and consideration given to, you know, downside cases, non-bear cases, alternative cases, or whatever, I think than you saw pre-COVID. So a little bit removed from some of the direct issues, but those would be kind of my takeaways from living through that.
Sure. I'd like to pick up on something that Ashley said. Ashley alluded to the MP Materials deal, which seems to be indicative of what may be a trend now. We've certainly seen a few instances of this where the government approves some action that's being sought of it, but takes a stake, an economic stake, in the company who comes to the government. We see this with MP Materials. We saw this yesterday with Trinity Metals.
Up 200% on the news. So
yes, we see it with Trinity. We saw it earlier this year with U.S. Steel. So we seem to see the makings of a trend here. Coming from Washington, it is a trend that is engendering a lot of discussion among lawyers, among policymakers. But looking at this trend through the lens of supply chain resilience, do you see this as a net positive, a net negative, too early to tell, or how do we assimilate this trend into the way we think about supply chain resilience?
So I can take the first stab at this one. I absolutely love this stuff. So I've been fascinated at some of the deals coming out of Washington. I do think a genuine competitive advantage out of the Trump admin, but specifically out of some of the appointees in the Department of Defense, is just being capital market savvy. If you look at the mining business, it is extremely hard to underwrite deals to get mines built, to get infrastructure built. Economics are skinny. You start layering on top of those skinny economics very real execution risks, oftentimes jurisdiction risks, permitting risks, et cetera. And you quickly find yourself in a situation where we are in a national security emergency. We need this material, and nobody is showing up to write the checks, right? And so what the Trump administration has done, and each deal has been slightly different, quite fit for purpose, which I think is interesting. But they're taking an approach of kind of solving the issues to bring private capital to the table. So for MP Materials, they used 4 levers at once, which I don't know, I would lean on Ted on how unprecedented this is, but it feels extremely unprecedented. They put in place a debt package, which is tried and true, very normal US government. They put in place an equity stake, which is uncommon. They put in place a price floor for MP Materials, and then they also guaranteed offtake on the back end. So oftentimes, one of the challenges with getting financing is okay, you build this plant, who are y'all gonna sell this stuff to? There are interdependency risks because the next person in the chain, they haven't built their factory yet either, right? And so because the US government came in, took this very structured approach, it then enables private capital to come in and crowd in and effectively build out that supply chain. Now, if you look at some of the other deals, Lithium Americas is one of the more recent examples. And I think, not a ton of public information about how that negotiation took place, but there was a loan in place for Thacker Pass, and at some stage the loan was reopened, and effectively as a sweetener, the US government requested, I think it was a 5% stake in Lithium Americas. The equity did respond very positively, so it outweighed the dilution to shareholders. Overnight, Trilogy Metals, listed on the TSX, they have a project in Alaska. The Trump admin both greenlit a permit for a road that kind of unlocks this area that has a ton of copper and very rich resources, and also took a 10% stake in the company, as well as 7.5% worth of warrants for future equity purchases. So it's interesting, it kind of hints at a little bit of a sovereign wealth fund structure. I would love to see that formalized into a sovereign wealth fund that has proper governance, has kind of a structure around it, around this is when we take equity, this is how it looks like, this is, you know, what you get in return. But like, certainly Rome was not built in a day, and getting these projects financed is very challenging. So I view the creativity as positive.
Other observations, Paul or Tony?
Yeah. Go ahead. I would just say, like, I think the thing that's gotten a lot of attention, and I'm not super familiar with these transactions, but the thing that's gotten a lot of attention is in kind of a non-financial crisis world, the government taking an equity stake is the piece of it that I think has gotten the most attention, and I sort of get that. I don't see that happening like in the traditional energy, you know, like it's just kind of hard to envision that occurring in like a traditional energy, you know, world company, at least today. And I certainly don't see it for our company. And then the other thing I think, just to frame it, is on the one hand, while it has gotten a lot of attention, there are the scenarios where it's been done, GM and certainly in the financial crisis, and you know, it worked out. So I'm not somebody that just kind of says categorically, you know, no. But I, you know, just given the fundamentals of the amount of resources that we have, of kind of traditional hydrocarbons that we have, it's hard to envision that happening in that world. Yeah, I think to 2 points on that. You know, look, that's certainly the enablers and the funding side, and I like to look at it from the how side, right? And so lots of conversation around digitalization and why do it, lots of investment up front. But I can tell you that at Siemens, we've embraced this for more than 20 years now. And when we had to relocate a plant from Germany into China, we actually used a high fidelity digital twin to do this. And this allowed us to locate that facility in China. I would say there's probably no more diverse cultures between Germany and China. And we were able to do that with non-conformancies in around the 1% range on total CapEx. So that's normally about 12 to 14%. This is just things not aligning, all the stuff that happens during the build and build out of a project. It also accelerates the time in which bringing that plant up online. It also mitigates the amount of time it takes to train the new staff. So all these things that you do up front to invest early on, and now we're actually taking that forward. We're using these simulations to help validate FEED and FID in the process. And not only the process, but even the production of your component or your molecule. And that starts to really provide you a really unique circular economy between the concept, the design build, the installation, training, and then update modifications. And I think that's when you really, really start to get the value. Just to go off and do, I'm going to do a digitalization project, there's no real value in that. What you need to do is have a North Star. Many companies start off with digitalization projects and they'll have 20, 30, 8. I've seen one with 80 unique projects running at a time. And you really have to have kind of like a governance at your corporation that drives that. And then you can really see value and scale on the back end.
So I'm going to try to weave in the concept of trade, which after all is in the title of our panel. And I'm going to do so while picking up on a question that's popped up here on the screen, and also that picks up on something, Paul, that you said earlier. You made reference earlier to the importance of certainty and sort of a clear picture of what the policy framework is and its importance to supply chain resilience. You made reference to steel. And of course, we are very familiar with the tariffs that we've had on steel going back to the first Trump administration, which then sort of got supercharged in this administration on top of the other tariff orders that have been issued over the course of the last 9 months. We had the Liberation Day tariffs. We've had these tariff orders that have been put in place with respect to individual events like, you know, India purchasing oil from Russia. We have a whole series of so-called 232 tariffs that are waiting in the wings. These are goods-specific tariffs as opposed to economy-wide tariffs. So we've got a lot of a ferment in here in tariff world, which I imagine detract from the sort of certainty that you were alluding to. But as the dust settles, or as perhaps we approach steady state here, how do you see this sort of confluence of tariff policies impacting supply chain resilience?
I can start on that one if you want, because you kind of teed up steel. Yeah, so you used the phrase supercharged. I believe they doubled this past summer on steel specifically. It doesn't feel to, I think I can say, it doesn't feel to us like the dust is settling yet. I mean, those issues are very much still getting themselves sort of sorted out. I think we feel like the fundamentals of our business are, there's a lot of gas in the Permian. There's recognition that it needs to get somewhere. We're good at building it. We're good at moving it. All that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's like existential, but is it a real headwind? Absolutely. A couple of examples that sort of hit, around that. I think that we've observed. So. The first round of chunky steel tariffs came in 2018, I believe, as you said, Ted, and then the supercharge happened this summer. Within the last year, steel price forward curve is up, over 20%. So that's just a fact. And then if you look at kind of a metric of some of the benefits that we should be, or that you would hope we'd be getting. Since 2018, manufacturing productivity of U.S. steel is down over 30%, whereas other non-farm industrial manufacturing productivity over that time period is up over 15%. So it feels right now very tumultuous. It feels like it just is getting more expensive. And it's a little bit hard to see, the benefits that are being reaped as far as, sort of for the good of U.S. manufacturing, sort of writ large. Another thing that we see another corollary, I think, to the trade war, if you want to call it that, LNG is a key outlet for us. It's a key customer. It's a key group of customers. It's a key outlet for us. And you can just look over time, like, by the way, right now, LNG exports to China are zero, like literally zero. And you can just see a very direct correlation between our tariff behavior, their responses, or their tariff behavior and our responses, and exports of LNG. So, I mean, where it hits very directly. And I'll give one other example, and this is probably the only thing anybody will remember that I said, because it's kind of random, but it can have kind of binary consequences. So steel tariffs doubled, right? They went from 25% to 50% basically on the whole world. Pretty recently, and you may be the only other person in the room that knows this, but pretty recently we doubled from 25% to 50% the tariff on Indian shrimp. Imports of shrimp into the U.S. And we should all be troubled that there is no more endless shrimp buffet at Red Lobster coming.
That took them out,
not too long after that announcement. The point is, there can be these kind of incremental, kind of tumultuous things, but you can also end up with no endless, shrimp buffet, and that's not a good thing.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how to top that one, but the shrimp supply chain, I think we can all agree, certainly important. But it actually sort of to stick on this tariff theme for a moment. It's interesting, both when this Trump administration came in, the second Trump administration, and the Biden administration. In both cases, there was a nod to the importance of supply chain resilience. There was an order that President Trump issued early in this administration called Unleashing American Energy, which makes a very clear nod in the direction of the importance of supply chain resilience. Likewise, at the beginning of his administration, President Biden issued an order entitled America's Supply Chains that also makes a nod in that direction. And under the umbrella of those announced policies, each administration put in place a series of actions ostensibly in support of advancing those policies. And yet the actions that they took lead in very different directions. One of our questioners asks about views on the distinction between pursuit of reshoring, which seems to be an ambition of this administration, versus nearshoring or friendshoring, which was a big theme of the last administration. Both pursued in the spirit of trying to advance resilient supply chains. And so I'd be interested to hear your views on sort of who got it right, or is it somewhere in the middle, or how do you reconcile these different policies, both advanced in the spirit of making our supply chains more resilient?
I personally think it's somewhere in the middle. Resources are where they are. It's not like you can kind of pick up a copper deposit and move it to somewhere that's more convenient, right? And as we can all imagine, oftentimes doing midstream processing nearer the mine face can be cheaper because you're shipping less volume around the world, and all the synergies that go alongside that. I think something that has been strong with the real focus on reshoring is the focus on permitting. I am under no illusion that we can do everything here, but the things that we can do here and the resources that we do have, I think we should develop, right, for the good of the American people. And so I'm happy with kind of the striking of that balance, but I do think it has to be a combination.
Yeah, I think when we saw a lot of manufacturing moving in and out of the region, and it makes for a very difficult time to have a workforce that can support it. I think when you look at supply chain resiliency, it's really around how can I keep my manufacturing up and running? How do a lot of people have moved to what they call predictive maintenance, right? So they're looking at the overall process, understanding what's happening. When does the system start to move outside of the norm? And then you start to layer a new layer on top of that, like what we're calling agents. And now we're looking at, okay, do I have that part in my fleet? Do I need to get it? If I need to get it, how long does it take to get here? And when can I plan to move that in? And so now I think manufacturing for us in the U.S. is becoming more intelligent, right? Rather than just brute force and making sure it's available, it's becoming more intelligent, more agile to address, let's say, downtime. Because that's really what's important. It's like if the plant's not operating, we're not producing.
Let me pivot slightly to a related topic, which we also, I think, heard about from a couple of our speakers earlier today. So the administration's big domestic policy legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that was enacted earlier this year, does some interesting things with this concept of doing business with foreign entities of concern. That's the focus of my question here. So that concept of foreign entity of concern, Ashley, I know you are familiar with from your time at the Department of Energy, was a concept a concept that was introduced in the Inflation Reduction Act in connection with the EV battery, the electric vehicle tax credit. And it's now been extended to 6 other tax credits as a way of discouraging certain activities involving so-called FEOCs, foreign entities of concern. And there seems to be an attraction to this concept, and we may well see it extended in other aspects of policymaking. So my question to you from your perspectives is, how do you see that concept playing into the goal of building resilient supply chains? Are we advancing national security goals in a way that may be undermining our objective of achieving more resilient supply chains, or are these consistent policies?
I can start with what is a FIOC? You know, everyone loves the bureaucratic acronym speak, but FIOC is Foreign Entity of Concern. It's China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran. There was very specific and painstaking definition of a FIOC that came out last year in relation to the 30D tax credit. And you're exactly right. The intention behind it was to ensure tax credits and grants weren't flowing to foreign entities of concern, that we're actually standing up our own supply chains independent of folks who might not have our best interest at heart. It gets really complicated really quickly. So, for example, how do you define a FIOC? Is a Chinese company who's operating in Mexico and incorporated in Mexico, but just has Chinese shareholders, is that a FIOC? Is an actual Chinese company that's mining nickel in Indonesia and controls effectively all nickel production, is that a FIOC? It's not in a FIOC. Like, how do you define this? Where do you get the information? Most of these companies are private, and like, Godspeed to you trying to figure out who's behind many of these private companies. And then lastly, what I would point to is, in some ways, we do need to work together. You know, yes, I am the first to kind of pound the table and say single point of failure supply chain, bad thing. We need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet. But we also shouldn't reinvent the wheel. Often, almost across the board in critical minerals, China has the strongest IP. You know, they have the scale, they've done it. Like, they understand how these industries work. And so working together in some ways, from maybe IP licensing standpoint, cooperation agreements, like that could make sense if there are protections, right? And so you very quickly get into an extremely complex situation. So with the 30D tax credit, we made decisions around, you know, a subsidiary is okay as long as it's not this or that. It'll change going forward, and I think inherently it has to. We saw a tremendous amount of supply chain movements after the FIOC definition came out. So we said that operations needed to be in free trade agreement countries. And so what did China do? They set up a bunch of operations in Morocco. And so, you know, you really see things start to shift. And so these definitions have to be dynamic. But to your point, things cannot be so dynamic that you can't underwrite investments. Like, you do need to know the rules of the road so that you can understand if you'll be able to operate 30 years from now.
Yeah, I think you made an interesting point about collaborating and looking at, you know, areas with IP. And I think we can take that down one level and even just do that in the US. How many times have you heard, has this worked in my industry? I mean, that's the start of every conversation about innovation. Where have you done it before? And I think, you know, if we look at the energy sector and other sectors, there's other sectors moving at different rates because of regulations, and we should embrace that. And if you can do it over here, why step when you can leap and take advantage of those adjacent technologies? It's constant. That's the first question when we talk about new technologies. Where has it been done before in my industry? And I think that's something we need to tear apart. And we need to start thinking broader and be able, in order to win this race, right? We have to be innovative. We have to be fast and agile. Because, I mean, where was Tesla at the start of the EV market? Now they're dominating it, right? So the number one thing that I see between our, let's say, US companies and other countries is how fast a company or a country wants to adopt technology, how fast they want to break away from everything that they've had in the rearview mirror and move quickly. I mean, I've seen companies go from concept vehicles to production with a fleet of 5 different vehicles in the span of 18 months. This is unprecedented, right? So I mean, if we want to really win this energy race, then we have to really take off the reins and let it run fast.
Tony, I want to pick up on this theme of where has something been done well, because I think that's interesting. I mean, up until this point in the conversation, we've been talking about sort of U.S. policy, U.S. trade policy, and other U.S. policies. But you know, there are lots of other countries in the world, some of which may do things that we may want to draw from. And so I'd be interested to hear from each of you, do you see other countries deploying strategies that we may want to emulate when it comes to supply chain resilience? And likewise, Tony, to your point, do you see companies, you know, independent of sort of the policy that they you know, that they're necessarily governed by, do you see companies doing things to navigate around those policies, the policies that are handed down in a way that's calculated to strengthen supply chain resilience?
Yeah, I'll start just quickly on emerging market startups. You know, you go in and there's someone that has this idea, and it's usually a benchtop, and then they might get a pilot scale project. And when you go in and look at the technology, it's kind of the who's who of everything, just kind of Frankenstein together. And the next phase really is like, how do I take that to scale? How do I go into production? And I think that's where, you know, companies that are what we call quote unquote born digital, you know, they're ready to simulate this in a virtual world, run out all their problems. They're really able to leap fast and leap forward. And then they can take that technology and provide that to suppliers that can help bring that equipment in. Because so many startups, it's someone with a great idea, a new way of doing something, but you know, they just can't scale, right? And I think that's what we've been seeing is being a real growth lever. It's born digital and not being weighed down by, this is how we've always done it. And that happens both at the company level, I think at the country level. I mean, at a country, they decide we're going to go do this, and we might not agree with everything in those countries, but they just get it done, right? And I think that's kind of a way that we need to start, you know, accelerating.
Go ahead.
Sure. So I touched on Japan earlier with their response. I believe their good response to the rare earth challenges in the early 2000s. They set up quite an interesting stockpiling method that it's done in conjunction with private industry. So if you look back to earlier this year, the US Department of Defense has stockpiles. In entirety, they were worth $600 million. And that is across the board. I mean, that is taking into account all defense critical minerals, right? These are extremely small stockpiles. They're small markets. Antimony, rare earths, these are small markets, but we quite simply did not have a tremendous amount of material available. If you look at Japan, they've been able to not lock up a ton of capital, government capital in stockpiles by leveraging industry, because industry can also find themselves in a bind if they're not able to access permanent magnets or, you know, certain types of metal alloys. And so you're effectively balance sheet sharing. And it's very interesting. It's very closely held by JOGMEC. But I think it is a potential solution for supply chain shocks in the interim, because it's not like we can just snap our fingers and like build out a supply chain in a couple of years. These supply chains take decades.
I think, you know, our business is almost entirely in the state of Texas, intrastate, and so I know you didn't ask about sort of state, you know, angle, but yeah, I probably have to go to that as opposed to, you know, I can't give examples as good as Tony or Ashley as far as, you know, foreign examples or foreign countries, but I will say, in a bit of a plug for the state of Texas, as far as you know, our primary regulatory body is the Railroad Commission of Texas. And I think they've created a consistently very constructive environment for what we do. I think there's general recognition of the importance of what I mentioned before. There's a whole lot of gas getting produced in the Permian Basin, and it's important and good for the state of Texas. and beyond that to move that to key places. I feel like there's a recognition of that. I think they take a light but not just absent touch to their overall regulatory scheme, the kinds of filings they required, the updates, all of that. And fundamentally, I think you can say that the commercial framework in the state of Texas, when it comes to doing business in the oil and gas business in the state of Texas, the commercial framework drives the regulatory kind of outcomes. I think with some of the federal cousins to the Texas Railroad Commission, like FERC, I think it's the other way around. I think the regulatory framework can tend to drive the commercial outcomes when it comes to like a long-haul regulated interstate pipe. So I think those are all, very constructive things and have created a very constructive environment. And I'll end it with the statistic, which is like the proof's kind of in the pudding, in the sense that if you go look at the average time to develop a pipeline in the state of Texas from, start to first gas, it's less than half of the time of sort of comparable recent, long-haul interstate pipes. And there's a lot of other things going on in there. It's not just, the regulatory overlay, but the regulatory overlay is a big part of it.
Let me ask you to expand on that a little bit, Paul. Do you see sort of an interest in working towards building supply chain resilience as a motivator for that kind of policy, or do you see that coming from somewhere else in terms of the goal that the Texas approach is trying to achieve?
I think I'd say it's just a pretty holistic, so I guess I'd say yes, but sort of indirectly would be my answer. I think it's a pretty holistic, light touch, encouraging, and market-driven, approach. I suppose that if there were probably the flip side to that is, if you're going to be market-driven and your costs go up, don't expect the Railroad Commission to swoop in and, sort of protect. You kind of get both ends of it. But I think, so far we'll take it. And I think it's more of a holistic thing, but supply chain resiliency is to the extent that it's constructive with that, is certainly a welcome concept.
Sticking on the subject of state regulation for the moment, we have seen over the past several years a number of states enact laws that restrict foreign investment in the state. Some of what I do at the federal level is focusing on the national review of foreign investment into the United States from a national security perspective. But we started to see states, including Texas, do their own versions of that. We've seen it in Florida, we've seen it in Texas, we've seen it in a number of other states as well. And I'm wondering, to the extent anyone on the panel has a view on that, how you see that as affecting business and to stick with our theme, affecting supply chain resilience and investment into the various states that are doing this. Views on that?
Well, I mean, Siemens is a German-based company in and of itself, but we see the U.S. market as one of the largest markets in the world for us, and we're making what I would call very mindful restructuring and reorientation to the country. So I think, everything we're doing to try and grow supply chain, we're responding to it ourselves. We're staffing in areas where, some people are cutting. We're actually building up our resources, building up our infrastructure. When we look at carbon intensity projects, we actually have an arm of Siemens that does equity investment, project investment, and commercial. So we're looking to find ways to not only help companies start business that we can collaborate with, but also how they can fund their projects and even just look at the commercial assets that they're bringing in. So we have a lot of really unique ways to help companies bring those projects forward. And I think what I find is when we have those kind of relationships, that's a really unique opportunity for the two companies to collaborate, and they've been very fruitful and very engaging.
I start getting a lot of heartburn when I hear things like, states developing kind of independent foreign review processes. Nationally, we have CFIUS. In Australia, they have something similar called FIRB. I think it's great. However, you need to know the rules of engagement prior to kind of embarking on investment processes. I think an example of like not a great situation, there's a mining company in Brazil that was very far into selling a mine to a Chinese buyer. And kind of in the 11th hour, the Brazilian government stepped in and said, nope, actually, you cannot sell this to them. And now the company is unsure completely what to do. And like they're in a very vulnerable position. Had they known this during a sales process, they could have chosen a different bidder. You could have been in a stronger position. But when I start hearing about people developing these new regulations, it feels a little bit ad hoc. I worry about the toing and froing of politics nationally every 4 years. Then if you add the toing and froing of every state on every political cycle, we'll never be able to make another investment in this country again. So I worry.
I agree with Ashley's point. I guess I would just add at the margins, the concept behind CFIUS makes a whole lot of sense to me. I think it's important. We need to protect our national interest. It feels like in some ways it's kind of a black box when you go and you hire somebody like Ted to help you through a CFIUS process. But it's understood, and I do feel like the true interests of our country are what drives that. I guess I don't know the details of these state rules, but my first reaction is a little bit like Ashley's, and also like, well, why do you need it? Because like you've already got CFIUS, and CFIUS is looking out for the states too. So while the concept is fine with me, the idea of having 51 CFIUS type overlays seems at least at a minimum unnecessary based on what I know right now, and complicating if we started to go down that path.
Thank you. I see from Ken's signal that if we don't wrap up, the orchestra is going to start to play us off here. So let me thank our excellent panel for some really very thoughtful, engaging views. Please join me in thanking them, and thank you all for your attention.
Well, excellent. I appreciate all of y'all that have stayed with us here. If you're even half as excited as I am to be with folks who build massive infrastructure that powers the digital forge that the U.S. leads the world in, and former Texas regulators with extreme knowledge of what does and doesn't work, and I think will probably share that with us. I think we're poised to have a great discussion here on AI and power and a little bit of nuclear thrown in for the mix there. But in terms of protocol here, I would love to get the audience involved very early. These guys now know that they have the misfortune of sitting with someone who is trained as a litigator, and I can ask questions all day long, but I think you guys probably don't want to see me cross-examine them. I'm imagining you have quite a bit to share and to ask. And so the way we'll start, and we'll just go right to left here, is each one of you about 5 minutes, describe your background, your business, maybe a couple of the highlight takeaways you want folks to walk away with. And then, we'll start descending into questions there and proceed. So Vibhu, if you'd like to start off.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Vibhu Kaushik. I lead our global energy business for Amazon Web Services. 20-year industry veteran in energy and utilities. At Amazon and AWS, let me start by saying that we realize our society is using technology more than ever before as nations and companies continue to electrify and digitalize with the use of AI and cloud. At Amazon, we are committed to providing essentials goods and services our customer demand, while looking at powering our operations more sustainably and building and investing in new sources of energy on US grid, on electricity grids, for the benefit of everybody, and make sure everyone has access to technology and cloud, democratize the cloud, make sure everyone has access to it, and everyone has access to the power resources that we are connecting. We have a grid-first approach, so the power projects we have invested in more than 600 power projects over the past, since 2019. That's over 34 gigawatts of carbon-free energy globally. We are the world's largest corporate buyer of renewable energy, carbon-free energy, and we continue to invest in this area. So while we are proud of things we have been able to do, we realize the increase in energy demand, and this is an area we need to continue to invest, innovate, move fast, make it more efficient for benefit of everybody. One of the fastest way to do that is continue to invest in technologies beyond just wind and solar, which are weather dependent. So that's why we are excited about nuclear. We are excited about advanced geothermal. We are excited about battery storage and technologies that are needed to continue to power our growth. Let me share a little bit on what we are doing in nuclear. We have invested in, taken an equity investment in a fourth generation small modular reactor company, X Energy, which manufactures reactors and fuel, triso X-based, pebble-based fuel. We like small modular reactors because of their modularity. You can scalability, and their inherent safety, passive safety features. We also announced our first project in nuclear in state of Washington, where we are building 4-unit SMR project, 320 megawatts as part of phase 1, but we'll be looking at up to 12 units, 960 megawatts there. And we are partnering with several utilities across the nation in US to continue to scale up on that with a vision to do at least 5 gigawatts of these small modular reactors by 2040. We also realize in near term, there is significant potential in nuclear uprates and working with the utilities on larger nuclear units as well that we will need to build our infrastructure. So nuclear is great from a 24/7 carbon-free energy resource perspective. It's energy dense. You can power a lot of data center load from a relatively small footprint. And we've also shown benefits of co-location. If you look at our Talon Energy deal in Pennsylvania, 1.9 gigawatts, we are co-locating and building large data center complex directly across the nuclear power plant there. Beyond nuclear, we are excited about the other technologies, as I talked about, battery storage, advanced geothermal, carbon capture. Apart from thinking about how to power our data center and our fulfillment centers, groceries, devices, all of Amazon's businesses, we are also very invested in building this infrastructure in a very sustainable way. So think of, we are building new data centers. Last year, we built about 35 of them with low carbon steel, low carbon cement and concrete, about 35% less embodied carbon. And we are also looking at operating them more sustainably by increasing power density and increasing efficiencies in mechanical cooling, new technologies in power distribution, cooling, and hardware design. So happy to talk more about that as we have the discussion here. Really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you for sticking around. I think we actually have the best panel, so hopefully you get the most out of staying around. Listen, when I joined the Public Utility Commission 4 years ago, we were trying to solve one problem, which is Winter Storm Uri. How do we solve that so that Texans don't die in the future? After about a year and a half, we realized that this oncoming demand increase of data centers, the increased amount of economic development in the Permian Basin, LNG terminals on the Gulf Coast were, exponentially increasing demand across the ERCOT footprint. And we pivoted somewhat kind of under the radar to try to figure out how do we deal with this problem while we were simultaneously trying to deal with the Winter Storm Uri problem. We obviously interact with the legislature quite a bit, and they had their views on how to do this, and we had some of our views. They didn't all combine and line up perfectly, but where we are today is, I think, in agreement that the load, the demand in ERCOT is increasing exponentially. Whether it be 3 times or 4 times or double what it is today by 2030, I don't know that anybody really knows, but the fact of the matter is it is going to be exponential growth on top of the 8% growth that we've had for the last 8 or 9 years. The difference is that growth is fairly small and small increments. This is very large increments. These are data centers that are, everybody wants to build a gigawatt data center right now. I would say that the average size is probably less than 200 megawatts right now.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Depends on, I think you're talking about the machine learning, large language model training facilities, gigawatt-sized clusters versus the more traditional on-demand compute and storage inference, which are smaller data centers, 100, couple hundred megawatts.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we have both, but the gigawatt scale AI data centers have not made their presence known on the system yet. So you all think about that. We're talking about doubling our power system load, and many of these data centers are under construction, yet their chips are not pulling power off the system yet. So this is we're really at the tip of the iceberg here. We've got a long way to go to understand how these chips interact with the power system, how a behind-the-meter plant keeps its voltage and frequency in check with the chips. There's a lot to learn here. And luckily in Texas, we can do it ourselves with the help of others, with the help of the big hyperscalers, because they like building here, because we can do it very quickly. And that's a huge blessing. We still struggle with quick builds of transmission lines, but I would say that we're still better than most other regions of Texas, or most other regions of the United States. And the fact that we are embarking on a very high capacity 765 kV system will give us the ability to move power, lots of power, all around the state, hopefully within the next decade. That will provide a lot of stability to the far reaches of ERCOT out in West Texas, in Northeast Texas. Fringe parts of the system are very hard to keep stable. With a high voltage backbone system, it will help ensure stability of that. So we've got, the last thing I'll talk about is nuclear. The governor asked me to run the Texas Advanced Nuclear Working Group, which I did for the last 2 years. We knew that nuclear was going to be kind of over the horizon, but we had to act first. How do we do that? What are the state laws and the state mechanisms that need to be put in place so that we could attract these plants? We did not pick the design that we wanted to. We wanted to create policies that would allow all designs to proliferate. We have 2 major announcements here. We've got X-Energy and Dow in Seadrift. We have the Abilene Christian reactor, both fantastic. And I will tell you that there are probably at least a dozen more that are on the drawing board or are being talked about as real possibilities for plants around the state. The one thing that we had to do with that is, with the nuclear report, was we had to balance policy and capital, okay? So the way that I see this entire industry, but especially capital-intensive power plants, gas and now nuclear, is you can get the policy right, and you don't have to give much money. If you don't get the policy right, you have to give a lot of money. And that's where we are today. Is everybody in the industry is continuing to look to different states and the federal government for either private insurance, cost overrun insurance. No one entity can bear the cost of overruns like the Southern Company did. No other one will do that. So I think the hyperscalers have said they are willing to be a part of this as they can help bring down the costs. We hear in the industry a lot that they're willing to pay double market price. It's no big deal. They'll just take the...
Cut it out.
And it's like, it doesn't pass the smell test. It's they're in a business too, and we got a lot of work to do in this space, supply chain, different technologies. Texas is the epicenter of it, and it's really will be exciting to watch over the next few years.
Yeah.
So what you're telling us, Jimmy, is this is kind of like when you're near the rails as a freight train's approaching and you hear them singing, but the train's not there yet in terms of power demand?
I think that's right. I mean, power demand is going to increase whether we want it to or not, and we likely do. You know, if we can't build enough power plants, there's only one thing, well, there are two things that can give, and one of them is reliability, and one of them is price. Politicians are pretty opposed to high energy prices, so they will find a mechanism to keep prices lower. You know, if it's the last thing they do.
Pain at the plug is the new term I think we'd use watching the latest CPI numbers on electricity. Vibhu, I have a question here before we dive deeper into electricity to maybe help bring a little bit of perspective and deeper understanding for the audience. When you guys are thinking about siting a hyperscale facility, how does power compare to concerns like land, fiber, workforce, water? You know, how do you guys think about this holistically as you go through your siting and development process?
Yeah, it's a great question. I have like so many thoughts on things you said and you said. I will come back to those.
Please do.
Please do remind me to correct the analogy. It is not that you're humming and listening to the sound and then train will come. Have you seen a Shinkansen in Japan? The train comes and goes and then you hear the sound.
See, I'm used to a Texas freight train moves about half as fast.
There you go.
So, but yeah, look, we look at new region planning all the time, and we plan years ahead, decade ahead almost. So the essential things for a data center are power, land, water, fiber, workforce, and then you need regulations to be able to build friendly regulations and regions where you're going to go and build. So power is the most critical enabler today. We have a power first strategy. You have to have a power first strategy based on where we are, and hence I am here being an energy and power utilities guy with a hyperscaler and data center player enabling that. But at the end of the day, it's not just power cost. We also look at total build cost. So that includes our CapEx on all those land, water, fiber, power, and then OpEx over the first couple decades. So we look at the total present value of that CapEx and OpEx over the time period. We talked about different types of data centers in the beginning, the inference load and the machine learning, large language model training load, the on-demand compute, on-demand storage, the standard data centers that we all use every day and may not even realize how much we use. So let me just do a quick poll with the audience here. I want you to raise your hand if you have done any one or more of these things multiple times this week, only this week. If you have watched Netflix, Disney Plus, traded a stock in New York Stock Exchange or London Stock Exchange, done online banking, shop something online, then please raise your hand. Thank you, you're all customers, right? So it's our modern digital lives, and the live streaming of this panel that's happening right now is flowing through a data center. It's just we don't realize how much we use and where all we use. But this on-demand compute and storage, some of it is latency sensitive. So think of that New York Stock Exchange example, that there's very little tolerance for latency there, and that runs on AWS. The data center is right there. But then there are things, streaming Netflix, people have a certain tolerance for certain services on what latency is okay. So there are edge data centers, there are on-demand, but then machine learning, training models, there is flexibility on different regions where you can train it. So within the last year or so, we have announced new regions in South Bend, Indiana. We have announced region in Mississippi. So these are some of the new sites where we are building those larger gigawatt-sized clusters to train these large language models. And we continue to expand new regions. We have 24 regions across US now, and we have dozens and dozens of across countries globally. So it goes back to lowest cost of service on all those land, water, fiber, workforce, and friendly regulations, modeling that so that we can serve our customers. All of our data center load for Amazon and AWS, most of it is our customer load. Some of the other hyperscalers have a lot of internal load, whether you're streaming videos or doing other things, social media, that could be moved in real time across data centers. And with different customer profile, most of ours is end customer load. So that goes into our regional planning, and with our planning and delivery teams, we work closely with many regions, utilities across US, PUCs and governments to plan those regions several years ahead. We have a grid-first approach, and we continue to collaboratively work together and find pockets of power with land, water, fiber available where we need to.
How do these trade against each other? And I'm asking in particular, when you think about water and power, the reason I'm asking you this is when I think about a power plant, for instance, you can air cool them. We see what the Chinese do with their coal plants, but there's a parasitic load cost, and so it changes your power equation. Is this something that goes into your thought process as well when you're trying to optimize one versus the other with a data center?
Yeah, look, optimization is certainly, that's an essential element of making anything efficient. But I think we are at the problem we are trying to tackle is enablement first. And right now we're struggling with access to, is there enough power today, or is there enough power planned across the grid that could be interconnected in time and be brought online in time to serve the need that we need in this country to continue to maintain our leadership in AI. That will require building the grid across the country. That will require building new transmission. That will require grid modernization technologies and bringing new diverse sources of power online. So having the power is the first problem to solve. And that is a big problem. Of course, you need all the other things. If you have them, then yes, we continue to optimize the design, look for efficiency. So we publish our power utilization efficiency numbers, we call PUEs. That's a measure of data center efficiency, and water utilization efficiency, WUE. AWS average globally, I think, is about 1.15 on PUE. So lower PUE is better. A 1.0 is a perfect score. Our global average is 1.15. Our best performing site in Europe is 1.04. In US is 1.05, and Asia is 1.07. Industry average on data centers is about 1.25, and industry average on on-site data centers is like 1.53. So we continue to innovate in power distribution, cooling. Within the last year, we have innovated in our rack design and cooling, and now able to do 12% more compute power in every data center, reducing the needs for number of data centers we need to serve that load. We have also optimized on mechanical cooling, which is the largest OpEx and use of energy in data centers. So different times of the year, based on the outside ambient conditions and weather, we use different modes of cooling within the same data center. And we have cut down our mechanical cooling cost by about 46% this year versus just a few years ago. Water utilization efficiency, we have now brought it down to, I think we have published 0.15 liter per unit of compute that we do. And that's double-digit improvement from last year. That's like a 40% improvement from 4 years ago. So basic access to power, water, land is first thing. And then if you can optimize the design, make it more efficient, we are very committed to, very proud of the innovations we have done, many industry first. Then you can serve more customers, reduce the, how many of these you need by designing better.
So, if you don't mind, one of the, you mentioned grid-first power. There are data centers that want behind-the-meter power, or those that want to pull from the grid first. I think pulling from the grid first is the most economic and expeditious. We're running into two problems there. First of all, with the amount of data centers that need to be built or are expected to be built, there's not enough power interconnection capacity on the system to allow all of these to get power and be interconnected. So we have to look at other solutions. The other is that policymakers are struggling with the system upgrade costs. How much transmission is going to be built for these data centers, and what if they don't end up coming in 5 years? Who is going to pay that stranded cost? Is that all going to fall back onto residential and small commercial consumers? Therefore, what the legislature in Texas did was we passed Senate Bill 6. We are working through how that is going to work with data centers, but we're basically saying if you're on the system, if you're going to pull power from the system at any time during the year, you're going to have to commit contractually to buy a certain amount of transmission costs to ensure that those upgrade costs for that transmission don't get spread across residential consumers. It was fairly controversial, I think, at the beginning. I think if I speak for the data centers, I don't know if I should or not, but I think they're getting comfortable with it because there's certainty in it. And it's spreading to other markets. But policymakers don't want, very hard for politicians, I'll say it that way. Politicians like certainty. Understanding the amount of load that's coming and how to satisfy that load is tremendously uncertain. And if they're going to be told that these facilities are going to be there, these data centers, and then they're not, there's more uncertainty, and that scares them. So trying to get something that is of a certain path forward was what the legislature tried to do, and I think they were pretty successful in it.
Yeah. Let me just build on that a little bit. I think Jimmy raised a couple of really important points, and we want to make sure we are paying our fair share of costs every time we build a new data center. Our demand is the end demand. We are the largest cloud player. We are the largest hyperscaler, and we are the end consumption. So if you look at the load queue, that itself is a challenge. What is ERCOT load going to be 5 years from now? Nobody knows. But there are all kinds of projections. And part of that is there are a lot of flippers in the queue. And for every megawatt of demand, there is probably X times the megawatt of projects that are in the queue. But I think going back to our approach of working with utilities, we want to pay our fair share of costs. We want to pay incremental costs to build the infrastructure for the load that we are bringing online to the grid, and very supportive of making sure that utilities or other customers do not end up with those stranded costs under any scenario. So if that requires higher deposits, that requires more firm commitment. We have been supportive of that, and I think that approach is consistent with how we have built data centers across regions, all 24 regions across U.S. and globally. Typically, these data centers where they have come in, we have looked at data from all different ways, and there are many independent studies and utilities quoting it, paying our fair share of cost, making sure, and in some regions maybe even a bit more, but then the society and local communities benefit from the increased tax base. You'll see better schools and parks and better infrastructure, those tax dollars flow into, and jobs in construction and operations of these data centers. So all of these are super important point and something we continuously pay attention to for every project.
As you guys, and I think what we're starting to edge into here is market design. I mean, when you talk about Senate Bill 6 and some of these, things surrounding it, and for each of you, I'll start with you, Jimmy, and then we'll move to Vibhu. If you're thinking of three things, and I say this because good things often comes in groups of three, what are three types of market design changes or other policy interventions that would make the process of bringing some of these large loads that we require in our everyday lives online and in a way that's as fair as possible to standard rate paying customers?
Well, I would say really just one thing that has a lot of different kind of roots that come out of it, and that is transparency. So Vibhu doesn't know, nobody knows what data centers have applied for interconnection with Encore or CenterPoint. You only know what you have done, or what the press release that somebody put out says. We don't know how many of them are real, how many of them are trying to get the same customer. What I want to make sure that you know is most of these data centers will not get built. And that is because, that's my opinion, but they all rely on one thing, and that is the balance sheet of the hyperscaler. So the hyperscaler signs a contract with a real estate investment trust for the land, a data center builder for the building, power system, whether it be on-grid or off-grid. Their balance sheet flows all the way through that transaction to make it happen. Most of these, do not have that and are not close to that. So until that happens, we are going to continue to see all of these press releases on new data centers being built for this load or that load. And the one thing that we tried to do in the legislature was we increased the interconnection cost. So real quickly here, in the power system, we have never, ever really worried about loads connecting to the power system. We always can build power plants quicker. The largest load historically was like a refinery, and it took 7 years to build. And it was easy to plan and build transmission and all of that. Well, these 18-month data centers from start to finish don't fit into that category. So there have to be other tools and other things that are created in order to satisfy this type of quick, expeditious demand.
Very well said.
I'll let you go. I have one I wanted. I'll wait to interject.
No, we're just going to keep going now.
It may be high. Well, because it may have a little bit of spice
But there's
on
something
it, so
fundamental here. Look, I worked in utility industry for 16 years. The load planning and building new substations and infrastructure on power and transmission was designed to be as fast as 4, 5, 6, 7, 10-year process on high voltage lines to generation in a state like California, or generation faster in Texas, one of the fastest places you can build generation. Whereas that industry, and this morning I woke up, read one of the EEI reports, utilities across US are investing something like $208 billion in modernizing and upgrading the grid. Big number, $208 billion in a year. The big four hyperscalers are putting $350 billion this year. So, this industry is very much, it doesn't solve. If you plan for 3 to 5 to 7 years, whereas demand is super certain 12 to 18 months out, and technology on chips and compute and how we build data centers is evolving so fast, we need solutions that are much faster than that's 5 to 10 years out. And how do we modernize? So this is one of the things you asked for, is I think modernizing engineering and planning. AI is not just a big energy consumer. AI is going to fundamentally transform how energy is generated, transmitted, and consumed, and efficiencies on all of that. Modernizing transmission planning, modernizing interconnection process, modernizing grid management, how RTOs and ISOs manage grid. Studies show within US, 1,300 gigawatt grid today with 2.6 terawatts of projects waiting to be connected, more than double of that. But you can unlock 175 gigawatts of transmission capacity without building anything new by just use of AI tools in grid management, in operations. So use of AI in how we do engineering and planning, how we do capital project approval, how we do permitting, how we do regulatory and nuclear digital twins, how we operate the grid, how we do maintenance. And we see use of AWS tools by customers across the world. Many examples of working with SPP in modernizing interconnection process, working with Iberdrola in real-time maintenance of 400 wind farms globally, and energy efficiency savings using Amazon SageMaker by 10 to 20% on load side. You're working with Avangrid on real-time maintenance. We need to see more of that. So as the consumption picks up, all these tools have to also come into this planning and building out of the grid as one of the things we'd love to see.
So maybe this is too blunt of a question, but it seems like with some of these speculators and maybe phantom load in the queue, what if you were to put in some type of requirement that you have to pay, let's just call it $5 million in escrow money, and if you build the project, you get it back? Would that clean this up, or is that still not high enough?
Senate Bill 6 did something similar. They basically, increased the interconnection fee to $100,000, and the greatest speculators won't do that. Those that have deep pockets will. We're hoping that that cleans out the interconnection queue. But I don't know. There may. You talk to AWS, $5 million. You know, if you're going to clean out 10 projects and you can get something, you know, sped up from 12 months to 3 months, is that worth it? Absolutely, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been supportive of raising those deposits, and that's one way, and I think it'll be effective. Building these assets take much more than that $5 million. So if somebody is serious about it,
like orders of
then
magnitude,
that should not discourage. Of course, we don't want it to be a market where it only works for the top 2 or 3 or 4 big players, but it has to be fair, and it's just the problem has become too big on the bigger interconnection queues.
Let me ask you a question. I've been told that, so say you have a $1 billion data center, that really the costs of the energy and the building are 20% of that cost. And the other 80% are the racks, the chips, the cooling, the real hard stuff that y'all know that nobody else knows. But what that gets us to is these things are very, very intensive. They're very expensive. Yeah. And our piece of the power, while it's could be the most important piece next to the chips, it's still a small portion of that cost.
Yeah. I just say, I mean, your intuition is right on. And that intuition flows into a lot of different things. That power is critical, is essential for use of AI. There is no AI without power. With AI, we can transform a lot of things that we do in power industry, fundamentally in very different ways. We'd love to see more and more of that. But the value that power provides is, you know, to your point, almost tenfold. So the thoughts around backing off compute just to save power of efficiency or, you know, have curtailable, they don't fly because of the much higher value that power enables.
So we'll shift to nuclear here as we get closer to our conclusion. So, you know, and I'll start with you, Jimmy, since you were part of the task force that came up. You led the creation of this nuclear report. If you had to summarize, and again, we'll use this wonderful rule of 3. What are the 3 biggest opportunities and the 3 biggest challenges to expansion of nuclear power in, say, the next 5 years in Texas?
I think it is, it's off-takers, which is either an industrial, a data center, or the market. The market design and understanding the supply chain in a way that can help drive down costs. Those are all things that are critical to making Texas a leader. Our market design fundamentally doesn't encourage high capital cost projects. So if you don't encourage high capital cost projects, you have to mitigate that risk. And the way you mitigate that risk is you get a PPA with an industrial for steam or power or a hyperscaler to offset that. To see nuclear plants built like Comanche Peak or South Texas that just put power onto the grid for the entirety of the market, we have to change something for that to happen. I think we can. I think the legislature will, but it's going to take a little while for that to happen. Hopefully, it will happen next session or within the next 4 years, because we need this type of power. We want this type of power. There are a lot of industrials in the state that want this, and you know, they want, a lot of them want steam, and a lot of the hyperscalers want clean. So it's a very good partnership there, and I think consumers want clean and reliable and low cost, and we can ultimately get there.
What Jimmy's saying in Vibhu, a question that arises for me is, from a hyperscaler perspective, are there any use cases that might encourage not co-location, but fairly adjacent locations for other types of industrial projects, maybe that require heat, in a data center that needs power, if you have a reactor or a reactor pod that's producing both?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think being an energy professional and in this, I would say we need all kinds of new resources of power. The demand is real. We need to continue to build, and we need to come up with some things that enable that. So one of that is market design, for example. We've seen that well-designed RTOs enable interconnection of large load and large generation faster. And there is some truth to that in how fast, North Virginia data centers, where we are and how that got built. Western U.S., California, where I come from, we are moving towards more of an integrated RTO across West. So I think market design plays a big role, and then within ERCOT, you all have done wonderful here in terms of growth of renewables and in terms of load growth and why economic activity is so high. But even there are areas to improve that market design here to incentivize building new generation. So market design is one. Investments in grid planning, grid modernization, more transmission, use of grid enhancing technologies to be able to have high transfer capabilities on lines, dynamic line ratings. There is so much more you can do, and that needs to be done faster with smaller permitting times to enable that transmission capacity. Nuclear is one area we talked about. I think building nuclear will require a lot of collaboration. It is different. I think the next, whether we're talking AP1000s, a large nuclear or small nuclear, it is going to require risk sharing, collaboration between hyperscalers, end customers, utilities who are going to own and operate, OEMs, different technologies, whether it's Westinghouse for the big ones or others, or X-Energy or other SMR players, developers, and some role for governments to play here. Some role for PUCs to play here, for utilities, so that utilities can take a little bit more risk, can rate base some of this early stage development in nuclear. And we have to do it in a way that not one of these entities stand risk of bankruptcy, the way it has happened a couple times big nuclear was built. So we have to do it better, we have to do it smarter, and we need to come up with these new constructs where everyone has some skin in the game, risk is shared, so that we can build 10 gigawatts of new nuclear or more across. So I think how we build these projects, how we build grid infrastructure, and continuously evolving market design. What solved the problems of last 2 decades is probably not going to work for the next decade, looking at what we are looking ahead. So, and that's relevant not just across, not picking on anyone. ERCOT has its own, PJM has its own. We need long-term price signals in PJM, otherwise building new generation is hard over there. We need, and same thing on Western side with CAISO and Western RTO. So I think all three legs too. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you have all been generous enough to invest 45 minutes of time, attention, and excellent questions. I think you probably still like us now. I don't dare ask for 45 minutes more. We could certainly discuss it, but with that, let's give a hand to our panelists. This has been great.